quality, I think, of this documentary lies in the fact that it was an incredible story. That McQueen was willing to go to the lengths that he did to sacrifice or to put at risk his marriage, to put at risk his relationships in the professional industry, to put at risk the company which he built, Solar Productions, which had made a complete fortune out of bullets just 18 months earlier, had put him to the top of the stratosphere in Hollywood and made him not just the hottest actor, but also this incredibly powerful producer. And that enabled him, therefore, to make this project that he'd wanted to make, as you said, since the mid-'60s, when Day of the Champion was a script that he put together with John Sturges, who had directed him on The Great Escape and would initially direct him at Le Mans. So that was what we were fascinated by. The fact that you had this wonderful actor essentially going on this arc of a journey through the course of Le Mans, where he starts off as the greatest, most powerful man in Hollywood and ends up having made his film, but having lost so much. And that is essentially what had attracted me to the story. But a lot of the footage that we found, we knew we had potentially great threads. So we knew that we had solid foundations. The rushes on top of that was a bonus.
The project, and again, it's easy for a lot of our listeners, I'm sure, to think, well, how hard can it be? You stick a couple of GoPros on a car and that's it. That kind of technology didn't exist in those days. Full-size movie cameras mounted on cars. These guys were inventing things, movable camera mounts, things where cameras could be taken. There's one great shot where a car comes into the pit lane that you see from an onboard camera, effectively, and then with the use of a magnetic system, somebody picks it up and then tracks the driver into the pit lane. This was stuff that had never been attempted before, and they were breaking new ground.
Absolutely, and that is one of the things that we discuss in the film, and I think that's why when you rewatch Le Mans, you really do have to almost look at it at times as though it is ahead of its time as a piece of filmmaking, and McQueen was at the heart of that because he wanted to make the viewer, he says, make the viewer in the cinema feel they're behind the wheel of a car. And he certainly felt that hadn't been done in Grand Prix, which he felt was very soft and very Hollywood. And therefore, to make that step, to make that leap, you had to invent, as you say, new technology. And they put invested an awful lot into these camera mounts, into essentially making, cars at the time, the Porsches and the Ferraris, almost unsafe for the drivers. But it meant that they were going to be able to capture a sense of what it is like to race at speed over that wonderful course at Le Mans. So they without a doubt, they were doing things that had never been done before. And that in itself is quite inspiring when you think of it now, 45 years on.
Yes, extraordinary. And the release date in the UK has just passed, actually, that anniversary. I mean, it was almost not made for a number of reasons. And even the start of the film, McQueen was here in '69 and shot a huge amount of film of the race as B-roll, as background. And then, as luck would have it, the formula changed. So all of that he shot the first year that he was here was useless to him, and yet he was absolutely driven. He knew that there was a story, and of course, ironically, it wasn't a massive hit at the time, but it's become a classic since.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the issues that he had in the making of the film were simple. He had a vision of a film, as I say, that was authentic, that captured racing, and in many ways was a documentary, really. He was almost, if you watch the first 35, 40 minutes of the film Le Mans, there's barely any script. No one says anything, because essentially you are just being placed at Le Mans as the race, on race day, as the drivers get ready to begin this incredible race. And, it's the sights and sounds of the circuit. It's the noise of the crowd. It's the images of the exterior of the circuit and the life around it. It's all fascinating, and obviously that fascinated him, but it didn't necessarily fascinate Hollywood, who wanted more of a three-act structured film. And therefore you had this conflict, because McQueen arrived at Le Mans to start filming his own film after the race had been done in 1970, and yet he didn't have a script. He felt a bit like he'd done on The Great Escape with John Sturges, a bit like he'd done on Bullitt. They'd be able to bluff their way through. But on Bullitt and The Great Escape, there was more of a script in place. So conflict arose not only with the director, John Sturges, who wanted a proper film, if you like, not a documentary. Conflict arose with the Hollywood studio, who put a fortune into this, and it was a fortune at the time, one of the most expensive films ever made. And yet McQueen stood his ground because he wanted something that was so authentic, and he didn't want something that was going to be like Grand Prix, a soft soap sort of Hollywood story. That's why these conflicts arose, and that's why the film itself, as you say, wasn't necessarily, I think, the hit that everyone expected it to be when it was released, because a lot of people simply expected the traditional three-act story. Yes. And maybe that was fair enough, because on a storyline level, it isn't maybe as strong as it might have been, because of the compromises. And yet, I think the reason why, as a piece of art capturing racing, which essentially is what it is, the reason why that works 47 years on is because of the way in which this film, for the first time, was able to capture, and maybe the last time, what it's like to drive at 250 miles an hour on one of the most iconic circuits in the world.
I said it was the days before DVDs, but there was, and you've managed to find some behind-the-scenes footage as well. We've had to make do with still photographs down through the years, and Nigel Snowden was on site taking some of the very well-known ones, which most Le Mans fans will know about. But there was some footage that was shot by drivers and by other people around the set that showed the lengths to which McQueen was prepared to go, getting involved himself, lying in the road with a camera when he felt that no one else would do what he wanted them to do. That's extraordinary that some of that stuff's just come to life and that we've not seen a documentary of this type before.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's when I say, we knew that we had certain foundations in place. That was it. There was a gentleman called John Clowerton who was interviewed in our documentary, a documentary filmmaker at the time, who McQueen got to go to Le Mans to essentially shoot a behind-the-scenes film. So we've got a 30-minute cut film, behind-the-scenes film, which John did, which is fascinating and has interviews in it from McQueen where he's outlining this vision. Essentially, largely before things got really bad, but it also captures moments when, there are explosions on set, when things went slightly wrong with some of the closer to the edge bits of filming that they did. It certainly captures the element of danger that there was to both the crew and to the drivers. And also there was a driver called Paul Blancpain who filmed his own little bits of home movie, which we were able to get, and those offered a real fascinating insight into, as you say, just the general day-to-day life on set, where they're sitting around waiting to shoot, the drivers especially. It's shot from a driver's point of view, and you see the likes of David Piper and Derek Bell, classic drivers of their time, and who got to befriend Steve McQueen very closely, and you get to see them on set engaging with each other, and then discussing, as they do in the documentary, how at times they were basically risking their lives because
absolutely.
They were being asked by McQueen to go at racing speeds, but also with a camera mount on the back of their car, and also to do certain maneuvers as part of the scripted scenes, if you like, to overtake at certain point, which is essentially against what racing's all about, because racing is impulsive. It happens, it happens because it happens. It's not something you could necessarily script. So all this was happening on set, and it's all just fascinating context into this sort of merger between McQueen's two worlds, film and racing. And he wanted to bring the two together, which meant that he had this incredible circus, the best directors in the world, the best director, the best technical teams from Hollywood in the world, the best drivers at the time on set as well, to try and make this authentic creation. But, of course, a lot potentially could go wrong.
Gabriel, you have a huge amount of experience working in TV and film and in the area of sport. As you got into this project and you saw what had been going on, as you've just described, was it quite shocking to you? Because we come from a quite sanitised age now to see the portrayal of the sport as it was, warts and all, which it certainly was, that movie, but also what McQueen was asking people to do. Because frankly, you'd not get away with that nowadays, would you?
No, that's one of the most incredible things about it. I mean, imagine, Jenson Button, Lewis Hamilton, Sebastian Vettel, in between this Formula One season that they're involved in. Not going to Indianapolis, but turning up in between the Formula One season and racing for Tom Cruise, if you like, at Le Mans, where he's filming this movie, where there's absolutely no safety procedures, where you're doing everything at full speed. There are no special effects. You couldn't get it insured. It's impossible to even think about it. That's what McQueen was doing at that time. And that was the era in which racing operated. As you know, it was incredibly dangerous.
Yes.
The year before at Le Mans, there'd been a fatality, and that happened regularly. Racing was dangerous. It came with the territory. And I think capturing a sense of that danger and what it was to be a driver at that time was also something that motivated McQueen, because of all the people that he worked with in film and in his life outside of film, racing drivers were the people he had the most admiration for. He wanted to be really a top racing driver, and this film took away a lot, I think, of that spirit, because after this film he never raced again. You mentioned Sebring and finishing second, which I think was one of the highlights of his life.
Yeah.
And this film took so much from him that one of the sad ironies is he never sat behind the wheel of a racing car again. He moved over into motorbikes and then did other things with his life. But the passion that he had for the sport going to Le Mans in 1969-70 was what enabled this project to begin. It was that passion, that vision that persuaded the likes of David Piper and Derek Bell to get involved in this project and to back it and to give it their all, and in the case of David and Derek, to risk their lives.
Yes, absolutely. The film premiered at the 68th Cannes Film Festival. How can people who are listening now either get their hands on it or go and see it? What's the best way for them to experience this movie, Steve McQueen, The Man and Le Mans?
Yeah, the best thing is to it's on iTunes, it's on Amazon. Steve McQueen, The Man and Le Mans. You can buy it now, download it now. It's been in cinemas. You mentioned Cannes. It premiered in Cannes 2015, but it's a timeless documentary. We've had worldwide cinema release since then. So the exciting point now is that as Le Mans comes around again, we've got our UK release and on DVD and download. So it's there for everybody to download and watch, and to get a sense not only of what the title suggests, not only of Steve McQueen, but also the sort of man that he was and his passion for this subject called racing and obviously the race called Le Mans.
There's an awful lot of people that would want me to say what I'm about to say next. Thank you very much to John McKenna and to you, Gabriel Clark, for putting this together, because it's an extraordinary part of this race's history, the obsession, as I described it before, of Steve McQueen. And Steve McQueen, The Man and Le Mans, adequately and accurately portrays that. Gabriel, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
This programme is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you. 24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Engineered to perform.
Well, for many people of a certain age, of which I am one, their introduction to Le Mans was Steve McQueen and what has become an iconic, a seminal movie, Le Mans, of course. Steve wasn't allowed to race at the Circuit de la Sarthe, although, of course, his racing career was legendary. Paul Newman almost won the race here, came second. Steve McQueen took the car that he'd come second with at Sebring, equipped it as a camera car and shot footage here at Le Mans, and then, of course, spent pretty much 3/4 of a year here filming at and around the circuit to put that film together. Now, if you're a bit of a bookworm like I am, you'll know that Michael Kaiser wrote all about that in A French Kiss with Death. But what we've never seen is the over 8.5 miles of footage, ironically, 8.5 miles, the same distance as the lap of the circuit, that wasn't used in the making of the film. Well, now we can, because peeling back the layers of the making of the movie Le Mans is Steve McQueen, the man and Le Mans. I'm delighted to say that Gabriel Clark, one of the directors of the movie, joins us now on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Gabriel, first of all, I mean, the story behind the making of the movie is extraordinary. The original movie. It sounds like you had a pretty much of an epic journey yourselves just to get the footage and to get the actual building blocks to put this together.
That's right, yes. I mean, we originally were pointed in the direction of the story by Andrew Marriott, who we worked on. My co-director and I, John McKenna, we worked on a TV documentary called When Playboys Ruled the World about Barry Sheen and James Hunt and their friendship and their Playboy lifestyle as they became world champions in the mid-70s in their respective disciplines. And Andrew pointed us in the direction of this story of how Steve McQueen essentially sacrificed everything in the making of his oeuvre, really, the film that he wanted to make most, Le Mans. And we were told that Steve had filmed for, as you said, 6-7 months constantly around the circuit, and that these rushes existed. But having done our initial research, we couldn't find them, and nobody knew where they were. And many people who'd worked on the production, editors, producers, despite good contacts, felt that they'd been incinerated or lost or simply just, cut up on the cutting room floor, never to be seen again. But in the course of our endeavors, Richard Wiseman, our archivist, who's an incredibly dedicated guy with a lot of contacts, and John and I, through our phone calls, we managed to track down the original rushes to a sound underneath a sound desk, a sound stage in Los Angeles at one of the studios that would have ended up editing this production. And so in the course of the documentary, you will see for the first time extended footage, extended cuts of the rushes that had never been seen before, which give you an insight into a lot of what the film discusses, which is this vision of how McQueen wanted to bring the essence of racing, the authenticity of racing at speed, to the big screen.
And that's really important because McQueen had been beaten to the punch in some respects by James Garner and Grand Prix, another seminal movie, the Frankenheimer multi-screen effect of that. And I've been lucky enough to see both movies on the big screen. But The Day of the Champion would have been McQueen's racing project, his first racing project, but he was obsessed with Le Mans, and I use that word advisedly. And he did want to race here. He wasn't allowed to do so. And this, Gabriel, this is before the days of deleted scenes and DVDs and making of documentaries. I mean, how confident were you in the start that you could find this? And what would you have done if you hadn't found the footage? Was that the essence of the project?
No, not at all. I mean, the essence of the project was, that was a bonus. When I look back now, and I think, we weren't guaranteed to find this footage. We hoped we would, as you do so often when you start off on an archive project anyway. But, this was such a big find that, when I look back now, I think, what a difference it's made to the final film, to the final documentary.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis.
Speculation and debate.
Special guests and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com. Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you. 24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Engineered to perform.
You're tuned to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2017 around the circuit here on 91.2 FM and globally on radiolemans.com. It is exactly 24 minutes past 4 French time, the 15th of June 2017. And we're live here from our commentary booth overlooking the Ford chicane. For this first part of Le Mans Live, as we're billing it, it's Johnny Palmer, Gemma Hatton and Joe Bradley to my far right. But this is a truly interactive show as well. We're going to be on air till 6:45, for goodness sake, so we need the collective for a bit of input as well. This is effectively looking back on qualifying last night and looking forward to 2 bouts of qualifying this evening as well. At RSL_studio to get involved via Twitter, at Radio Le Mans as well. We've got competitions, we've got mentions, we've got things to look forward to in the world of endurance racing. But mainly, we've got a 24-hour race to ramp up for Saturday and Sunday, and we'll be doing all of that over the next 2 3/4 hours. So thank you for joining us on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Engineered to perform.
So, stacks of things to get through, and let's settle in with, well, first of all, our guests for this. I was going to say hour, it's turned into a part hour as we go, but Gemma Hatton from Racecar Engineering, who is the technical writer at the magazine and website, and Joe Bradley. What's your job title again?
I have no idea.
Right. Who invited you?
I'm just a consultant.
Brilliant. Fantastic.
Just so consulted with.
It's nice to have you in the booth, though, rather than down in the pit lane.
Down in the pit lane, talking to no one.
I think at times we will have somebody as part of our pit lane team fueled by SO. The difficulty is, this is the show that used to be Thursday Tech Talk, but the schedule here at Le Mans is that packed these days. We've got cars out on track at the moment. We had cars out on track at 9 o'clock this morning, which is the earliest ever, I'm reliably informed by Paul Truswell, for a Thursday, because there are 2 support races, and in fact, there are 3 support races. There's the Porsches that are currently out on track. They'll race on Saturday morning. There's a race this afternoon for the Road to Le Mans, part of the the Michelin Le Mans Cup, as it's called these days, with both GT3 and LMP3 cars in it. And in fact, we've needed qualifying sessions, 2 separate qualifying sessions for the Road to Le Mans, and the Porsches are out qualifying now too. Therefore, live pit lane, can't do the tech talk easily.
And, Johnny, the hot one that we were due has arrived.
The hot one?
We've waited many years for a hot one, and we've got a hot one this year. It is stiflingly hot. And what I mean about not having anyone to talk to down in the pit lane, understandably, the drivers and the like are nowhere to be found. They've been put away into their darkened cells. So I would have to really intrude to poke my microphone under a driver's nose. And even the crew, they'll be doing last-minute bits and pieces into tonight's qualifying, and I'd only be just getting in the way. There was literally, no one around. They're all keeping out of this oppressive heat.
Yeah.
Which we're not complaining about. I'm not complaining about the heat. No, I'm not
It's
complaining.
nice and cool in our commentary booth.
It's lovely.
There are sympathies for everyone in the campsite. They're probably soaking up the rays, in fairness, and a couple of cans on the go, maybe.
Yeah, well, I would imagine they're staying very hydrated, although I've heard that beer isn't very good for hydration. I don't know.
Terrible. Absolutely
Apparently.
terrible. And I would not condone drinking in any form. Between now and the top of the hour, so 5 o'clock locally, I'm going to do a little bit of the old Guess the Year competition from previous Le Mans races. It's going to be in 3 stages, so going to start off with a really difficult clue for this one particular year.
Am I allowed to join in?
I don't think you know the answer.
Oh, really?
So you can join in. The gentleman behind you may know the answer. I don't know, but we'll wait and see. But yeah, gentleman. Nick Damon behind you. I'll rephrase that. Sometimes he's a gentleman.
So am I allowed to say out loud, or is this a one for the collective and the listeners?
You can suggest an answer.
Okay.
I don't think you're going to get it from the first clue.
Go on.
Right?
Try.
Here's clue number 1. It was an early exit for both Dorset Racing Associates Lola T294s. Both retired very, very early.
I do not want to spoil it for everyone, and but I'm going to write something.
Got a studio cam here as well, so as you scribble this suggestion down,
I'm going to go for that.
Right, okay. No.
Really?
No.
Okay.
But it's a good guess.
Is it?
Right. So there's your starter for 10, and there'll be 2 further clues between now and 5 o'clock. But we need to look back on qualifying a little bit as well. Stick to the script, Palmer. I'm probably being told.
Can we not talk about the movie that we've just...
listeners on Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM and Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans around the world on radiolemans.com may well have just heard an interview regarding the film that has just been found. Now, they've found a lot of hidden footage, or kind of...
Well, the movie's was made a year or so ago, and it's been on release, I believe, for the last 18 months. It's been available on Blu-ray in certain territories, I think they call it.
Yeah.
I saw it on an airplane.
Can we just make sure everyone knows what we're talking about, though? Steve McQueen, Le Mans film, and was it the 1970 race that they filmed?
Yeah. It is the iconic movie Le Mans. That Steve McQueen...
In the end, wasn't in the race.
But what we're talking about here, the making, everything about the movie Le Mans.
Called Steve McQueen, The Man and Le Mans.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think anyone of a certain age, and if you are a Le Mans fan, I would imagine you've seen this movie. It was made in 1970. They hung around. They took footage from the actual race. They had a camera car with a mounted camera. Certainly not the kind of cameras that you see in-car footage from. The kind of cameras that are the size of a pen. These things were proper, fridge-size movie cameras that were bolted to the front of cars, and footage was gleaned to be used in the movie. And then they hung back, and they continued to film the movie and footage from the movie by using cars on the circuit, and they filmed crash sequences and the like. But there was, the drivers got involved at the time, people like Derek Bell, Joe Bonnier, Jackie Hicks, to name but a few. All were involved. And even the people of the locale were brought in as extras. It was a huge production. And the movie, Steve McQueen, The Man and Le Mans, goes into great depth, and it uses footage that has been unseen. There are interviews with people who were involved. There's interviews with Steve McQueen's son, Chad McQueen, and the insight into this movie. There was a lot. My saying, there's a soap opera behind every garage door. There was a soap opera certainly behind the making of this movie. Many soap operas. Some of it very insightful. Some of it you kind of maybe will change your opinion of Steve McQueen, the man in the movie,
Yeah.
But if you haven't seen the movie Le Mans, shame on you. Call yourself a racing fan. You should, especially if you're into the history of the sport, because the footage that you will see within the movie is phenomenal.
Well, bearing in mind that was Mulsanne Straight days where there were no chicanes.
Yes.
So, I mean, a significant portion of the film is actually just based on the opening lap of the race. And there's no dialogue. It is just cars.
There's very little dialogue for the first something like 18 minutes of the film, of the movie itself. I mean, it's just a fantastic, atmospheric piece of movie history. And I would imagine if you're not a racing fan, then you may struggle with it. If you're into action movies, like, I don't know, pick an action movie or Star Wars or something, then it's not really the movie for you. But for a racing fan, then it's a must. I've got a little sort of anecdotal tale to tell you about this. Hindhoff and I went to the same school together.
Did you?
Or we went to the same school, not together. Hindhoff was a year above me at school, as I'm younger than him. But there was a cinema club at school, and of an evening after school, we'd go to the school hall, and they would screen on a projector at the back of the room. They would screen quite relatively current films, and this would have been in about 75, I think, 75. So the movie would have been about 3 or 4 years old, and this is in the days when you only got premiere screenings on Christmas Day, about 7 years after the movie had been on general release. Hindhoff and I, who were in different school years together, were in that same school hall, and the screening of that movie, Mrs. Lloyd was the teacher behind the cinema club, and Hindhoff and I, that particular couple of hours in that school hall had a massive, massive influence on John and I. And at the time, I was a big motorsport fan. Don't know why, because no one in my family were. It's not like I've been passed this on by my father or something. I was a big Formula One fan and a big motorsport fan, but I hadn't discovered Le Mans by then. Having seen this movie, it had such an effect on me that I immediately went out and went to bookshops and went to a particular second-hand bookshop in the town that I lived and sourced material on this thing called Le Mans. And that in that school hall was where Hindhoff will tell you the same story, where he was influenced in such a way that he went off and he had to find out more about this motor race that they have in France every June. Turns out I was born on the same day in 1962 as Olivier Jean de Bion won for the very last time for a front-engine car. That was ages ago, Gemma. You're probably thinking 1962. Well, did that ever exist? Even yes, but yeah.
Came before 1963.
Born on that very day, that very morning of the afternoon, where Olivier Jean de Bion actually won here on this very tarmac just outside of where we're talking from. So that movie, what I suppose I'm trying to say is that movie had the kind of influence certainly on my life, and I know on John's life. And here we are. Who would have believed it? You know, here we are. I've been coming to Le Mans since 1981. First as a spectator, and then obviously latterly has been so fortunate enough to be part of the Radio Le Mans team. And what the film Steve McQueen, The Man at Le Mans, does, I think, is kind of get into and answer the questions of why Steve McQueen was so driven to make a movie about this race.
Yeah.
And to the point where it was months into production and he didn't even have a plot. He had no plot. He was just out there, trackside, filming cars, staging car sequences, and the movie production people, the people who were funding it, were like, well, where's the plot? You know, where's the screenplay? And it was months into production before they even decided on that. If you haven't seen this film, it's a must. And what I first saw this film on a flight, on a transatlantic flight on American Airlines, and I was aware of the film. I was aware of this Steve McQueen, The Man in Le Mans. And the first thing I did when I got home was I ordered the Blu-ray, which was at the time only available in the United States. Ordered the Blu-ray, and with a couple of friends, watched this film and then back-to-back watched it with the actual movie, because it gives you a different insight. When you're watching the actual movie, you then put the pieces together, and it's fascinating. If you're a movie fan, you'll be fascinated by this film, by this movie, because it's a movie about the making of a movie. Very, very interesting. And the fact that it's about motorsport is even, icing on an already very rich cake.
But it's so interesting to have this footage that's come out so many years after 1971. I'm not sure when this footage was found, but it's a Swiss making of documentary, effectively, that they were filming because they realised that it could be potentially a big thing. And, you hear about classic... I mean, there are missing episodes of, for instance, classic British comedies like Dad's Army that may never be see the light of day again. Hancock's Half Hour, we're missing a load of those as well. And this 1971 film, I mean, it's well documented that McQueen was actually beaten to making his first attempt of a racing project by Grand Prix. Have you seen Grand Prix?
Oh, yes, yeah. I would put them, there's Le Mans and there's Grand Prix. Grand Prix was made in 1966.
Correct.
And if you haven't seen Grand Prix, Gemma, have you seen the movie Grand Prix?
No.
Right, we need to sort that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Has anyone got a copy of Grand Prix on DVD or Blu-ray? Moving on.
Okay.
No.
Okay, hang on. I was a little speechless.
Yeah, you were.
You need to see the movie Grand Prix. Okay. It's a long film. It has a pretty cheesy plot line, but it's based around the 1966 Formula One season.
Okay.
And again, John Frankenheimer was the director. Fabulous film. I would put that movie on the same kind of level of motorsport films. If you would ask me, motorsport films, where do they come? You've got Le Mans, you've got Grand Prix.
Days of Thunder.
And then you've got Days of Thunder. Please don't get me...
So directed by Gabriel Clark and McKenna, debuted at Cannes 2 years ago in 2015, and Steve McQueen available now, as Joe says, on Blu-ray and DVD. You can download it as well through and get own that at least on DVD after incessant pressure. Is available now, and after all this footage was found out of the blue, splendid that it, and made into an additional film, a kind of accompanying film, if you like. But I love the fact that 8.5 miles of this footage was found. It was almost in the stars, the fact that we are at an 8.5 mile racetrack, and that's how long the film reels.
Is that true?
I want it to be, even
it's
if it's not,
yeah,
but
yeah,
it
let's
should
make
be
it
true,
true.
shouldn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I had 1 or 2 requests being fired to me at RSL_studio via Twitter and at Radio Le Mans as well. To repeat the clue, it's probably time that I gave you the second stage of that as well. This is, I mean, you know, it's a fairly obvious feature, but I think it might be quite fun to guess the year of a previous Le Mans 24 hours. So a little earlier on I said this was your first clue. And I'm trusting you here. Don't Google, don't phone a friend, see if you can work it out, because that's what Joe Bradley just tried to do. He was wrong after his 2 guesses.
No, I didn't Google it.
No, I know you didn't.
I thought I knew it, but I was wrong.
So clue number 1, an early exit for both Dorset Racing Associates Lola T294s, one of which driven by Bob Evans. So 2 Dorset Racing Associate Lolas, they exited early on, and one of them was driven by Bob Evans. Your second clue, there was a class victory for Brian Redman. It was a class victory for Brian Redman is your second clue. And if you think you know the year, fire it to at RSL_studio with big gap down to
Days of Thunder third. I mean, yeah, let's compile this. Let's get everyone on board here, and right. So top 3.
Yeah,
I'm going to go so far as to say.
Is this like a?
Right, I'm going to throw this in here, Johnny.
It's a motor racing film, Cool Wall.
Yes.
All right.
I'm going to throw this in. Le Mans.
Yes.
A very close second Grand Prix.
Yes.
And third, the Pinchcliffe Grand Prix.
The Pinchcliffe
Grand Prix. Yes. Who else has heard of the Pinchcliffe Grand Prix?
That sounds like a similar sort of film as the Titfield Thunderbolt. Ever seen that?
Well, I'm going to see just how many real motorsport fans there are out there. The Pinchcliffe Grand Prix.
Okay. I'll write that down. Days of Thunder is wait. Gemma, sorry.
What about the Audi ones? What were they? I've watched them. That was my assignment.
They're documentaries.
Ah, okay.
Well, we can sort of include them because they are films about...
I disagree. They're documentaries.
And he lied. He said it always rains at Le Mans.
Yeah, proved him wrong this time, eh? Jason Statham, not worth your beans, mate.
Driven is nailed to the floor, by the way. That's not changing.
No, not at all.
Good, fine. Can we talk about qualifying now? You were part of the session, but I know you were a little in and out of it. Bruce Jones predominantly was down in the pit lane, part of our pit lane team, fuelled by Esso. I've got the times here, and we expected cars to go pretty quickly last night.
Not as quick as we saw at the test, I noticed. So I think, just to kick this off, Johnny, I think there's a lot more in that tonight.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Gemma's nodding her head as well.
Yeah, I think the general feeling is that we all thought, the conditions are good. There wasn't that threat of rain that disappeared, despite your broadcast. And so, yeah, we all expected to see some mega lap times, and still not so much. So I think, again, they might not be pushing as much as we would like them to see for today, but again, they've got the same sort of scenario, perfect conditions to go faster, but there's clearly something still in the tank, as it were.
We saw a 1:18.7, am I right, Johnny? A 1:18.7 is the quickest time?
3:18.7, yes.
A 3:18. Wow, that was quick. Maybe in another 50 years. A 3:18.7, and then the fastest time at test was a 3:18.1. So we've got over half a second there. I'm gonna.
And test wasn't as warm as this, so you'd expect
that's right.
that they would be going faster, if anything. yesterday compared to the test. So
where's that performance coming from, though, Gemma? I mean, you mentioned that, but it wasn't as warmer. So where can you find that performance? Is it because what you're implying there is it's purely down to grip?
Yeah, and obviously the higher temperatures, as we've mentioned previously, gives you better grip. The problem is when you've got higher temperatures, and the high temperatures we're seeing here, you've got all the other side of the effects. So you can have great grip, but the compound of the tyre can be overheating. You've then got the issue of brake wear. So the brakes are going to be wearing when they're much hotter. I think they get to around 600 degrees Celsius maximum. You've then also got the fatigue of the team, the fatigue of the driver in the hotter conditions, and of course then you've got engine and gearbox temps. So from a tyre point of view, you go, hotter track, better grip, wonderful, but you've got all those other factors, and that's why I was interested in your comment at the test when you said that we usually see faster times in the sessions when it's a bit cooler. And obviously that's when the qualifying sessions are as well.
And you know what, with the performance of any car, it's always a balancing act between all of those elements you've described. And I think what we've seen here in the past is, and I don't want to put a stat on this, but when the sun goes down, the air becomes thicker and the cooler air is denser. So you kind of get a better performance from the engine. And Le Mans is all about the engine, surely. You know, that. All right, there's a lot of time to begin in the Porsche curves, but the rest of the circuit is, straight, brake, turn, straight, brake, turn. But where the compromise of low drag aerodynamics over downforce from the aerodynamics, that compromise comes in the Porsche curves, isn't it? And
Yeah, exactly. And again, that's what you need. You need a setup that can give you minimal drag through the straights, through the Mulsanne straight, but somehow you've got to get temperature into the tyres and get the grip through those Porsche curves. And obviously air density affects downforce as well. It's not a massive thing. I don't recall many teams talking about it, but obviously the higher density of the air, the more downforce you're going to get. Obviously that's not as critical here as we said with the low drag setups, but again it's another factor to consider when you're trying to set your car up for these temperatures.
At Kuiper Hoffman says, don't forget Talladega Nights.
Oh, great insert there. Yes.
At Talladega, not at Talladega Nights, but at Kuiper Hoffman. Thank you for that. We've also had a vote for Rush as well.
Oh, I like that one. I've seen that one.
Oh, yes, Rush is up there. You know what? There's a lot of people belittle that movie, but I loved that. Now, I know that season of Formula One inside out because I followed it so intently as a kid. And the Rush film, I think, they captured the passion they captured the character of James Hunt. And it's a movie, so you have to exaggerate it. But they also captured the technical kind of geekiness of Niki Lauda, because he was renowned as a development driver.
Yep.
And it was him that put Ferrari back on the map in 74, through 75, won the World Championship, and that 76 was a continuation of that. And the scene where Lauda goes to BRM, and the scene in Rush where they're on the pit wall at Brands Hatch, and, there's this dramatic scene of the stopwatch because Lauda's been in the garage with the mechanics overnight and has developed the BRM, the Marlboro-coloured BRM. And then this dramatic scene of the stopwatch and, wow, look how much faster Lauda's made that. You know what? We had to get... How can you get that message of Lauda's technical prowess over? It would take you hours to explain that, but that's what they were trying to do. And people have gone, no, the stopwatching is... It's not about... It's getting that message across. And I think they did a cracking job with that movie.
The responsible adult here at Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans is having some input on this, basically saying Rush was shocking, awful dialogue. So she's clearly not a fan, Eve Hewitt next door.
Yeah,
we're talking about films containing motorsport content, effectively, because of 1971's Le Mans, but also the documentary film that came out in 2015 called Steve McQueen The Man and Le Mans. And by the way, if you want more information, go to the website themanlemans.com. So The Man, TheMan, Le Mans, LEMANS, as you should well know, .com. And that'll give you all the information about how to get hold of the film, which is a documentary after this footage was found after many, many years of basically the 1971 Steve McQueen film being made and filmed at this very circuit. And you can now get it on Blu-ray, DVD, on various downloads.
Emma Crawley, because we are a radio station, she suggested we include the Grand Prix of Gibraltar, which was a radio production.
LP.
It was an LP, Paul Trustwell saying from the background, an LP. Wow. It's not a movie, though, I'm afraid, Emma, so we can't really... As much as it's great and it's brilliant...
It's an LP by Peter Ustinov.
And it's an LP by Peter Ustinov.
Entirely done by Peter Ustinov.
Entirely... Paul.
I don't know the context for this. I don't know the context for this conversation.
We're talking about the Grand Prix of Gibraltar. So, Paul Trustwell, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean... People should know about the Grand Prix of Gibraltar. Peter Ustinov, in about I'm going to struggle with the year. I'll say it was 1962, 1963, something like that. Went into a recording studio in New York, having spent about an hour the previous evening preparing, deciding a few key concepts of what the Grand Prix of Gibraltar would be, and went into a recording studio and recorded it in about 3 takes over the next 8 hours in this recording studio, doing all of the sound effects himself, including the car sounds of going brum, brum, and starting. And there was the sound of Roland Thaxter, who was one of the commentators. His stopwatch was going... The tension is building. And you had Gerling Foss as one of the leading drivers, obviously. People like Olivier Jean de Mal, as opposed to Jean de Bien. I mean, there must be recordings out there on YouTube and things, but if you haven't heard of the Grand Prix of Gibraltar, I mean, marvellous. So, sadly, there was no winner because everybody retired. It was one of those races that had, if anyone ever asks you who won the Grand Prix of Gibraltar, it was the second one, because there had been one previously which had been organised by somebody from Sebring. And terrific. Yes, I thoroughly recommend it. Get on
Thank
with
you,
it,
Paul.
whatever you're doing.
We have several other, by the way, suggestions to add to our little list that we're compiling for good films involving motorsport or telling the stories of various races. I want to go back in a second to the analysis of qualifying yesterday, and also, of course, we're going to be looking ahead to qualifying tonight. That starts at 7 o'clock local time through till 9 p.m. That's qualifying 2. And then qualifying 3 from 10 p.m. through till midnight. And, of course, we're covering every minute of those qualifying sessions here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the track, and globally on radiolemans.com. Also had quite a number of right answers, but Andrew Minette's first guess was incorrect as far as the Guess the Year competition is concerned. I'm pleased that Paul has left the studio because he does know the answer to this. I've got one more clue to give you, but Joe... Do you have something to say?
No.
You're going to step away in a second, aren't you?
Yes. I just wanted to know what movies we're going to insert in there.
OK, fine. Well, here's your clues again for guessing the year. An early exit for both Dorset Racing Associates Lola T294s, one of which was driven by Bob Evans. A class win for Brian Redman. And your final clue is it was Renault's first and only win here at Le Mans. Renault's first and only win here at Le Mans, and there are lots of nodding heads
I know
now.
what that is now.
Lots of nodding heads now.
That was the easy one.
Well, you only get a point, I'm afraid, if you've given 3 clues away, and finally you get it.
Before Gigi rips the headset off my head and takes over the chair, because I know he's been itching to say something, not like him at all. What movie suggestions have we got in our list of?
Yes. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. We mentioned Driven, didn't we? That was nailed to the floor. Talladega Nights we've done as well.
Yeah, brilliant. That's up there.
There was one that I wanted to give a mention to. Lots of correct answers. Ooh, a couple of years out for Frank Jecko. But thank you for getting in touch on @RSL_studio. I've lost them now, Joe.
Pickled Axe is suggesting Full Throttle with Rowan Atkinson as Henry Tim Birkin. I don't think I've seen that. Yeah, I've
Graham's seen that.
Oh, that's a one to put on the list.
What about cars?
Oh, yes, of course. That's got to be up there.
Okay.
And there's a new Cars coming out, of course. Cars
I get the
3.
feeling Gemma's seen that.
Yes.
Yes.
Definitely.
Stroker Ace?
Stroker Ace. The green helmet. That was a pretty good footage.
I mean, basically, there are lots and lots of films that we can put above Driven, but between Driven and Le Mans, because I still think that Le Mans
I'm
is top
interested,
of the
Johnny,
list.
Before I hand over to Graham, I want to know if anyone else out there has seen the Pinchcliffe Grand Prix. Come on.
Yeah.
Who else has seen the Pinchcliffe Grand Prix? Because it is a classic motor racing film.
This Honest Abe says, I prefer documentaries to films and just watched 2 fantastic ones, McLaren and the 24-Hour War. Hashtag Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. So there's a couple to check out as well. If you stick in that hashtag, by the way, hashtag Mobil 1, the number 1, and then the letters RLM, that will make it pretty easy as well for us to find relevant tweets to this show, which is Le Mans Live. We're nearly 3 minutes to the hour, so we'll be cycling through our guests in a moment or two, continuing to talk about last night's qualifying session, which ran between 10 p.m. and midnight. If you weren't around for that, I'm well aware that the campsites are still filling up slowly. Some of the best places will have gone by now, I reckon, but there's still room, clearly, for a lot of British fans and a lot of fans from elsewhere around Europe, elsewhere around the world, to fill the campsites in readiness for, we hope, for qualifying tonight. And, of course, the race that starts at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon through till Sunday. Graham Goodwin has joined me, Johnny Palmer, and Gemma Hatton of Racecar Engineering, one of the technical writers at Racecar Engineering. We thank her for being part of this Le Mans Live. Tell me what we're going to see then later on tonight, because it's very, very warm. You've just entered the box, Graham.
It's incredibly warm. Lots of cars going around really quickly, but I can be more descriptive of that if you like. I think we're going to see some very quick times tonight, Johnny. It was sort of phony war last night. Don't think again we're going to see ultimately the pace we will see in the race from the GTE Pro cars. I think we saw a pretty good lap time last night from Nicky Team in the Aston Martin. I think we are going to see further records broken in LMP2, and we are going to see a pole setting time in LMP1, which might or might not be an ultimate record time around here. I think there was definitely more to come. I don't know what you think, Gemma, but certainly that was how I was reading it. I'm not saying they weren't trying, but I think there was more to give. And if we do get a little bit cooler tonight, which at the moment doesn't seem likely, that can only help.
But also you've got the added factor that, as you mentioned, Johnny, the schedule here has meant we've had track running all day. Now, I'm not sure how normal that is.
Not.
Okay. Which also meant we couldn't drive on the public road sections of the track this morning when we were there.
Not safely, anyway.
Well, yes. About 8 o'clock this morning. So the fact that, those roads have been closed since that time and we've had running on the track evolution, it's going to be in the best sort of condition as well. So that could be, add another couple of tenths here and
more
there.
rubber down, less green. And we'll see. I think it was sort of felt as if it was winding up to something, but then, as has often been the case, you'll get just a small incident on the track, a slow zone here, a yellow flag there, and all of a sudden the heat goes out at that moment, and they move on to another part of the job list, and that moment's lost. But the quick running really came early in the session, didn't it? And I think we're going to see the same again. It was reasonably quiet. Most of the teams have got through the laps they need to get through. And I think we'll see some very, very quick running. If you're here at the circuit, get to the trackside, because you're going to see these cars going, I think, as quickly as you're going to see them going all weekend.
That's Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com. Thank you to Gemma Hatton as well from Racecar Engineering. We'll get plenty more of Gemma on air later on this evening and also into the race as well. But Gemma's going to step away and be replaced in a moment by Bruce Jones. You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2017 and the DuraGarages.com weather heading into the 5 o'clock hour here on Le Mans Live. Temperature's not as high as yesterday, but nevertheless, we've had a high of 26 today, 26 degrees Celsius. It's going to dip to 9 tonight, but even at midnight, we're expecting it to be about 12 or 13 degrees Celsius. Very little wind either. I mean, 25k, 18k here and there. So weather systems are coming and going, but at relatively slow speed. And it could be, again, another uncomfortable night. But we'll be qualifying here till midnight. There's no track action at all here on Friday, and it's set to be another warm and sunny day on Saturday and even hotter on Sunday. That is the DuraGarages.com weather here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
Hello, I'm Aston Martin Works driver Darren Turner. Thanks to Dura, you could be joining me at Base Performance Simulators in Oxfordshire. It's a full day, including breakfast and lunch, and you and a friend will get to try our GT and single-seater simulators. This special Dura race school is on the same equipment that the pro drivers use to hone their skills away from the track. For the chance to join us on this exclusive Dura Day Out, go to www.duragarages.com/Le Mans to answer the 2 simple questions.
Live from trackside, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, engineered to perform.
Thank you for joining Le Mans Live on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans with Johnny Palmer, Bruce Jones and Graham Goodwin. We're available around the circuit on 91.2 FM and globally on radiolemans.com. And just to mop up a little thing from the previous hour, I was running a Guess the Year competition, no prizes, and you might get a mention, I suppose, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, Graham.
It's a bit mean.
I know it is. I'd maybe be able to find a bag of Haribo in the back there for you, possibly. Some sweeties. Here were your clues. An early exit for both Dorset Racing Associates Lola T294s, one of which was driven by Bob Evans. The second clue was there was a class win for Brian Redman. And the third clue was it was Renault's first and only win here at Le Mans. The year was, chaps?
What was the last clue? Sorry, I was so wrapped up in the Dorset Racing bit.
1977.
There I was thinking 76 or 76.
It was 1978.
No!
That was my second guess.
Yes. And we did have many people.
I'm leaving now.
No, stay. We want to keep you going on this bad vein.
We had so many people get the correct answer in the end, and the Renault one swung it. And Graham was convinced he knew it. And in fact, the sweeties have arrived.
I have to say, that's not the most generous bag of Haribo for
possibly
for
not. But
I think they've been licked and put back in the bag.
I didn't promise any prizes at the beginning of it. By the way, later on tonight we will be doing proper competitions. By the way, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans proper competitions
for points
with actual better than points. Actual prizes.
Wow.
Not like Le Mans Live.
You mentioned Dorset Racing and the Lola. Can I just say, actually, at a Lola moment, it is Eric Broadley's funeral today, or has been Eric Broadley's funeral today, and a moment of thought. I mean, it's been a long time since we've not had a Lola chassis here at Le Mans 24 Hours. That's a very recent thing. My entire time here, they've been a big part of the grid. Most of it beyond Eric's time in charge, but a real loss. And I know we'll be hearing his name in the run-up to the race.
And I think anybody looking back at the history of Lola, if you're born, after 1970, you wouldn't appreciate, and therefore started appreciating from, let's say, 85 onwards, you would miss the enormity of what Lola became, not only the designer of some of the most beautiful racing cars that ever went out on the circuit, but just the sheer breadth of what they achieved.
Well, I mean, Indy.
Absolutely.
Formula 1, did not reach the heights, did win a Grand Prix, albeit with the Honda badged car. We wouldn't have had the Ford GT40 without Eric Broadley. That wouldn't have happened. The T70, just a fantastic piece of
Such an ugly car.
Can-Am success. Yeah. Formula 5000. And so many single-seaters up and down. What a legacy. Fabulous stuff. And
phenomenal.
What a life.
But as with so many people of his ilk, such meagre, amateurish beginnings, but of course in the 1950s with, people designing cars to go out racing.
Absolutely.
Created in their garage or a lock-up round the corner, and off they went.
And, part of a breed, a generation of entrepreneurs, if you like, entrepreneurial engineers that really you could look back now and say, we talk now about the carbon fibre triangle. That's where it started. It started with people like Eric Broadley, with people like Colin Chapman, and others. And that's a huge legacy. That's one of the very few areas in industry that actually we could say we're still proud to be British.
Oh, absolutely so. But in many cases, they created these cars and sold some in order to finance their own racing.
Absolutely.
That is simply all they were looking to achieve. And yet it grew and it grew and it grew. And for decades, the British government has completely ignored the success of the global success of the motorsport industry that is so extraordinary in the UK. I remember Colin various politicians, and they just haven't been interested. And you think, hold on, this is a world-leading market, and it just takes the wind out of your sails.
Tell a story
Go on.
from my long past career. There are those around that may not know that I spent 20 years actually as a civil servant, as a government press officer, and worked for a number of fascinating people, including Lord Hesketh, by the way, as a government minister. But before
he was the whip?
It was after that. He was a Minister of State. In fact, filled the same ministerial brief as Lord Drayson did somewhat later. But after that, worked for the Sports Minister. And we went at a particular time, I think it was would have been 92, to the Williams Grand Prix factory and for a ministerial visit, and fabulous it was. And late in the day, we went and met Frank and Patrick Head, and we met the drivers, and fabulous. For someone like me, you can imagine it was like kid in a sweet shop time. And I remember vividly the conversation, and it was my then minister, whose blushes I will spare, basically saying he felt they should be paying more tax, and them saying that they felt that they should be taken more seriously as effectively ambassadors for what the UK could actually achieve. That was the debate, still is.
Isn't it just?
But
how many other industries would you ping for being global leaders?
In the UK? In the UK?
Yeah. Anyhow, we needn't go
Think
there.
on that one. Think on that
Come
one.
back to us tomorrow.
On Twitter.
A number of people got 1978, by the way, and I'm just trying to give you all a mention. Joshua Smith was certainly correct,
Well
and
done, sir.
I've got a fresh year to take us through this hour. So this is again 3 clues. Guess the year of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. No prizes, and don't Google or phone a friend. See if you can pick it out from the memory banks. One of the Pescarolo team's cars raced with only 2 drivers and retired after 20 laps. One of the Pescarolo team's cars raced with only 2 drivers and retired after 20 laps. Ooh. It's deliberately obscure, the first one, and then things get... Oh, great.
I do know.
Okay.
I do know.
All right.
I do know.
Don't tell anybody. We are peering back at qualifying from last night and looking ahead to qualifying this evening. Now, I've got the times, and something very, very special happened within LMP2, didn't it?
It was an all-time lap record in LMP2, qualifying and race lap record, previously held. It's almost one for Twitter, isn't it? But previously held, it was a decade-old mark set by Jos Verstappen in a Porsche Aura Spider back in 2008. It was a 3:32 back then. That had already been smashed to pieces at the test day, but of course that's not an official session. So the first official sessions came with qualifying, and yeah, we had a number of drivers blasting their way through that mark, and I think there's a lot more still to come. Before test day, we were being told by more or less everybody in Orica land, at least, that 3:26 was possible. We've not been close to that yet, or even 3:25, but 3:32 has gone.
Victor Rad's already right on the year, by the way. At RSL_studio, if you think you know the answer. Pescarolo team's car with only 2 drivers and retired after 20 laps. Bruce Jones, you were about to say?
Well, I was just about to say, picking up on the lap record thing, I think that has to be prefaced by saying qualifying lap record. I'm so set in my ways. Lap record is only something that could be set in a race. But I know where you are going with that. But the fact that, about 7 or 8 of the P2 runners under that mark. But the one thing that really focused my attention last night, and clearly focused the attention of a lot of the teams, was the number of P2 cars that were braking.
Yep.
And very early in the session was quite weird. We lost the first 20 minutes because of barrier repairs. So it did change the way they were going to run those 2 hours, because we knew that it was starting to cool. But I tell you, when I walked out at midnight, it was still saying 28 degrees on the thermometer by pit entry. So it wasn't cooling a great deal. But a lot of them their hands were forced to go towards just getting their drivers through their runs. But it wasn't any one mark in particular in P2 that was braking. It was all of them. We had the Oricas, we had the Delaras, Ligiers, and the Sol Riley, which had endless problems because of a leak in its air conditioning system.
I'll have some news about that car later.
Have you? Okay, good. Yeah. But I mean, it was, and then the sensor kept on failing accordingly. But apparently, a lot of the teams are suffering from just so much vibration in the car. And that Riley, which Ben Keating said was basically bought because they thought it was going to be reliable and achieved a good result at Daytona. But here, well, as always, teams say, we hope we've just got those problems out of the way. But so many cars were in and out of their garages a lot. It wasn't just one problem.
Well, we said, didn't we? I mean, we effectively lost 3 LMP2s to the session, at least for substantial parts of the session, within the first 40 minutes. We had the fire for the SMP Dallara. We had the oil pump failure for the 37 Jackie Chan DC racing car, and then the electrical failure for the Settlova Lorba Corsa car, which did rejoin the session. But looking at that potential level of fragility across a 24-hour race, and particularly if the heat stays like this, it is going to show up some more frailties of those cars. And we came back to a discussion point we had last night, which is not how far can a P2 car come up the order, but how far can a GTE car come up the order. And we know those cars are quick, and we know those cars are reliable. They were likely to stay out the garage more than the P2 cars. Very new. It feels very late, the P2.
It really does, and the thing that gets me is the fact that P2 cars have never looked better. The level of preparation, they are where P1 teams were not so long ago without manufacturer backing for the best ones. The Manor were looking very good last night. I must say, CEFC, Manor Racing, it's not an acronym that really runs off the tongue very smoothly, but China Energy, blah, blah, company.
Right.
But the cars look really good and were going very well. But the cars look great, but they will all be going into tonight's qualifying and the race. Well, hopefully not in the race, but I'm sure if it stays hot, with a little doubt in their mind.
Well, we've seen in recent years, guys, where we've had new or newish cars coming to endurance racing. The one I'm particularly thinking of was when Toyota's program started. We got to Bahrain, it went into the night, but it was really warm. And things started to break, things started to fail, things like light panels. And because that was not meant at that stage to be a race car but a development car, they just weren't ready to change those bits. And it took them something like 45 minutes to change a light panel because they needed to deconstruct the side of the car. But I think that's the kind of race we're going to see for a number of those LMP2 teams. We're going to see some speed. We're not going to see them going as quickly in the race as we are going to see, I think, this evening, unless there's a real chase for silverware towards the end of the race. But I wonder whether or not this is GT Pro's year for a real storybook finish.
If the P2 leader could get maybe, let's say 3 or 4 laps lead, they're still not going to feel safe with that, are they? Because the thing could break at any time.
Yeah. And I think another thing we need to stress is there are a handful of teams in P2 that are new to this level of motor racing. So they will, I think, just want a car that can last. They want to be able to run through the 24 hours to prove they can do it. To come back next year might be a much harder task for them to do so because of this fragility. But then you look at the calibre of the teams in GTE Pro, successful, decades of experience, manufacturer backing predominantly. You expect those cars to run and run.
Worth actually, there will be a lot of people here whose big fix for the year for sports car racing, endurance racing, is this race. They'll be sitting there now, I hope, enjoying their day, sitting in the campsites. The difference this year from last year is that, it's the Legion. All the cars have the same engine. It's a fabulous Gibson V8 engine, polishing out something like 600 brake horsepower, much, much more, almost 100 horsepower more than we saw the cars with last year. 4 permissible chassis suppliers, all 4 are represented here, with Orica with 14 cars. I think it's 7 Ligiers, 3 Dallaras and a single Riley Multimatic. I'll come back to the Riley Multimatic in a moment. And you've got that choice. So, it really has come down to who's built the better train set at this point. And the answer, in terms of pace at the moment, by a long chalk, is Orica. They filled the first 13 places in the 25-car grid at the test day with just one car. I think it was the 39 car, had an alternator problem at the test day. But then they were squabbling away for basically best of the rest. The best of the rest was something like 3 seconds down. And here, and in a single class with the same engine, that's just not good enough.
Yeah, obviously, if you look down the timesheets, you go, hold on, there's another manufacturer there. You say Alpine. Now, why is that the same as an Orica?
Because it is. I mean, basically, the only difference between the Alpine and the Orica is that the Alpine is a completely Orica-built car. It's exactly the same as the 07, with the exception of 1 additional chassis plate. So it is homologated both as an Orica and as an Alpine. So it's basically a brand awareness exercise for Alpine, part of the Renault empire, ahead of them relaunching the brand into the road car markets. And we saw the prototype here last year.
Beautiful.
Relaunching, I believe, later this year. That car.
I think you're right. I remember it, I'm fairly sure. Now, talking of interesting cars, did you go to the launch of the Panos electric green 4U thing?
I didn't, but I have seen it.
Yes.
We have, as Daily Sports Car interviewed Dr. Don and others about it. And this is Well, it's an EV, so an all-electric GT car with a road car equivalent styled by Peter Stevens, who Le Mans aficionados will recall styled the McLaren F1.
And didn't that do rather nicely in 1995?
Well. And the trick thing about this, it's not the first time we've seen an asymmetric GT car. So in other words, the cockpit is to one side of the body, not in the middle. The other side is filled by the battery packs, which are exchangeable. So in the time it would normally take you to
fuel the
car, you can change the battery pack, which at the moment is not possible in the cars we've actually got out there. There's no immediate race plan agreed for that car. It could end up in IMSA. It could end up in Europe. They certainly, I think, are looking for a future slot as a Garage 56 car here. Many people are pointing the finger and saying it's pretty or it's not. To be honest with you, don't think that's the point. It's about the technology. And it certainly, if their plans come together, it will be, in endurance racing at least, the first fully electric car rather than a hybrid or some kind of compound hybrid solution that we'll have seen. So let's wait and see. But Don Panos, who's been responsible for a number of innovations, some of which have worked, some of which haven't, and thankfully behind the genesis of the American Le Mans series, he lives on to fight again, doesn't he?
He certainly does. And, I mean, left field seems to be the approach. And think back to those mighty Panoses that I think they surfaced in about 1997, wasn't it? And
sitting at the entrance, the 97 car.
In weather like this weekend, an engine in front of the driver wasn't the driver's friend. Boy, oh boy, did it cook them. And some drivers just seem much more susceptible to having feet that overheat. We saw David Brabham, not in Panos, he had it. Mark Goossen's always suffered. And, I don't know if they've got slightly thinner skin on their feet, but just the thought of racing.
Thin-skinned Mark Goossen's, yep.
I didn't say that.
Thinner.
All drivers are thin-skinned, aren't they?
Thinner-skinned. Just before I forget the point, I did say that I'd give you a little bit of
news about the Riley.
About the Riley. Riley Multimatic, effectively the fourth chassis. There's only a couple of those cars in captivity in private hands. It's also the chassis that's the basis of the Mazda DPI in the IMSA series. 50-50 project between Riley Technologies, Bill and Bob Riley, and Multimatic, Larry Holt and his company, who are here this weekend, not just with that car, but also with the Ford GTs. They build the road cars on behalf of Ford Motor Company. The news is that Multimatic will be taking the lead role now in that car. The car does require, it seems, some development and some basic analysis to see whether or not the problem solving can be done. I can tell you that an example of that car is right now in the ex-Lola wind tunnel, being looked at by Multimatic to see what needs to be done, whether or not that be, going back to talk about durability with the wheel makers, or whether or not that means potentially even a rehomologation for the car. But there is, I think that's very positive news for, the marketplace. It's been done principally, let's be clear, because of the factory effort that is the Mazda, the beautiful Mazda.
It is stunning,
DPI.
isn't it?
It's
really great
fantastic.
looking car.
But that's another company, as with, Ligier after their performance thus far, is taking a step back and looking for a solution to the issues that are arising. Let's wait and see.
Many people's ears will have pricked up when you mentioned Ford GT road car. That is happening then.
Oh, yeah.
And
building 3 a week.
3 a week? When do they become available?
When you've got enough money to actually buy one.
So you could actually buy one today then? It's not the end of the year
I
launch?
think, and Bruce, you may know more than I do about this one, I think they've sold out that run of cars.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think they sold out within nanoseconds of it being announced. It's already out. It's been out. I think Motorsport magazine's got a test of one at the moment. I think Andrew Frankel's taken out. Mine hasn't arrived yet.
No, I've asked for one in orange, but I'll be honest with you, it was quite rude. They just turned away and walked away. I don't quite know why.
Strange. To match your T-shirt that people will be able to see on the studio cam. Yes. It's a nice shade, that, but I can see why it wouldn't work on a Ford GT at the same time.
Now, hold on, look at this on Studio Cam. Do you think we worked well at the Gulf launch earlier today? Powder blue and orange?
Almost as if you arranged it.
All the people at Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans would have thought, you of all people, Johnny Palmer, would have appreciated a man in an orange shirt.
Needs to be tangerine, Graham. Needs to be tangerine. It's a subtle difference.
Winning colour.
Yes. It is indeed. The great history of the Ford GT40 here at Le Mans, and that car, the Ford GT, looks a bit like a GT40. It's supposed to echo the lines, isn't it?
After several pints of lager.
Maybe. With its teardrop cockpit and the air flows through the car, but is the air not flowing through the car particularly well this week? Because they're off again in provisional qualifying. It's not quite as bad as 7 seconds. It's 2 seconds now. Have they got more to give, though, later on tonight? We'd be surprised if they haven't got more to give.
I think they've all got more to give, with the possible exception of Aston Martin. I think they were showing us more or less what they've got. Remember that the best time last year was a 3:51 and a 3:52 in these conditions from the Aston Martin, the oldest car, let's not forget, in the class. Is not bad going.
I think I need to throw something else in. During last night's 2 hour initial qualifying session, there were various periods, actually quite a few periods, where we had slow zones around the circuit, and I think it spiked a lot of the guns. So we will see. We will be going faster.
Well, we've inevitably got to deal with balance of performance. Now and again, in deference to those that are not regular motorsport goers, what is balance of performance? Well, it's a process which is designed to allow a wide variety of race cars to compete in the same class. It's helped enormously in terms of the size and the stability of grids, particularly when you've got factory efforts involved down through the years. But there is a debate at the moment as to whether or not it's gone a little too far. And what you've got now are these very different GT cars, the GTE cars, with, well, some brand new, some actually with some heritage behind them, and stand up the Aston Martin, and it's probably its last year as the factory representative. And it's various measures through weight, through power restriction, through ride height, through all sorts of other things, that you get to the point where you try to give these guys an even chance of competition. The problem is, with a system like that, is you've got incredibly clever people who are very dedicated to the cause of making sure that that actually does provide that opportunity. And then what happens is that these massive motor manufacturers go away and pay even cleverer people to find ways that they can get around that. That's why we hear things like sandbagging. That's why we hear about, we're not seeing what they've actually got. The reality is we've not seen what they've got. The only question is, how much are they kidding us? Is the Ford GT going to be the quickest car here this weekend? I actually believe it's not going to be. I actually believe there's only really one thing we can do about this moving forward. I think the Ferraris are going to be quick. I think the Porsche is going to be mighty quick. We've seen what the Aston Martin's got. Corvette, I think, have got a prayer, but they were given a kick in the pants after the test day after being quickest.
Yep.
And that's sort of what's wrong with the system. Show what you've got, and you basically get punished for it, and I don't like it.
At RSL_studio, when you're tweeting, include the hashtag Mobil1RLM. Josh Barrett's sure he saw a Ford GT road car in Great Dunmow a few weeks ago, but then Declan Brennan counteracts that by saying 2019 is the first scheduled delivery for customers for the Ford GT.
I reckon he would have seen it. He would have seen it. I think they're going to come sooner because they're out in the hands of journalists at the moment. Great Dunmow, Essex, Ford headquarters in the UK.
Maybe that's in the States.
There were two. There were two. Ford UK have got 2 demonstration cars, without a doubt.
But is Declan talking about when the cars are available across the Atlantic, perhaps?
My understanding is that there are cars have been delivered to some of their owners.
Okay.
Well, as long as they get them out and drive them on the road and we get to see them, that's good.
Exactly. Yes, that's my biggest hope at this stage is seeing one, frankly.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
As I continue to collect the pennies together. We're doing Guest of the Year for this hour. I've already given you one clue. There are no prizes on this. It's purely just to get a mention. If you tweet it to at RSL_studio, stick the hashtag Mobil1RLM in the tweet as well. I've already given you the first clue. One of the Pescarolo team's cars raced with only 2 drivers and retired after 20 laps. The second clue for this year is Luxury Racing took class pole position in a GT2 Ferrari. Luxury Racing took class pole position in a GT2 Ferrari. What year did that happen here at Le Mans? At RSL_studio, at hashtag Mobil1RLM. We're continuing to talk about qualifying from last night and looking ahead to this evening's double session as well. So we've dealt with LMGT Pro. GTE AM is favourable if you're an Aston Martin fan because the 98 car looked strong last night, but the gap was, well, it was half a second back to the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche. Got Aston, Porsche, Ferrari and Chevrolet Corvette represented in the top 5 times, though. Yeah,
it's only a second covering the top 5 times, so blink and you miss it. I'll just go back to the element, the fact we had these slow zones. It could really sort itself out, but to me, I still just love that Aston Martin rumble going round. But in terms of appearances, I think that the TF Sport livery of this sort of matte, almost a matte metallic blue.
It is, yes.
With a darker
Pearlescent.
shade of blue and these yellow hexagons over it. It just really works. Maybe it was night time, maybe it was my brain, but
and with the image of Ataturk on the roof of the car. Now, was it yourself that came up with the little nugget that Sally Yoluk in that car was not the first Turkish driver?
Well, I decided there was one that I'd interviewed here 10, 12 years ago. I know you went looking. Then I pulled a name out of my head which isn't right, which is Arkan Arka, who races in Germany and for a long time. But I'm still not convinced. But I didn't have a time in the pit lane to go and find it. But I remember at the time thinking, isn't it great? We're starting to get drivers from more and more countries coming to play here. We've had drivers, from a lot in the last decade that have been the first from their country to do it.
Syrian driver coming here.
Yes,
not that
about
long ago.
5 or 6 years ago.
Yes, indeed. And
it well could be him that I thought was Turkish.
And we've had in recent years as well with the likes of Khaled Al Khawazi, Abdulaziz Al Faisal, more drivers coming from the Gulf scene. We're now seeing, and increasingly with the growth of the Asian Le Mans series, Southeast Asia beginning to be represented far more. Great to see Clearwater Racing here with 2 cars. They're going to be big fan favourites. The cars look magnificent. They are a very friendly, welcoming team, and they're bringing with them, a goodly proportion of their team, both in the garage and in the cars, from the region. It's not just a commercial effort selling that entry. It's great to see.
Yeah, and clearly in years to come we're going to have many more Chinese drivers coming to do the
100%.
race and so on. It's just funny when you see whole packs of people being walked around the paddock who are coming over either as potential sponsors or in some cases, let's not beat about the bush, potential future manufacturers who are going to be competing here. It can't be that far off next decade.
This space. There are certainly moves at the moment for some names that you will know being alliance with some names that you don't know yet. And I think that will be coming and remarkably quickly. One of the great things about the Le Mans 24 Hours that doesn't really impact on, well, for the most part, for us either, but we get to hear about it in the days and the weeks that follow, are the meetings that are going on here. It is a very busy week indeed on the commercial front here. This is where the motorsport world comes together. We were talking about some of the faces from other parts of motorsport that will be here this weekend, including the F1 teams and organisers. And there's a lot of business being done. That's a very positive thing. And in some cases, that's going to lead to programmes that we might see next year, we might see in 3 or 4 years. You talked about the Panos, the Green for You car. Will we see that next year? No, we won't. But we might see it in 2 years. We might see it racing somewhere within 12 months' time or 18 months' time. And that's the kind of stuff that's happening here. And that's part of the buzz for me. Yes, it's great to see the cars on track, but actually what's happening behind those nuances that you start to get a sniff of, that, journalistically you can kind of scrabble away like a foraging terrier. They're the kind of things that do float my boat, rather than just the kind of pat, here's a press statement. No, come on, let's find out what's going on.
Entirely so. But you also get people who are wealthy enough to fund the creation of a supercar in their own name or whatever. But they come along here and some of them realise this is a foot in the door. You might see those cars in car magazines. You might never see them again. But some of them, that's the foot in the door to potentially having a race programme. And it could be 5, 6, 10 years up the line.
Yeah.
And it depends if they keep that multi-billionaire keeps their interest and wants to go forward, doesn't find the hurdles too high, can clear them. But there's much more in that paddock than you realise.
Oh, absolutely.
A lot of the time you think, shall I dismiss it? Oh, someone else had a supercar design. I'm not dissing it.
No.
But some of them are far more serious than you realise.
They are. And I think the other thing is, I think most of us have experienced this. Well, you'll bump into someone who's now deeply ingrained in one of these programmes that reveals that they met you years before, possibly in the Smoking Dog, and were part of a wider conversation, and that lit the fire. And that's a great thing. That actually, that these are people that go away, think about it again, look at the numbers, reject that, come up with a revised plan. Maybe 3 years further down the line, all of a sudden, you can introduce somebody else, and bang, away you go.
Yeah. Well, another thing, just as we have the rumble in the background, the first race of the meeting, it's the Michelin Road to Le Mans race, rumbling past, and it's such a giant field. I think the first runners are up getting towards the Dunlop curve, and the last ones are just accelerating past our commentary position. But another place I get to see a lot of these cars is the supercar run at the Festival of Speed at Goodwood.
Yes.
You see these cars with names you've never heard of, and yet maybe a handful of years up the line.
Ferrari, that'll never make it.
No, exactly.
Exactly 5:30. That was the time that this race was due to kick off for 55 minutes. Jack Shalawski just checking about the question as far as guess the year is concerned for this hour. Claiming that the Ferrari can't have taken GT2 pole if it's the year that he thinks it was. I didn't say it was GT2 pole. I said it was a class pole position, and the Ferrari had GT2 in its title when Luxury Racing put their car on a class pole position, and one of the Pescarolo team's cars raced with only 2 drivers and retired after 20 laps. We have a number of people getting that year correct. There is one further clue to come, which is the easiest of the 3, and I'll tell you what year it is just before 6 o'clock. It's Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2017, around the circuit on 91.2 FM and globally on radiolemans.com. Graham Goodwin, Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer. And just want to head away from the track action yesterday night and tonight just to talk about, for a few moments, the Sean Edwards Foundation, which is a non-profit organisation focusing on raising safety awareness in motorsport. And they work directly with drivers, teams and tracks to conceive and implement risk mitigation initiatives throughout all levels of racing. Going to give you a bit more information on how to find out more details about this. But Sean, really still sadly missed, isn't he? I remember sitting next to him at the Nürburgring in 2012 when he'd done something like, I think he was due to be doing 7 24-hour races in the same year.
Oh, it's ludicrous.
And he'd done several of those already. And we still remember Sean with much fondness for this event as well.
Oh, hugely so. But the thing that really gets... We all have our own dealings with drivers, and I always found Sean fantastic to do. Was always a smile just on the edge of his face, because he's normally done incredibly well, just taken another Porsche Super Cup pole or whatever. But it's the affection he's held in by so many of his contemporaries.
Yes.
That really is the measure of the man, because they got to see him. We tend to see drivers when they're on duty, when they're tough. But a lot of these drivers did driver coaching with Sean and had, no doubt, many an evening out. And they're the ones whose opinion you have to totally trust in the whole thing.
The worst part about for those that aren't aware, Sean was killed in a terrible accident, driver coaching someone down under. Problem with the Porsche that they were driving into a barrier, car caught fire and succumbed to his injuries. Terrible. And I remember exactly where I was and what I was doing when I got that call. But he was, the worst part of it almost, and it's all awful, was that he was absolutely on the cusp of a breakthrough to, taking a further step up. No doubt in my mind that was a lad that was destined to be a Porsche factory driver. He'd had racing success. He'd come through those difficult late teenage years. He had a bit of a few wilderness years. Franz Conrad got hold of him, knocked him back into shape, and I can recall very vividly the moment I met him for the first time in a couple of years. I followed him through with a bit of British GT, and he wandered up to me with hand outstretched in a racing paddock to reintroduce himself. I actually at that moment didn't recognise him as a changed lad, and from that moment on, absolutely a firm favourite. He'd always been talented, but his attitude was right, his outlook was right, always a smile, absolutely focused, utter tragedy, and it's great to see the foundation carrying on that memory.
Yeah, that happened in October 2013. He'd taken back-to-back Dubai 24-hour wins, triumphing in the Nürburgring 24 hours as well, and as you say, on the cusp of taking the Porsche Super Cup Championship. So the Sean Edwards Foundation has a number of committed volunteers helping the foundation amplify its message, raise funds and promote safety initiatives. Ambassadors will, at their convenience and discretion, share the SEF, the Sean Edwards Foundation communications with their social media followers, appear at events and be relied upon to help progress initiatives from inception to realisation. And we have several ambassadors taking part this weekend, including, amongst others, in P1, Nick Tandy, El Bamba, Oliver Webb, Marco Bononomi in P2, Bruno Senna and Jeroen Bleekemolen. A couple in GTE Pro as well, Andy Prio, Sam Bird, Kevin Estre, and a number of drivers, can't mention them all unfortunately, but in GTE AM, Francesco Castellacci, Ben Barker, Klaus Bachler, but also some drivers in this race that's taking place now, the Road to Le Mans, Alex Torrell, Andy Merrick and Phil Keane as well. So I just wanted to take a moment to mention about the Sean Edwards Foundation and the relevant ambassadors.
Absolutely, and Alex leading the race at the moment, by the way, in the Norma. That
there we
looks
go.
to be a mountain to climb for the 29 Ligiers, by the way, in this race. 3 Normas and 1 Ginetta.
Okay, so we will keep you updated with what's going on in this race, by the way. Also, a reminder that the proper competition that I'll talk about now and will be mentioned on several occasions later on in the qualifying sessions as well. But the IHG Rewards Club competition, there are 2 VIP hospitality passes up for grabs for this event, and all you need to do is ideally be here already because we're judging your campsite setup. So presumably you're either arriving now or you've been here for a day or so, and so we want to see a picture of your team on your mat, your rug with your picnic basket and whatever, and a big tent if possible, and maybe a beer mountain. Not that I was condoning drinking earlier on, certainly, and I'm not doing so now, but anything that is going to impress us. Take a picture of your team and your setup, and make sure that we know that you're set up for the race to come. And there are 2 VIP hospitality passes for the best. This is going to be judged at some point tomorrow, probably lunchtime on Friday. If you include the Twitter handle at RSL_studio, but also make sure you include at IHG Rewards Club. That's the key one. IHG Rewards Club with the hashtag IHG Racing, and there are 2 VIP hospitality passes up for grabs for the best campsite setup.
Should immediately disqualify, by the way, because I know we're going to get it, that the Jota Sport guys are not allowed to send in pictures of their mobile home they've got here, which has been dubbed Jota McJotaface, for the Jackie Chan DC Racing team, the super yacht-like splendour that is those surroundings. But yeah, there are some fantastic kind of setups to the campsites around it. It's always great to actually be part of the other side of the fence and have a wander around and see what was going on.
But it's the fact that the planning went into it before people left home to drive the whole way here. But I would suggest, with it being set hot for the weekend, anything that's got a paddling pool but with a shade over the top of it, I think would be a sensible start. So you could stay chilled.
Particularly pleased one year, and I think it's been here a couple of years, to see the entirely accurately golf-liveried Bristol VRT open-top double-decker, which someone had clearly driven all the way from the UK. Fabulous effort, boys and girls.
Months and months of planning, and it's all the more appreciated. And at any campsite you go, some are more specialist than others, but it's always entertaining to see what your fellow lunatics, your fellow fans of this beloved race of ours have got up to in the planning for the event.
Some suggestions from Stuart Hart about Ford. This is according to a German press report, so I can't confirm or deny it from our point of view. But Ford and IMSA pushing for a DPI, selling it to management as a world platform potentially. This is part of suggestions that the ACO will accept DPI and manufacturers into the non-hybrid side of LMP1 from 2020. Does there need to be some link up between DPI and what we have in P1? Because there are five factory cars in P1.
My answer, yes, we need to find a solution to this. We need more coming together, less division throughout motorsport. Certainly between the ACO and IMSA, this has been nonsense, gone a little too far, if you ask me. Yes, LMP1 hybrid is troublesome at the moment. It is not the world economy that it was 5 years ago when the WCH started. The mess that, I'm afraid, Volkswagen and Audi Group have made of their own affairs has been not a good thing, and it's been put that very firmly in that court. And yes, they need to find that solution. What are we going to see in 2020? Well, we've got a press conference tomorrow from the ACO where we should see the shape of regulations, or at least the royal framework of regulations for 2020. Is that what we're going to hear? Don't know. It will be a big change if it is. We've got a pretty healthy marketplace for LMP1 privateers just at the moment. With lots of those meetings that are going on revolving around that, whether or not that be for Ginetta, that we know are in the wind tunnel at the moment, whether or not that be for further examples of the S&P Racing developed Dallara designed car, whether or not it be for the Perrin that we know have sold cars already, or indeed at least one other programme that's being flagged up on air here by Sam Collins in recent broadcasts for one of the major players in race car manufacture. And you can read, I gather, about that prospect in race car engineering post Le Mans. If Sam's going to be replacing me in one of these seats later, I'm sure he won't be telling us exactly the details of that.
He might.
Just if
he wants to.
Camera, he desperately wants to, but he won't. But there's some exciting stuff going on. But are they having to think very rapidly about what Plan B is going to be? Yes, they are. We can't rely on the factories we've got staying. We can't rely on other factories coming, we've got to have a plan B. And if that's part of the plan B, I think it will meet with a great deal of approval. The next little enigma is how do you then separate those classes? Does a DPI go with the LMP2 class? Does DPI go with the LMP1 privateer class? What do you do? That I don't have the answer for because I'm not that clever a bear.
No. But the key is not to make it confusing.
Make it simple. It's just, yes.
That seems obvious.
It's as simple as that.
Well, yeah. It needs to be simple to someone like me who's a fan turning up to understand the racing, but I mean, obviously it needs to be complicated behind the scenes when you're writing the technical regulations.
Well, look, we're talking here about potential factory programs. The first question that's going to be asked here is, can I win? The second question that's going to be asked is, can I market it? And once you get to that point and beyond those points, you tend to start building your structure from there. We've got now a World Championship for the GT cars in GTE Pro in the FI World Endurance Championship. They need now to sort out what's going to happen in the future with the classes and the divisions between the classes, whether or not it is LMP1 hybrid, whether or not it is LMP1 privateer, the non-hybrid cars, whether or not it's with LMP2, and how those three work together, and how a DPI future might fit in and where. The reality is, if you're going to have a manufacturer program coming, they're going to want to win this race.
Yeah, and I think that the classes need to be suitably different to each other for that win to be distinctive. Once you start blurring whether the top class with the second class or the second with the third, etc., then things become very confusing.
Apologies that we're not able to bring you this race, by the way, the Road to Le Mans event. The situation here at the track on Thursday means that that's just not been possible, but we will try and update you with certainly a result, which will happen in just over 40 minutes' time as Graham Goodwin steps out of the Le Mans Live booth. You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans around the track on 91.2 FM and globally on radiolemans.com. It's Johnny Palmer, Bruce Jones, and now Sam Collins, who steps into the far microphone. So, Sam, you'll be obviously trying to seek out various stories across the weekend so far, and some of them you'll be able to tell us, some of them you won't be able to tell us, as Graham was suggesting. But are you enjoying so far the week, which has plenty of stories going on?
Well, right now, the thing that's jumping out to me is how well the good job that Norm have done for setting up the car. It's looking really strong in this race on one race right now. It's disappearing to the distance. The second of those three cars that are in this race is in about 4th and 5th position. It's that's one of the things about series of technical football. You see these cars making different performance brackets, and you'll get to see a similar thing playing out in LMP2 over the race, over tonight and into the race itself. There's big performance differentials between those LMP2s in terms of lap speed, top speed, but also how they're going to be using their tyres. I know Jeremy was talking that earlier on. I hear rumours that one of those four is really harsh on its tyres, and it could decide a lot of how that race pans out. It could be very unpredictable in that category. But I like some of the stuff Graham was talking about, and the rumours we're seeing flying about DPI. So DPI is an evolution of LMP2. I really want to see DPI cars here just because they look cool.
Yeah,
that's not a bad reason.
I would agree with that. And, I mean, I've seen them racing at Daytona earlier on in the year, and they look fabulous there. That was the first race that the DPI came into being, if you like. And I feel like that it's not, but I feel like this could be their spiritual home together with Daytona. DPI, by the way, we should say, stands for Daytona Prototype International, and we have had Daytona prototypes in the past, obviously stemming from that part of the world. These are called, the prototypes raced here are LMP, so Le Mans prototype, but I don't see a reason why we can't combine the two. It's cultures mixing. Corvette come here from the IMSA Championship and, you know, have shown great loyalty to this race. It's just about the IMSA top bods and the ACO top bods talking to each other and saying we can help each other out, isn't it?
But one of the big issues is the LMP2 cars have the same engine. They all have an identical Gibson V8 engine. Now I think there's nothing wrong with the engine itself, but I think it's terrible that a class that used to be about open engineering and technology has this spec part in. I think that's a real shame for the sport. But I think it's also quite good. The DPI cars have different engines in, but if they were to come here, you'd have to find a way for them to be equalised with the LMP2 cars. But that's exactly what they do in IMSA. IMSA does have the Gibson engined LMP2 cars and the DPI cars running together.
Yeah, variety. I think all of us, we're purists, we like that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Continuing the collection of names that are so far correct on the Guess of the Year for the second hour of Le Mans Live, by the way, I've already given you clues as follows. One of the Pescarolo team's cars raced with only 2 drivers and retired after 20 laps. Luxury Racing took class pole position in their Ferrari GT2. It wasn't a GT2 Ferrari by class, but that was the name of the car. So Luxury Racing took a class pole. And here's your third clue then, because we're nearing the end of the hour and I'm trying to make it easy for those that haven't guessed it yet. It was Audi's 11th win here at Le Mans. Audi's 11th win. Do you know what year that was? Wasn't that long ago. It's an extra clue. So you should be able to remember it. Sam Collins is looking puzzled now, a puzzled expression. Are you going to go for a guess, or do you think you know the answer?
I thought I knew the answer, but you've now thrown me off because it's not the year I thought it was.
Okay.
That's why you have the third question, just when you're feeling
so
quite confident.
The third question's actually sent you off on a tangent here.
It has, yeah. I thought.
It's meant to be the easy bit.
Yeah, no, that's right. Because
that's all the better when you think it's the easy bit, and then.
I was pretty sure I know GG had the same answer I did, so I think we might both be wrong.
Okay. Well, I have a growing list of correct answers. If you think you know, then just fire off a tweet in the direction of @RSL_studio, and you may well be added to that correct list names. We'll do that at a minute to 6 o'clock. With this show continuing until 6:45, the lead up to qualifying, when darkness will, not really at 7 o'clock, start to descend, but we will certainly have a lot of atmosphere by 9 o'clock. Then that traditional hour off, which is our chance to get a bit of food in the belly, and then really excited ahead of the 10 till midnight, which is where we could see the quickest ever time here at Le Mans.
I think so. With that traditional split, the 2 hours on, 1 hour off, it's the aperitif, really. Just check the cars are running right, so they're super bang on it when we get to the golden couple of hours. But the way it's always split, isn't it, Sam? We have people who go for it the second we restart at 10 o'clock, and others who hold it right back to the end. Some years, circumstances change, a spit of rain, and it can mean it peters out to nothing, really, at midnight. But no rain due, not as hot as yesterday, not as humid, so I think we could go all the way to the finish. So don't go to bed too early tonight, because I think we could be right there at the sharpest of sharp points.
I think you're going to see you're absolutely right there, Bruce. I think you're going to see some super quick times as soon as it goes green at the start of the second chunk of qualifying.
Yeah, I hope they want clear laps, clear track.
Exactly, and that's the key factor, because there's 60 odd cars. Well, there are 60 cars out there. Yeah. That's not a lot of clean racetrack.
No.
If you catch a car in the wrong place in the Porsche curves, you're going to be ruining your lap there. Some of the teams, not all of the works teams for sure, though, will have technology, and like we have with Paul Truswell here on his amazing data centre, you have this little computer graphic showing the position of each car on the track. Now, there will be very clever people calculating where you can get the clearest possible lap. It's okay to catch, say, an LMP2 Dallara on the run to the first chicane, because you might get a toe off it and be able to get past a little bit of performance boost off that. But you probably don't want to catch a GTE AM car with the Porsche curves, especially not 2 of them side by side.
Exactly so. So a little bit of science applied to the they've already prodded the driver before they've stuck him in the car, got him a bit angry, going for their time. But my money is on the fireworks at the very, very end of the session. Not just because I like people to listen to the whole show and being true sports car racing fans.
Well, we do as well.
Lap it all up, but of course we do. But I think it will build and build.
I think it's going to be naturally staged to have a real strong climax somehow. It was 2015 when Neil Janney established the current qualifying record, 316.887, with an average speed of 249 kilometres per hour. Unlikely that it's going to be Porsche, though, setting a potentially qualifying lap, or would you disagree with that?
I think it will be the Toyota, and it would astonish me if it didn't have a Japanese driver. I think they would put all of their very quick, young-ish in 2 of their cases, and definitely young in another case, Japanese drivers behind the wheel, because it's a. You have to remember, there is a lot of honour at stake here. Just, 2 weeks ago, was it? 3 weeks ago, Honda won the Indy 500 with a Japanese driver. Exactly, in that chassis. It is a matter of honour for the Japanese manufacturers to, if there's a Japanese driver in a big international motor racing like that, Toyota can't let that stand without being challenged. Toyota, if they go out, pole position, fastest lap, race win, big manufacturers saying, come on guys, we're all right.
Yeah, it's very much hold the front page and we're going to fill it.
It's a little easier, you could argue, to get that single lap than it is to win Saturday and Sunday's race, though, isn't it? Because you need an awful lot of stars aligning, not just the single lap pace, but they're going to be doing a significant amount of laps around the circuit. And, well, with no immediate threat of rain, then that lessens the chance of cautions, perhaps.
It goes both ways. It lessens the chances of cautions, Johnny, but you've got guys out there who are going to be pushing super hard because it's not raining.
Yes.
Perhaps pushing beyond what they can do. And a circuit like this, just a little mistake and you are in the barrier, and that's a 45-minute to an hour delay. And we've seen it so many years where a GT car or a prototype has just gone into a barrier, an innocuous accident, but it's done the barriers, particularly on the public road section of the course, and it takes them ages and ages to repair them here.
Yeah, and if it affects your pit stops, it affects the timing of everything. But also another thing, if you're racing effectively flat out on a dry circuit in hot conditions for a 24-hour period, of course that has its own loadings. I don't expect the damage to be so much, and the potential damage for the P1s, but for the P2s, that could be the sort of disaster written on the tin for them.
I think 22 P2s out there, 23 P2s out there, in fact, and 5 proper LMP1s, and one sort of in-betweenie. It's going to be really difficult to find a clear lap. So it will be that first start of the session, get the lap in, because you don't know what's going to happen, because it could be 2 P2s mucking around, and as we're seeing in the Porsche curves, you're seeing there's one of the LMP3
it's
cars.
The Ades from DKR Engineering, Yujiro Terada and Sylvain Boulet. A little bit biffed against the barriers. We've had a couple of near misses, cars in gravel traps, but they've been recovered.
But that's all it takes.
Exactly.
A bigger car's going slightly faster, and that biff would have been a damaged barrier and 45-minute delay, and it doesn't take a lot to do that.
But because we're going to have such good weather and such stable conditions, then Paul Truswell will like this one. Perhaps the distance record is we're going to see that beaten, which was set in 2010 at 397 laps by an Audi R15 Plus, the TDI, and. Because you're doing more laps, there's more distance covered, there's more of a chance of something going wrong, surely.
And there's more wear and tear on the car, and it's hot.
Yeah.
Hot conditions mean two things to me. It means you're putting more grip into the car. Track temperature's going to go up. Gemma's been talking about loads. That puts more grip into the car, more load through all the suspension. That's more wear and tear, even just with the same distance, let alone going further. But you are going further and you are going faster. That's more wear and tear on the car, and at the same time, it's hot. It makes people make mistakes, and it just puts more stress on the car.
Can we just reiterate, we've talked about it at various points ever since the pit lane crew, fueled by Esso no less, we were baking in the pit lane yesterday, but we started talking to the drivers, realising they were getting out of cars and were really hot. But this year we've got this 32-degree limit in the cockpit. Do you know how it works? In terms of what follows, in terms of they're not allowed to go past 80 minutes if it's 32 degrees in the cockpit.
Yeah.
It's mandatory situation. I mean, when I was at school, if it rose above a certain temperature, they'd put a white board up with a red disc on it, which meant you could take your tie off on a hot day. But that was your choice. But here, there is no choice. If it gets above that, that will be your session length, which could, of course, really affect how people want to run the race. They're going to have to build it around that. Okay, they don't expect 32 degrees at night, but at various points in the race, we could suddenly have a stricture that otherwise wouldn't have been there that sort of guides your hand. So, of course, the technicians and the tacticians will be on top of that. Maybe some not as much as others.
And that's a really key point. Now, I didn't go to a posh school like you, Bruce, so we didn't have the board. We
didn't have ties?
No, we didn't have ties. Couldn't afford those. So we just went and sat outside and looked at planes.
That's a far better answer, I reckon.
But what actually could happen is that will become a factor, and it'll affect your race strategy massively. The thing you've got to look to, though, is some of the mechanical systems. Toyota have come to Le Mans this year with a new battery system compared to last year's TS050. And it's able to run at 20 degrees hotter with less degradation over the duration of the race by a significant amount. Last year, they saw a significant degradation in the battery performance. So the performance of the hybrid system, which is obviously directly bolted onto that, will not degrade as much as it did last year. Now, I don't know if Porsche have got a new one or not. They've got some new stickers on their battery pack, but whether they've got new cells and new technology in that area, they're a bit vague on it. Will they still see that degradation? And you'll see it in all hybrid cars. You see this degradation over time. It was a big factor in the past. I think Toyota could have a little bit of ace in the pocket if it stays hot all the way through the second day of this 24-hour race.
Well, all weather forecasts, as far as Johnny and I understand, say that very thing. Hotter between now and then, and on the Sunday still hot.
Well, yesterday was the hottest day that we'd had, I think, so far. Today, Friday, Saturday, set to be cooler than Wednesday. But then on Sunday, it goes even warmer than Wednesday. And, you know, if the race had been just a day later, Monday set for something like 34 degrees Celsius. That's going to be incredibly hot. I think it's unlikely that 32 degrees C rule will come into play. But I was chatting to Paul Truswell earlier on, in fact, on the journey here on Tuesday, about the fact that somebody's stint may have been held in, say, 30, 31, and then let's say they do let's say they do what's due to be the next 2 hours of them behind the wheel in 32 degrees Celsius. They've already been in very, very hot conditions, but below the 32 line, and then it creeps above. What do the officials do then? It seems to be a very sort of grey area. And it's a new rule for 2017, so we're going to have to suck it and see a little bit about, you know, whether it is manageable. It's a great idea, and I understand why they're doing it.
OK, so what happens? The first hour of your hopeful 2-hour stint is below 32 degrees, and then you swing above. Do they go, sorry, it might be the last 10 minutes, but you've got to come in? So the teams, no doubt, will be reading page after page of the rule book. And let's hope they analyse it and get it right. No, I tell you what, let's actually hope it doesn't go above 32 degrees, because the pit lane, it's all about me. It's not. It's about the engineers, all the crew down in the pit lane. It holds its heat so long. And I reckon when Joe Bradley and I came out of the pits last night and it was still 28 degrees at midnight, that was just the heat coming back up out of the ground, out of the huge amount of concrete around there, with the giant grandstand up above the pits, the big grandstand on the other side. You know, long ago when you had 2-storey pits, just a tiny balcony above, very narrow buildings, much less track. You know, we had hot races, but it wasn't such a heat soak down there.
It's a complete heat sink, Dan. You're absolutely right. But one thing you have to think about, the drivers compared to the mechanics. The drivers have got to wear the fireproof suits, same as all of us down in the pit lane. Now, they're 3 layers of Nomex, which feels like a woolly jumper on the best of days. Well, underneath that, the drivers also wear their own sort of fireproof underwear, another layer of Nomex under that, which is very sort of like those sort of thermal things you wear, you buy from various shops to keep you warm in the winter. I love them in the winter, but you don't want to wear them on a 30-degree centigrade day. Well, a new thing that's come in now is the drivers also have to wear these very, very long Nomex socks that come up to just below their knee. I don't know, sort of calf socks, I think you'd call them. And then you've got to put your boots on, and then you've got to put a balaclava over your head and your hair, and a crash helmet. You know,
and then you remember your earplugs, so you have to take it all off again.
But then you've got to go and sit in a black cockpit, do strenuous physical exercise, heavy mental workload in competition, and concentrate without losing your concentration for a second at high speed. Yeah.
It's a task, isn't it?
Very, very hot, and it's going to be a real big worry for them to compete. And there's going to be health issues because the drinks bottles get hot. They're going to be squirting hot liquid, isotonic liquid, into their mouths. And if you don't like the taste of warm beer or warm orange juice, imagine these specially concocted sort of sugar
stewing
drinks.
away.
Yeah. Yes. Warm Lucozade sprayed into your mouth at a certain pressure. I mean, that's the way these bottle systems work. It's not nice for the drivers out there. And you're going to see that causing mistakes with some of the ones who are less fit in the AM classes.
That's the voice of Sam Collins of Race Car Engineering. Bruce Jones to my right as well, part of our pit lane team fueled by Esso. And you're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, available on 91.2 FM around the track and globally, as always, on radiolemans.com. Thank you to Honest Abe, who has clearly been reading the regulations as far as the temperature gauge is concerned. My understanding is that this rule only applies to cars without air conditioning.
Correct.
And the hot periods are declared before the race begins. He was tweeting to @RSL_studio, which is exactly what you can do. Stick in the hashtag Mobil1RLM, hashtag Mobil1RLM, which stands for Radio Le Mans, of course, and we will be able to pick out your tweets from the various bits of traffic floating around Circuit de la Sarthe at the moment. We're reaching the end of another hour here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. At the start of the hour, I gave you this first clue. One of the Pescarolo team's cars raced with only 2 drivers and retired after 20 laps. Then at about 20 past 5, I said Luxury Racing took class pole position in a Ferrari GT2. And the third clue for Guess the Year, Audi's 11th win. And we've had many people get the answer correct, including Joshua Smith, The Honest Abe, Victor Rad and Adam Rebellion. Apologies, I've missed you out. The answer was... Sam, what did you think it was?
Well, I thought it was 2012, but now I'm thinking it's 2013.
I'd go for 2013.
It was 2012, Bruce.
No, or 2012. I don't mind. I'm very easy along those
You
lines.
were only a year out. You were only a year
and
out.
you said it was Audi's 11th win.
That's what I thought.
And they got beaten by Bentley and Peugeot in that time. And their first win was 2000.
Yeah.
So am I miscounting here?
Anyhow, meanwhile, outside the window.
Well, remember 2000 isn't part of your 11. Well, it should be part of your 11, and you're not including it.
It's number one. Is that what I'm doing? I'm not counting number one.
You're not counting the 0.
Yes.
So 12 might anyway. It's right because I researched it correctly. This is a proper competition, you know, not just thrown together moments before we went to air. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, thank you for joining us. We're on air for another 45 minutes in this show, which is Le Mans Live, providing the build-up to qualifying 2, which starts at 7 o'clock tonight through till 9, and then we have an hour off and continue from 10 o'clock through till midnight. One or two people asking the question, who will be on duty as far as Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans' on-air team is concerned for those sessions? Well, as far as the booth is concerned, it'll be Ben Constant-Duras and Paul Truswell for the first qualifying session. John Hindhoff and some bloke called Johnny Palmer looking after things in the second session with Paul Truswell as part of that as well, of course. Just peering out of the window, I can see the sun immediately above us, actually, starting to work its way towards the horizon. But we're only at 6 o'clock local time, so heat's still very high indeed. 26 degrees Celsius currently, and a gentle breeze of 22 kilometres per hour. It's set to dip to 9 degrees Celsius this evening, and then we're in for another warm one tomorrow, around 25, 26 again for a high. So uncomfortable if you're not in the breeze, but if you can find a little bit of a gusty breeze there, then that will just bring the temperature off things. And what I found yesterday was that the evening sunshine, as that disappeared, things got a lot more bearable, but the track temperature stayed very high, and the heat within the asphalt stayed at about 32 for several hours, even after we went into nightfall. That's the DuraGarages.com weather update for inspirational garage interiors.
Hello, I'm Aston Martin Works driver Darren Turner. Thanks to Dura, you could be joining me at Base Performance Simulators in Oxfordshire. It's a full day, including breakfast and lunch, and you and a friend will get to try our GT and single-seater simulators. This special Dura race school is on the same equipment that the pro drivers use to hone their skills away from the track. For the chance to join us on this exclusive Dura Day Out, go to www.duragarages.com/Le Mans to answer the 2 simple questions.
24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. When seconds matter, science matters.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2017 on 91.2 FM and globally on radiolemans.com. And if you've been with us since 4 o'clock, then thank you for sticking with us. We're here for another hour or so. Looking forward to qualifying this evening. And slowly, steadily, boys, Bruce Jones and Sam Collins, the crowd in the grandstand opposite us has been growing gently. Obviously, they're actually watching a race take place on the full circuit here at Circuit de la Sarthe. We've got another 21 minutes to go of the Le Mans Cup, the Road to Le Mans event, and this is just part 1 of a 2-race format for this year. Brand new for 2017. This is still a relatively young championship, but 46 cars were announced by the ACO for this event. How many of them will be carried on into the rest of the season for Le Mans Cup, which will support the European Le Mans Series? We'll have to wait and see. But their second race for these cars, we will have live here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on Saturday morning. It's the turn of the Porsches in terms of the Cup race this year as well. What we've got, 60-plus Porsches, I think. That's going to be spectacular. A great way to kick off the racing proper come the weekend.
It's a great way to earn money from selling spare parts for Porsches. I've already seen a few mangled ones in the sort of the Parc Ferme area, just at the bottom of the press room. These support races, particularly this Road to Le Mans support race, actually here at Le Mans every year provide quite a lot of spicy action. We've had Ferraris in the past. We've had historic Group C stuff in the past as well. I kind of prefer that to the one make races, but these LMP3s right now are having a hell of a dice around the track. I mean, there are lots of very close racing, pit stop racing as well. And it's the first time they've really gone out of the GT3s around this track, I think.
Yeah, no, but it was just quite interesting. You talk about it being feisty on the track. It was feisty coming into the pit lane. They were trying to overtake each other between leaving the circuit and getting into the pit lane, which, as we know, is not a thing you're supposed to do. But people's of all sorts of standards, but some really quick drivers up at the front, and we're being treated to images of them hammer and tongs at each other. But we've got the P3 cars, which are predominant. They're sort of 2-to-1 in this packed field. But some of the GT runners were able in qualifying to mix it very well indeed. In fact, one of the GT runners qualified 5th. So therefore, having about 25 prototypes behind it. So that was a pretty epic performance from Ahmed Al-Hati and Tom Jackson in the TF Sport Aston Martin. Gets a prize for sounding so good, of course.
Yeah, and that is their Blancpain car that they brought here to race as part of the GT3 entry. And Ahmed Al-Hati with Porsche experience. Speaking of Porsches, then he moved with Motorbase into the British GT Championship and raced the GT3 Aston Martin. And I love those Oman-type colours. I mean, that sort of turquoise and white I immediately associate with Al-Hati, and he's picked a great co-driver in the form of Tom Jackson there. For the not quite full hour now, between just after 6 minutes past 5 through till 6:45, and then the build-up for qualifying 2. I'm going to do one final guess the year.
Right.
Okay. This is a toughie to start things off. It's 3 parts again. Of the 51 starters this year, only 20 finishers were classified. 51 starters, only 20 cars were classified. That's tough, isn't it? But that's your starter for 10.
Well, I'm not Wikipedia.
Well, I've asked people not to go to that well-known website, not to Google, not to phone a friend, but try and guess. Or if you know the answer, then by all means send it in at @RSL_studio, @RSL_studio, and include the hashtag Mobil1RLM, and I'll give you a mention if you get it right.
That is an extremely difficult question. Because it could be so many different years.
Yeah, that had 51 starters.
Exactly,
yeah.
That was the real clue, I think, because there were many, many years that didn't have that particular number.
Okay. Yes, but fragile cars, potentially, to lose half the field.
But, you know, there have been quite a few periods, decades apart, where there have been a considerable number of fragile cars.
Yeah. Yes, and we're now in an era where that just doesn't seem to happen. I mean,
well, it might be going back into one this year. But, yeah, by and large, it's gone from being an endurance race to an endurance sprint, and therein lies the difference.
And I remember that World Endurance Championship race when a little bit of Paul Truswell's heart broke when we had all the cars that started that race safely back across the line 6 hours later. And up to that event, I'm struggling to remember when it was now. Paul will know, probably. He's squinting, so the cogs are going round.
A couple of years ago? Yeah.
2015 Fuji. That's about the right year, and it was towards the end of the year.
It was, definitely.
And there were signs that it might happen a couple of rounds before that. We got close, and then a car retired in the last hour or whatever. But, I mean, that's not going to happen here, you wouldn't think, ever, after 24 hours, and particularly this year with so much new technology within the LMP2 ranks. And we're expecting to lose a couple of the factory cars, or are the Porsches and the Toyotas going to be good for the distance?
No, I think it's nothing to do with reliability. May be a factor. We've seen it before. I think the real issue is going to be on-track accidents. I mean, we saw it. I think it was in 2014, where there was a slow zone on a damp track, and it caught a few people out. And I think we saw a Toyota and 2 Audis, a bunch of GT cars and some LMP2s, all in a big carambolage pile-up on the Mossland Straight.
Coming down to the first chicane, I think it was, wasn't it? And Sam Bird got given a good old crack, and the Ferrari. Yeah, no, it was. It was one of those moments that you sort of blink. Have I just seen that? Have we just lost 5 cars in one incident?
It was 3 LMP1s in the middle of that.
Yeah.
And when you've only got 5, that's what's going to be the deciding factor. And then to add to that, you have these LMP2s that can just run so much faster. I don't know if a lot of people probably haven't seen it. It's been on the internet for a few days. Some of the LMP2 drivers, in fact, it seems like many of the LMP2 drivers are unaware of the fact that when a LMP1 car goes into lift and coast, backs off to try and harvest the energy going down the straights, the rear lights flash, like they do in Formula 1. However, it doesn't seem that the LMP2 drivers are that clearly aware of it. If you listen to the interview I did with Rubens Barrichello here on Radio Le Mans on test day, and I think you can find that on the Radio Le Mans website, you can hear him talking about these flashing lights and not knowing what they meant.
Right, okay.
And it could be that a slightly dozy or a slightly distracted or tired, hot and bothered and tired LMP2 driver keeps his foot in, trying to get a slipstream off an LMP1.
And then suddenly into it.
And suddenly just keeps on going, accelerating to the back of it. That could cause a very large issue for the LMP1, of course, and the LMP2.
Yeah.
Great tweet here from Boyd Park, who is at Turbo Shed on Twitter. He's been listening to Radio Show Limited's RSL studio, so Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, for that long. He's now slipped into Central European time. He's just realised that he's arrived to pick up his daughter an hour early.
Ingrained.
Fantastic.
Good to be ahead of the game.
Isn't it just? It'll force you to be early for appointments. Maybe I should pay attention to that as well. So set your watches an hour early, and you never know where or an hour late, rather, and you never know where that might take you. Thank you, Boyd. Well, at least you can continue listening to us for another hour whilst you wait for your daughter. And James Counter says, very strange watching you guys rather than just listen, clearly. Who's that with their head in the shot? That might be me, actually. Oh, it's Paul. It's Paul Truswell.
It's Trussers.
It's Truswell. And he's moved now, so...
Oh, we're filled from both sides, I didn't know that.
Because, yeah, Paul was obviously getting ready for the sessions later on and had just crept into shot, but hopefully that's cured it. Paul's handed me a very useful document here detailing the highest attrition rate over the years of the 24-hour race and the lowest attrition rate. 1959 had 53 starters and 40 of them retired, so that's a 75% attrition rate, the highest yet. 1966, 1965 were also pretty high. The lowest attrition rate, there were 33 starters and only 3 of them retired in what year? I think early, very, very early.
23?
1923, correct. An attrition rate of 9%.
It's because I'm sitting at the desk of knowledge
yes.
right now. I'm
and
sitting
did
at
he
Paul
note it down there
desk.
on the pad?
No, I can see Paul Truswell's notes for tonight's session. And
Who gets pole?
I do.
All right.
There's news that hasn't broken yet.
Yeah.
But interestingly, after 1923, the next lowest attrition rate, 2016 and 2013, both with 25%. When the 16 race started with 60 cars and only 15 of them retired. So,
if I come here, can I
yes,
talk?
You can.
So the reason why that first race had such a low attrition rate was that it was the first round of what was supposed to be a triennial cup. It was supposed to be 3 years of 24-hour racing, and the idea was that you came back the following year to do part 2 and then came back in 1925 to do part 3. So if you retired at the end of part 1, that was a really big problem.
And I'm sure a photograph of that moment will go viral in a moment. Paul Truswell and Johnny Palmer with a live snog on air. By all means,
you think
tweet
it might be turning on? I think they'll be turning off, Johnny.
Yeah, you might be right. That was Paul borrowing my microphone with the headset still on my head.
Moving this back onto endurance and reliability for sports car racing, the Marathon de la Route, 72-hour sports car race around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's just silly. People did do it and finish. I think Vic Elford
Vic
won
Elford, absolutely.
Yeah.
So he did.
It was a Porsche 908. He won that in, or a 911? There
I don't know.
That's one for Twitter.
72, it doesn't bear thinking about at all, but we are thinking about it.
Plenty of other mentions coming through on at RSL_studio. Who else have we got that maybe... Well, some may be knocking off work now for a Thursday evening and setting their sat-navs for Circuit de la Sarthe. If anyone's just setting off now, then by all means give us a mention. We've got 1 or 2 suggestions from... yes, that's this hour's year. I can tell you it's not 2009, but that's at Right Turn Lover's suggestion, 2009, because the clue is 51 starters, only 20 cars finished. That might have happened in 2009, but that's not the year I was after.
No.
Brilliant. Yes, there is a picture of Paul Truswell giving me the kiss of life, it looks like. That looks like live CPR.
I think that's the kiss of knowledge.
Kiss of knowledge.
Has been bequeathed to you see.
This green mass of liquid just leaving Paul's lips and entering mine. That's very alien. Or Ghostbusters is what I'm thinking.
So, quick update on the LMP3 race. There's 10 minutes left in the Race to Le Mans race, which is going on track right now.
I forgot there's a big screen
yes,
over
I've been squinting at that little one over there.
It's huge.
I have a giant timing screen, that's why I keep looking over your shoulder. Those Normers that were doing so well early on, after the driver changes have dropped back, one of them was actually in the pits with trouble. But now the top 15 positions are entirely filled by Ligiers, and the leading one is driven by Sean Rahal in the number 2 car. 10 laps on the board, and the leading GT3 car is the Ferrari of Mediani.
Mediani in 16th place overall behind all those Ligiers. So it's United Autosports leading the way by 6 seconds, but the clock is down below. We're into the final 10 minutes. So not looking as though it's going to be very easy for the M Racing YMR Ligier with Romano Ricci on board. Especially as now Sean Rahal starting to stretch his legs and is just looking as though he's going for the race-leading car's fastest lap. But it's been great. A lot of it's happened even in front of us at the Ford chicanes. A few people in the gravel, they've been retrieved, but out on the track, it's looking good for United Autosports.
Well, these cars in LMP3, the quickest race laps you're seeing here, Sean Rahal's last lap past the pits was a 3:58.4. That's sort of middle of the GTE Pro Pack. Yeah. So they're quite quick cars, and it's a good training ground for young drivers, I think, coming into wanting to do the Le Mans 24 Hours. And Ligier actually launched a new LMP4 car.
Now, let's explain what that's for, because obviously we know what LMP2 does, we know what LMP3 does. LMP4 presumably slots in underneath.
Yeah.
How would you explain it?
I struggle a little bit with this concept because there is another sort of racing that exists in Europe called FIACN. It's for small prototypes, usually...
Wolves and things like that.
Yeah, Wolves. Ligier supply many cars into that. I think there's still some...
Avalon? Is there an Avalon?
Oh, I don't know if Avalon was still. I don't know. Okay, many. But it's a really interesting series. Lots of running in the V2V series. I think a few of them run over in the States as well. Usually 2-litre engines. Honda K-Series, very popular engine in that series. Those cars are quite a lot cheaper than the LMP4 car, and I believe, and I haven't checked, but I believe they're probably slightly faster. But the LMP4 car is supposed to slot in between these very low-level prototypes and LMP3, but I'm not entirely sure it quite works as intended. But the car, which will cost 165,000 euros from Ligier, is probably going to sell very, very well, because the man behind the project is Phil Abbott. And he is the man who was behind Radical Sports Cars, who went on to sell 2,000 plus.
So Ligier or Onroc have effectively taken over Radical, is that correct?
No,
at the end of last year?
They've
or
taken
into
on it's one of its founders.
An agreement?
Yes, and they've taken on the founders. Radical isn't involved with the Ligier project. Radical is still Radical. But one of the founders of Radical is now part of the Onroc Everspeed organisation with Jacques Nicolet. So they seem very happy with that arrangement. But this is a guy who knows how to sell race cars, so maybe I'm saying something that's completely wrong, but I still think
I've read it along similar lines, and certainly, again, the success that's been remarkably unheralded. Radical, just astonishing in terms of getting people out into fast cars on circuits and then getting them racing.
Well, I remember when I first started out in the 750 Motor Club, these funny little sort of grew out of Sports 2000 bike engine prototypes. They looked like a right hoot to drive, very cheap, and it brought loads of people into racing. And ultimately, Radical got so many customers and so much support, it brought teams to the Le Mans 24 Hours. They raced with an LMP2 car for a couple of years with Martin Short and Roll Centre, as well as the Team Brookladdick Radical, which I think eventually morphed into Greaves Motorsport, which went on to win here a couple of times.
And racing the European Le Mans Series and da-di-da-di-da. So yes, it's a seed that grows and grows.
A reminder about the IHG Rewards Club competition, by the way, that we're holding partly in this show, but mainly in qualifying tonight, looking for your campsite setups. So some of you may have been here, bright and early this morning. Some of you may have been here since Monday or Tuesday, and potentially as far back as scrutineering as well. But if you've got a great campsite setup, make sure you get all your team together in a selfie or similar shot, maybe get a passerby to get a great photograph so that you're all in it, and then fire it towards via Twitter at @RSL_studio, because there are 2 VIP hospitality passes up for grabs for the best campsite setup.
Question for you there, Johnny.
Yes.
Are we looking at the structure and the environ, or the fact if they're all dressed identically as members of Thunderbirds or something? I don't know. I'm just wondering if their clothing comes into the mix, or simply the structure. Maybe the combination.
I always welcome fancy dress, regardless of the time of year or what it's for, particularly. So
I thought that was just your sense of fashion.
Yeah. Thanks.
What have you come as?
Johnny Palmer.
Yeah, it's unique. That's what I call it. Put it in a tweet at IHG Rewards Club, and then the hashtag IHG Racing, and we will be judging this Friday lunchtime, tomorrow lunchtime. But there are 2 VIP hospitality passes up for grabs. It's a great prize, that is, courtesy of the IHG Rewards Club and their competition, our competition. And if you put in the Twitter handle RSL_studio as well. We'll make sure that we can see it. As I say, yeah, I mean, stupid hats, wigs, welcome, but really it needs to be a cracking tent, a sign that you've been here for a few days, maybe some cooking utensils and your...
sunburn.
Yeah, survival packs. Anything of interest that's going to make you stand out from the crowd, put it in the photograph and send it to RSL_studio. The Le Mans Cup, I don't want to dwell on this too much, I suppose, but it's really a burgeoning championship, and there are big numbers here, but it's a bit of a challenge as far as the ACO is concerned to make sure that this interest is swept into the main season, because the GT3s is struggling a little bit. I like the idea that the LMP3s at the end of the year, the really good ones, maybe a top 3, will be promoted into European Le Mans Series, and then there's this ever-lowering ladder, if you like. There are continuing rungs going in at the bottom level to get people eventually to the big race, to the 24 hours.
My understanding was that, I could be completely wrong on this, so it's more of a question, that the winner of these 2 races this weekend gets an automatic entry into the 24 hours.
Wow.
Is that how it... I could be completely wrong. I think that's how it works.
I don't know the answer, but I know
that.
plenty of people that will know the answer, as in the collective, and I've got a wall here of messages coming in, so if anybody knows whether... I didn't realise there was such a big prize on that. If that is correct, what Sam Collins has said, if you win either of these 2 races, then you may be considered or may get an automatic entry into next year's Le Mans 24 Hours. But that's the reason why TF Sport are in the 24, because they won GT3 last year.
Exactly so. So maybe it's the easier way. Maybe you get your entry into the GT class rather than from the prototype class.
Yes.
But we'll look into that. But I mean, certainly for a lot of the people, it is... I like your description of the sort of ever-lowering ladder to try and hook people. But anything that gives you an entry to the next level up, particularly when it's as coveted as something, the end game of entry to Le Mans 24 Hours.
And it doesn't get higher than that.
No, entirely.
But you want to get the access into that highest level as available as possible.
Yeah.
And we are going to run out of race week, though. If you think about, we've got GT4, which is probably going to bundle up with this new LMP4 Ligier class.
Yeah.
You've got this Road to Le Mans GT3 LMP3. We're going to run out of race week. There's not going to be enough track time in race week.
Exactly.
We're going to have a whole extra week. I'm totally for that.
The Dubai 24 Hours started as a 24-hour race, and now qualifying goes a long way back, but also they have a prototype championship, which has worked its way back to midweek, and there is now, I think, an idea amongst Creventic to actually take it back to the previous weekend. So that's almost becomes a 9-day festival of racing. Yeah.
More racing, more better.
I think that's generally the rule, is it not, Sam? Can you guess the year from this? There are 51 starters, only 20 finishers were classified in this particular year of Le Mans. It also included the first win for an Australian driver overall since 1928. So we had the first Australian driver win the 24 Hours of Le Mans since 1928 after a significant wait for the Aussies. Nope. Still puzzled. Would you like the name of said driver?
Yeah.
Vern Schuppen.
Vern Schuppen.
That's what I just mouthed at you.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying something far ruder.
Took the victory. And he was the first Aussie.
Sam, you're a fire breather. What are you going about?
He was the first Aussie since 1928 when a Bentley 4.5 litre won it. So, do you know the year? I'm getting puzzled glances here.
No, I'm getting warmer. Getting warmer on that.
Well, it should be slightly easier there, and then I'll have the easiest clue by the end of it. But
I'm
if you think you know,
would have been off by then, yeah.
At RSL_studio, the answer must come by 6:45 because we exchange places then. Le Mans Live with Mobil Radio Le Mans live coverage of qualifying 2 on 91.2 FM and globally on radiolemans.com. Are you getting tingles yet ahead of qualifying this evening? Getting excited for something that, I mean, this could be complete world record breaking in terms of, you know, whatever configuration, whatever iteration of track we've had here at Le Mans, we might have and that can only be measured on average lap speed across the lap, but even that might be knocked into the long grass.
They need to ditch the sandbags and go have at it. That's what we all want to see. That's what everybody on the grandstands wants to see. They want to see everybody going out, hammer and tongs, and nailing those sandbags to the garage wall. Forget about them. Let's go and have some... Let's just see what these cars can really, really do when you push them to the limit and beyond.
Because we can't be in a position where they're adjusting the balance of performance in GTs on a Friday, can we?
We are exactly in that position, yeah.
Again?
Yeah.
So the first time we will actually see the cars in their true pace will be warm-up, or are they still going to be holding stuff back in warm-up as well?
Lap 1.
Lap 1?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be fun if some of the teams sandbagged in the first hour and went, yeah, you've got it won. No, you haven't really, and then they changed to a 6th or 7th gear. But, I mean, they must show their absolute pace from the first minute of the race.
Oh, they absolutely will, yeah, for sure. But this is the whole problem with balanced performance racing, that people do have this ability to sandbag. There is a new balanced performance system being introduced into the WEC. It works in a completely different way, and we haven't seen how that will work out. So let's see how it happens and how it goes forwards. But to be honest, I'm all about the prototypes. They shouldn't be sandbagging in P1, and they're certainly not sandbagging in P2. So let's see what these cars can really do. Bruce, I think you just spotted something, didn't you?
No. Well, I spotted many things. I've seen the results of the race, but to me, looking at various points last night in qualifying, I think particularly Kobayashi had a couple of massive twitches and sideways catches through the final. The P1 cars are so unbelievably dynamic, and at certain points around the circuit you cannot believe they can stay on the road. I don't really mind too much, quite frankly, about the making of the fastest laps. I just want it to be really, really close and a mix at the top between the Toyotas and the Porsches. I don't want the Toyotas to be out front by 1 or 2 seconds. That's just me. In the GT, we know they're going to go hammer and tongs at it in P2. And last night, one driver discovered the best way to go fast is to have a training accident, injure yourself. This is Mathieu Vassivière, and then hop in and bang in a quicker lap than anybody else at the end for TDS Racing. But I just want it to be really, really, really close in GTE Pro with a fantastic mix of those manufacturer teams. In fact, if we could sort of take one of each of those pairs and shuffle them around and sort of just mix it up, because I just love that at the start of the race, because sometimes they even have some P2 cars in the mix on the opening lap and seeing who can make a break and get away. But for me, I'm looking forward to a spot of supper and then sitting down to enjoy the action. But as we've said before, we think the quickest laps will come at the first few laps of the second session, starting at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
And then again right at the end. So there's plenty of time to build up towards the crescendo that will follow.
And that is when Neil Janney set his the currently standing fastest lap in qualifying, which was, I think, a few minutes after 10 o'clock in 2015. So that's your window of opportunity, you would think.
Yeah, I still, in fact, if I want to be anywhere in front of a screen, I'll be in the pit lane, no doubt, at that point. But hopefully I'll find a screen and just watch Gianni's lap, because I still have the utmost respect for Neil, having watched him race for years. But once he got into P1, he really started showing how you can hustle a car. So he's the one I'll be looking forward to. From the Porsche camp, it hasn't quite gone their way yet, though. In fact, they were 5th out of those 5 manufacturer cars last night. But last night was sort of interrupted. But I think for the Porsche drivers, they're going to have to hang it out a lot more than the Toyota drivers will.
You talk about drivers getting training injuries and then going quickly. Well, one guy tried a bit too hard getting a training injury.
He no race.
Replaced by
Michele Rugolo, who was, it's so difficult to compete at the moment. And you think, what's he do? He's missed the test session. He's missed the early laps. But is he not an exempt driver because he's done well enough here in the past, or something along those lines?
Yes. First raced here in 2003, and I think with success, not in that year when he finished 11th for a Durango team. Was that a prototype rather than a GT car? I'll have to look that up. But
yeah, Durango wouldn't be running a GT car.
No. He didn't have success in that year, but since then, I think Paul Truswell was saying that because of his slightly more recent success, so since 2011, he doesn't necessarily have to do the required laps that other drivers have to do. But Rugolo, I don't know, my eyebrows were raised when they, of course, announced that, because he is a great GT Am driver, I would say, but to stick him in effectively the factory car, the Amato Ferrari prepared Ferrari, that's a big call. And I wasn't entirely convinced by... Was it Collado who was interviewed by our guys on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, explaining Rugolo's credentials, but his voice didn't sound entirely convinced by that. And that's purely speculation.
It might be the situation, quite simply, that he's the only driver available.
Yes.
Who can qualify and jump into the car and go and run. You see that happen. We had when Giancarlo Fisichella ended up in the Ferrari, and I think it was the Italian Grand Prix, because he was the only guy that they could release from a contract, and Force India would say, yeah, he can go, you can have him. Give us some money.
And ironically, that was just as the Force India was going very, very well, and the Ferrari was having an absolutely horrendous season. But never mind. But he achieved an aim. Go on then.
So LMP3 race result. was Ligiers all the way down to 17th. Sean Rahal in the number 2 car won the race, followed by Richie in the 18 car. And filling out the podium is number 14 of Rich, all in the identical Ligiers, just with different paint jobs. In the GT3 category, it was the Aston Martin. Number 97. That's a good omen, isn't it, for the race?
Well, actually, that's very weird because Mediani won that class and must have been given a penalty of some sort because Aston Martin was several positions further back.
Yeah, that is interesting because that's not what I saw. Yeah, let's have a look. And in second position was the Mercedes of Phil Keane, and in third position in that class was the 95 Ferrari of Mediani, who we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, first on the track. Oh, well, there you go. But they got 13 laps in, and the top 3 cars, the top 3 Ligiers, covered by under 10 seconds, so a very, very competitive show. They have it all to do again. Those rumbling P3 cars will be back to entertain with the GT cars snapping at their heels.
I do like them. And small prototypes.
Rorty engines.
Yeah, different manufacturers. It does look like a lot of fun. I wish there were more than the 5 manufacturers currently allowed. I wish there was a few others could weigh in. Dome were going to make one. They were one of the announced manufacturers for that project, but was put on the sidelines when that company changed hands. I wonder if anybody else will come out of the woodwork with a new LMP3 in years to come. It'd be nice.
Well, you look at the size of the fields, and certainly there's a market there to be had. So, yeah, let's wait and see. So, just under half an hour until it all gets busy out on the track, Johnny.
There is still a chance of tweaks to the entry list even now, isn't there? We don't want them, but we have had late changes to entry lists, haven't we, going into Saturday morning when the list des engagés is released and then everything is set in stone. Well, actually, the Carthagena thing happened, didn't happen on race morning.
It did. He climbed over the pit wall, but not very successfully.
2009, that was.
Yeah. As the Collis run Audi R10s one of those 2 cars had to do the race with 2 drivers.
Yeah. And I mean, there is precedent for that, where 3 drivers are cut down to 2 because of
because we had Cooper McNeil and Jeroen Bleekemolen. And what happened to their teammate? Did he have an upset stomach or wasn't feeling well? But actually, if you think back, quite a few years, a lot of drivers it was absolutely played after qualifying. They were not up to task. They hadn't made the cut, and yet they were allowed to introduce this. These were normally the tail end teams, but the overall standard is so much higher now. You don't have people just hanging out the back of the pack.
Third and final clue for this hour's year. This is the last of these, you'll be pleased to hear, but many people have been getting involved, so thank you for that. So the first clue was, of the 51 starters, only 20 finishers were classified. The second clue was Vern Schuppen became the first Australian driver to win the race overall since 1928. And the final clue, it was a Rothmans Porsche 1-2 that went right down to the wire. Derek Bell and Al Holbert slogging it out for the last few laps. They both finished on the same lap. Many Porsches entered that race, but Rothmans Porsches 1 and 2. What year was that? At RSL_studio. And if you stick the hashtag Mobil1RLM, we'll be able to pick it out from the rest of the Twitter traffic floating around Circuit de la Sarthe this afternoon. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2017. We're heading into the evening now as the cars from the Road to Le Mans event work their way back to the support paddock. And they're back in action again for a second race, another 55-minute affair, which will be live here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans on Saturday morning, together with the Porsches, with 60-plus Porsche Cup cars taking to the 8.5-mile circuit around here. But as far as the teams are concerned, they'll be now preparing themselves. They will have had to work around the crews from the Road to Le Mans teams, because the cars, although weren't being live fueled in the pit lane, they were having to come in for a mid-race pit stop. And you guys will have seen a bit more than that than I've managed to glimpse, but they were doing something like a 22, 23-minute stint, coming in, change drive, and then back out again. Now the 24-hour race teams can breathe again. There's a bit more space on the apron, and all of a sudden they'll be getting engine covers and nose cones sorted, and also drivers probably already been in a briefing, so they will know the drill for tonight's qualifying, who's going to be in which cars and when.
Well, there's not too much you're allowed to leave out on the pit apron, actually, because the restrictions are everything's got to be basic behind the line. So
you don't think teams will be compromised necessarily because of that?
Not really, because the teams couldn't really get into the garage. What it does mean is they can get back onto their frat perches on the pit wall and do a bit of getting ready on the computers. They'll be sitting up there probably already typing away on their laptops and whatever it is they do with those, getting all those wobbly lines to go straight. But I think it's more a case of just, having somebody with their tyre trolley, their spare, somebody else's mechanic, somebody else's spares and bits and bobs in front of your garage when you're trying to get your car prepped. It just is that little bit.
It's a distraction.
Yeah, it's not what you want when you're trying to get a car ready for what is going to be a really full-on qualifying session. But it is just the nature of the beast.
And they'll be paying attention to track temperature, because that's the thing that's not likely to change. Although, as I mentioned earlier on, they will be losing heat in the ambient. But it's a question of the tyres, I suppose. Goes back to age-old question of whether the tyres are going to like these conditions. And you may be able to start investigating once you go for a quick time. Maybe the rest of this evening session is how a tyre wears across a stint.
Yeah, there'll be an element of that, because I think it's Porsche we haven't really seen putting in long stints, so we don't really know what their game is. We don't know what hands they've got, nor did Toyota. I think Toyota have shown their hand a little bit in terms of stint length. You were just talking about the Dura weather and the Dunlop track temp. Well, I've just been looking at that because I've got the Trussers screen of knowledge in front of me, and the track temperature hasn't really gone down at all. It's 36.7. It's actually climbed from 36.7 Celsius over the last 2 hours. So the track temperature is actually currently still rising, not falling.
Right.
The ambient air temperature is 27.7 degrees centigrade, so it's no cooler out there either. So it will be later on, once the sun has set, that we see the really fast times coming in. So I think this first bit in the daylight hours is going to be more about tyre life.
But will the teams be grateful for these weather conditions because it's going to be so warm at the weekend, or will they see it more as a hindrance that they can't make the tyre work and they can't potentially get as quick a time as they will be wanting?
I think it's absolutely helpful, because it's something we're going to have this exact conditions in 48 hours. So it's going to be a great time to go and sample what this transitional, period up to, I forget what the wonderful words Jim Roller used to describe this.
The golden hour?
Not golden hour.
This isn't the golden hour that comes later.
Then there's a looming or a glooming or a
gloaming.
Gloaming. That's a little bit after golden hour, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that period is very hard for the teams to understand in terms of track temperature and getting the car to work.
Yeah, I think what we've got is absolutely clear tonight. It's, as you said, Johnny, 7 till 9 is get out and learn about how the track is in these temperatures. 10 to 12 is go and qualify.
Yeah.
But, with the sky above having just very light cloud here, it's going to be set fair but warm through until midnight, and I really can't wait. But, you have all the preamble, you have the test weekend, you have free practice. Last night, because we knew the weather was going to be good tonight, there was still an element of suck it and see. But we're building very nicely to that thing we all love so much, a crescendo.
Yes.
Whether it comes at between 10 and 10:15 or 11:45 and 12 o'clock, it is going to come. And let's just hope everyone keeps it on the island, because it'd be so sad if everyone's gun was spiked by someone just dropping it off at the Porsche curves, or even somewhere far less serious, but just putting a slow zone in, clean up.
But these last two qualifying sessions of the week can draw their own headlines. Historically, we've seen this, and not necessarily for the right reasons, because you can have a car that has a big off, and then the team thinking they've got Friday off to wheel the car down to Le Mans town and soak up the fans and whatever. Actually, they've got to work on the car non-stop to get it ready for the race.
Yeah, my heart always just goes out to mechanics who they want Friday to be a bit of a dip to recharge the batteries, but if they do an all-nighter Thursday and an all-nighter all-day Friday, and then
into
Friday
a guaranteed
night,
overnighter in Saturday.
What's their reward for achieving that? The fact they can now work right through Saturday night as well. So you do see some walking dazed people, and let's hope tonight no damage done, and they can get a bit of downtime tomorrow.
But potentially with some of the highest speeds we've ever seen here, and closing speeds therefore higher onto the GT cars, and a little bit of unknown quantity is the pace of the LMP2s as well, because somebody said earlier on a P2 might go quicker than a P1 down the straight.
They do.
Yeah. They do that.
The Delaras are the fastest cars on the straight line.
Wow.
Now, the trap speeds we've been getting in terms of what you're seeing on the screens and what we read out during the session aren't 100% accurate in terms of the LMP1 hybrid cars, because the LMP1 cars go into the lift and coast mode, so they're actually decelerating slowly down the second half of the straight before the braking zone. And where the speed trap is, they're already into that phase, so we don't actually know what the peak speed of the P1 cars are, but it's not likely to be any higher than that 341 kph we saw on test weekend from the Dallara. However, at least one of the, in fact, two of the Dalaras last night were running the WEC or the ELMS spec bodywork, the high downforce bodywork, to try and make it work better in the corners. Actually, it didn't really work in terms of lap time for those, but they were chopping and changing throughout. So it's going to be an absolute nightmare for Paul Trustwell to work out which Dallara was running in which bodywork at which point in qualifying. And we won't know until we see him, and you have to. It's going to be a very hard one to work out.
So we won't be able to see a great deal of that at all in the final 2 hours. So, Paul, from your point of view, hopefully they'll change the bodywork in the 7 to 9. But I didn't love the quote, but I thought it was such an interesting quote from Rubens Barrichello about the behaviour of the Dallara. He said through the corners, it was amazing then in a straight line, but didn't really feel as though it was touching the road through the corners. So they've whacked a whole lot more downforce on it, but she said we'll make it really, really slow. But I think most drivers quite like a bit of feel of the road. I don't know.
Yeah, generally speaking, yes, I think that's true. Think of it from the perspective of the pilots of the slower cars, though. All of a sudden in GTE AM, you're going to have LMP2s being fired at you at incredibly high speed. The P1s are certainly not hanging around either. And we were discussing in the last meal about some of these cars that carry rear-view cameras, but also a lot of them in the GTs have this monitor to tell you at what proximity and therefore how quickly some cars are going to catch you from behind.
Yeah, it's a radar system, and Mike Wainwright in the Gulf Racing Porsche was explaining they've got 3 lights either side of the steering wheel, and according to the progression as how much closer it's getting, they go 1, 2 and 3. So you know it's really close, you know it's on your left or your right. And I said, why can't you have that in a P2 car? I was talking to Phil Hansen. He said there isn't the space in the cockpit, and also with all the stuff around you, he said your vision is so limited. But then with the speed of the P2 cars, they're not going to be being overtaken that often. Yes, the P1 cars will have different speed at different points in the circuit, but don't forget we've got 5.5 P1 cars. But for all the people in GTE AM and GTE Pro, there are so many prototypes. It's, I think, 30 of them up ahead, and of course the closing speed will be huge. And there are certain points on the circuit where there's a glimmer of light that really sort of affects them. I think coming in to the Ford chicane and even out by the Porsche curve, and it does put them off a bit, but it's just another element where the driver has to focus. But I very much like the thought of those 3 little lights just to give you a fighting chance of not pulling over, slowing, lifting for a car that isn't there.
It's something that's come from computer games, effectively, isn't it? When you've got it on a certain setting, maybe peering over the bonnet on your view, you should press triangle, I think, to change the view on my touring car game.
No, that's shoot.
Oh, that's it, yes. And because you couldn't easily look behind you, there'd be an arrow that would appear on the screen and it would move left and right and it would grow larger when the car was immediately on the back bumper. The Corvettes run with that with their rear view camera, and this thing sort of hovers at the bottom of the screen. It's super stuff, and it's technology straight from an arcade game. It's
actually been developed by Bosch, who's the German engineering company, sell that into the Corvette. And there's a few other cars with it on the grid now. I mean, you see, I think the Porsche GTE Pro car, it has a camera on it has a rear view camera, and I think it has a similar radar system on it. So it's quite a popular thing. It seems to work quite nicely for the prototypes coming past, but again, all it takes is an amateur driver or a driver who's hot, sweaty, unsighted, or thinking about something else, not noticing the big arrow and the beeping warning if they get that there's a Toyota on the inside, and suddenly Anthony Davidson's upside down in the crash barrier at Mulsanne.
I remember really quite a long time ago when Ralph Schumacher was at Williams, they started trying, head-up displays. But they never seem to go any further than that.
They've tried it a few more times in other series as well. It keeps on coming. It's one of these things that keeps on coming up in motor racing. Having it, like fighter pilots have these sort of green blobs. You see it in Top Gun where the sort of a dot's identified, and Eurofighter pilots have a really advanced system that lets them see through parts of the car that are solid, through the parts of the aeroplane that are solid. So the cockpit system, the struts and the braces, so they can see down through between their legs and stuff like that. So they've got this sort of total visual system. Stuff like that, the technology does exist. It's never really made its way into motor racing, partly because it's quite bulky, but that can be reduced. But secondarily, I think just getting a racing driver to deal with extra amounts of technology in most cases is rather difficult, because most things are rather difficult for racing drivers to deal with a lot of the time.
Yeah, it was one. I remember Schumacher saying it was one more complication. Actually made him feel quite sick.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, maybe lights elsewhere in the cockpit that sit still and don't go with the way your head moves. But got to keep trying these things.
It's all gone quiet now out in front of us after the end of the Road to Le Mans race, but Marshals won't have that long to step down. In fact, it might be a different team of Marshals now heading into position, and the entry on our timing and scoring has suddenly appeared. Now, that will display times from last night. We should remind you that this is effectively a combined session with Q1 last night. Q2 taking place over the next 2 hours between 7 and 9 o'clock, and Q3 between 10 and midnight. And you can set your qualifying time, your potential pole time, at any point through those 3 sessions. And we're not doing, as elsewhere in the World Endurance Championship, we're not doing aggregate times, we're not adding times together and dividing by 2. This is purely one driver trying to go as fast as he can, and it can be any one of your drivers doing the time.
So should we suddenly have an instant 4-hour downpour, the provisional polls from last night will stand and they will take the honours. So overall, that would be the 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry of Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi and Stefan Sarazan. 6 places, well, top in P2. TDS Racing from that fantastic lap from Mathieu Vassivière, showing with Manu Collard, the driver with the greatest number of consecutive starts, and Francois Perrodo. Aston Martin Racing top in GTE AM, but most importantly for them, in GTE Pro. But all to play for. 2 hours of qualifying, an hour off for supper, and then back for the final shootout. But conditions, Johnny, are set absolutely fair.
And the gaps between the LMP2 times is rather large at this stage. Half a second, then 0.6 of a second between the TDS Racing car and the Valiant Rebellion machine. That's half a second. There's a further 0.6 back to the first of the CEFC Manor TRS racing cars. But then in the midfield, there is a whole group of cars on 331, 331, 331.4, 0.6, 0.9. I mean,
seven of them covered in
Are we
31s.
expecting the top end of the field of P2 to become really compressed, or is it going to be a fight for 5th, 6th, 7th, because there are so many teams that are sort of right in the middle of pace, if you like? Because I mean,
impossible to answer.
It is. I agree.
Yeah.
But TDS Racing, I mean, they must be super pleased with that. Mathieu Vassivière, huge grin on his face last night, and the team, almost as if they'd already got pole position.
It's not done
yet, though. No,
it's
you
not
can't
done.
bank on that, can you?
No, you still got to go hard tonight. I mean, you've got to go really hard tonight, because if the track temperature is what it looks like, but the air temperature is a bit low, which I think it probably is going to be, the laps are going to be quicker tonight. So it's going to be a harder, and there's more rubber on the track. I mean, that's going to be a big factor. The track, nothing's come and washed it away. There's been a lot of running on the track today. The track should be in pretty good condition.
But then again, are we going to see teams that potentially could have gone quicker but just couldn't manage it because they couldn't find the gaps in the traffic?
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
And there were the safe zones last night. The slow zone, safe zone, slow zone.
That's exactly what's
it will
going to
tighten
happen.
up.
That's it on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Thank you very much for listening. My thanks to Sam Collins and to Bruce Jones. I just want to tell you, by the way, that of the 51 starters, 20 finishes were classified. We had the first Aussie driver winning since 1928, and the Rothmans Porsche 1-2 that went right down to the wire. It was 1983. Yes, there we go. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2017. My thanks to all the guests during Le Mans Live. Bye for now.
This programme is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you. 24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Engineered to perform.
Hello and welcome then to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. We have got Q2 coming up for you in just 5 minutes' time, and we're looking forward to seeing what these cars can do after the first session last night at dusk and at night. This is the only qualifying session in the daylight, and we are looking forward to a very, very full 2 hours worth of action. John Hindhoff will join me alongside Paul Truswell, and we'll get the action up and running for you in a few moments' time.
24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Engineered to perform.
So the beautiful sunshine that we've been graced with throughout the week so far here at Le Mans continues. It's been a very, very hot day. Not quite as humid as we saw yesterday. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of tact the teams take coming out onto the circuit in approximately 1 minute's time. We do have a slightly earlier than usual session. It's supposed to start at 5 to the hour. And therefore, just trying to make up some of the time that we lost at the start of Q1. Paul Truswell and John Hindhoff will join me Firstly, John, good afternoon. A nice morning for you.
Yes, busy. Lots of content, some very interesting chats with the heads of mission for both Porsche and Toyota Gazoo Racing, which you'll hear over the broadcasts from here on Friday and indeed Saturday. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about it during the session as well. Also had a chance to socialise with one or two of the drivers. They are looking forward to tonight. The track is rubbering in nicely. No rain since test day. So there was the test day rubber was pretty much still on it. And it's just been getting better and better. I stand by my prediction that we will see a new lap record tonight. The only thing that could stop it is it's probably a little bit hot. It could do with being doing with 3 or 4 degrees cooler. What we're waiting to see, and Paul Truswell and I are very excited about this, is a potential fastest ever qualifying here, fastest ever lap here at Le Mans in any configuration by any car in the history of ever. And that is what time to look for, Paul?
The time we're looking for is a 3 minutes 14.8. And that would beat the highest speed that was achieved in 1985 by Hans Stuck in a Porsche 962 at a point where the Le Mans circuit had no chicanes down the Mulsanne Straight. It had no extra chicanes going down through the Forest S's, although some other parts of the circuit have been speeded up since then, particularly at Mulsanne Corner and at Tertre Rouge. But before we get into that, I think there's a kind of I would say a subplot. There's a layer over the top of this, because there is the drivers themselves, the teams themselves, they aren't really interested in breaking records. They're interested in winning the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2017. So their first priority has got to be to make sure that their car is comfortable and works nicely for them. Their second priority is to make sure that it's fast, and obviously, being able to go fast over a single lap is part of that, but being able to go fast over the course of a full stint is also part of it. So I think what we'll be seeing from some of the teams in this 2-hour qualifying session is going to be some of the drivers going out and doing some long stints. Now, it may be that during those long stints, they suddenly find themselves with a clear bit of track, and it may be that they're able to then use that clear bit of track to set a quick lap time. Because you know, when we were here for the test day, we had a fast lap of 3 minutes 18, and I confidently predict we'll be down underneath that 3 minutes 18. I think we could well be down to, 3 minutes 16, but I'm not sure we'll be going very much below that.
Down in our pits, in the Esso pit lane team, we have firstly Joe Bradley. Joe, how's it going down in the pits? Warm?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it too hot. It's very nice, and we're just finishing off with the Road to Le Mans podium, so that's what you can hear in the background. I'm kind of outside of Toyota because I just wanted to mention that it's the number 7 that was the quickest car in the test, and their time from the test at 3 minutes 38.1 in difference to the quickest time last night, 3 minutes 38.7. I still think, like Mr. Hindhoff, there's still a lot in the bag from these guys.
Down at this end of the pit lane, the cars have already started to line up to meet the exit. The one of the two Jackie Chan, David Chang racing cars from last night, the 37 had quite a bit of issue in the qualifying session last night. They are the first car in line waiting to go out, but there are several cars towards pit exit, that half of the garages, that are not ready to go out. 2 of the G-Drive cars have their noses off completely. One of the Manor Orica cars, the number 25, it also was having a setup change done until about 30 seconds ago. Racing Team Netherlands, one of the Laras, the number 29, they still don't know which front end they're going to try, which downforce setup they're going to go with. They have 2 noses sitting out in front of the car. But more and more cars now starting to be wheeled out onto the pit lane. And I suspect that this line to get out on track with a clear ability to run for a little while, that is only going to grow over the next 10 minutes.
One of the stories from qualifying 1 was the Risi Competition 82 car, Paul. Did 17 laps, did a competitive lap time, but then had all of their laps disqualified and taken away from them. So they still have yet to qualify into this race. Every other car, all other 59 cars, did manage to qualify. But do we know any reason as to why that car lost all of its time? 17 laps in all.
That's no, I don't, but John Hindhoff does, and he will tell us, and then I'll give you some more information about Risi.
The car has had its times disqualified, so it is not at the moment qualified to race. However, the drivers are qualified because post the session yesterday, somebody touched the tyres in Parc Fermé.
Right.
And therefore that has disqualified the car from. Now it's not a massive problem because the car will go out tonight. I'm sure it will do a time that will get it into the race. I don't really understand what happens if they didn't go back out again. If all the drivers are qualified, but the car isn't, I suppose they just have to do one lap.
They have to start from the back of the grid.
Yeah, okay.
The thing that I do know about the Risi Competizione car as well, this is the number 82 Ferrari, is that we're not going to be seeing very many laps from it. They have reached the end pretty much of that engine's life.
Right.
They don't want to put the new engine in just yet. They're going to save that for the race. So they will do a few laps. What they don't want to do is to blow the engine up and leave oil over the track or have any other problem. So we're not expecting to see too much from Risi Competizione, but that's not to say they're not going to go out and set a lap. But bear in mind, remember last year, the Risi Competizione Ferrari was right there at the end of the race, had a great result. Do you know where it started? Right at the back. At Sebring, it started right at the back. So it's actually quite a good omen, if you will, for Risi to have a problem and start from the back, because they tend to do quite well. Shay was mentioning the number 37, the Jackie Chan DC racing car. That had an oil pump failure in yesterday's qualifying session and spent a lot of the time, as she was saying, in the garage having that oil pump replaced, and that's why that car didn't qualify very high up. The other car which caused a lot of drama last night was the SMP car, the Dallara from Michael Aleshin was in the car at the time, caught fire out on the Mulsanne Straight, and was quite fiercely ablaze, it would seem. It was parked on the left-hand side as they came to Mulsanne Corner. Apparently, the problem was that the exhaust was rubbing against the bodywork. Bodywork caught fire just from rubbing against the from the exhaust. The exhaust was hot and set fire to the bodywork, and that was what caused the conflagration. So it was purely bodywork which had caught fire. There was no oil involved, no petrol involved, just bodywork which was on fire.
In terms of the cars that were successful, though, for the moment we have on provisional pole position the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 7 with Mike Conway. Kamui Kobayashi was the man that did the time, and Stefan Sarazin. And they are 6.5 tenths ahead of their teammates in the 8 car, which is Buemi, Davidson and Nakajima. They're the two full-time entrants into the WEC, with the 9 car in 4th position, separated by the number 2 Porsche of Bernard, Bamber and Hartley. And that is the LMP1 lineup, the top 5 at least.
And if you've got the timing and scoring from the internet, or you're watching somewhere that you can see that, the times from last night will be, in fact they are now on the screen, ahead of this first of 2 2-hour qualifying sessions. So the times that were set yesterday are on the screen. Improvements to that then you will see as we do here in the booth.
However, I can give you times in this session, so I will be monitoring times in this session. But
yes, because we always like to give a bit extra, don't we?
Because obviously we're interested in who's going fast and who's going faster and faster, and there will come a point then where last night's times become a thing of history, and tonight's times, as we were just saying, will become quicker. Well, I think it's entirely reasonable. But I mean, I think Sam Collins, who was sitting here a moment ago, was making the very valid point that the track has been used today since 9 o'clock this morning. They started out 9 o'clock this morning with getting cars out on the track. So there will be a lot of rubbering in that has taken place on the track. And the normal problem of Le Mans, if you will, is all of the road detritus that tends to get laid down by the public transport, which very often in previous years has run on the track up until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And it's only after 3 o'clock that they close the roads. And so this session can quite often be a bit of a slower one, as the road detritus, the dust and things that get brought on, get blown away. But this time we've had an active racetrack practically since about 7 o'clock this morning. So I think that's going to stand us in very good stead indeed, Ben, for getting some good times today.
And it's worth pointing out, if you are a fan of the WEC and follow the season, the qualifying system is different here at Le Mans. This is much more of a conventional qualifying system. We just have the fastest lap from each of the cars being the one that counts towards your grid position. Green flag at the end of pit exit, and the cars are heading now out onto circuit. A big long queue of cars from the LMP1 to GTE Pro and AM, all filing their way up towards the first chicane and then onto the back straight onto Mulsanne. And plenty of them indeed. A big long queue, as Shea Adam was describing, of cars trying to get out. In fact, we had kind of almost 2 lines led by, I think the first car on the track was...
Number 38.
The 38 car, absolutely.
Thomas Laurent at the wheel of that one. In terms of P1s, Nick Tandy at the wheel of the number 1 Porsche, Earl Bamber at the wheel of the number 2 car, and for Toyota, we've got Mike Conway going out at the wheel of the number 7, Sebastian Buemi at the wheel of the number 8, and the number 9 yet to leave the pit lane. But it is a very, very busy track early on, and that, of course, is going to stop anybody from going out straight from the word go and setting a quick lap. I think we'll probably... John, Ben, I'm not quite sure what your opinions, or even if you've had any information from the horses' mouths, but my impression, my instinct is that beginning of this session is going to be go out there and set at least a stint of 5, 6, 7 laps just to get yourself dialed in and comfortable in the car. So I think we'll be seeing some longer stints rather than what we sometimes see is go out, either come straight back in at the end of your installation lap or do a flying lap and come straight back in again. I don't think we'll be seeing that at this stage, but we'll wait and see.
It is now the number 2 Porsche that has assumed the front of the queue, heading down towards the end of the Mulsanne straight and into the Mulsanne corner, which just kinks off to the right-hand side away from the roundabout that would normally be experienced down at that corner, and where the track for many years, in fact, went past before it was a roundabout. Now a roundabout's been put in and bypassed by the racetrack. And the run towards Indianapolis, very much public roads.
I always thought that was one of the great emotive photographs from Le Mans, Ben. I don't know if you saw them when you were a kid, looking at your dad's photographs. Is that wall that used to be on the inside of Mulsanne Corner? There'd always be either a photographer or a marshal or a gendarme standing on that wall on the inside of Mulsanne Corner, which was, as you say, a much tighter corner in those days at the end of the Mulsanne Straight.
Much change over this year in terms of runoff areas, but in terms of actual track layout, no changes for the layout of the circuit. So the distance of the circuit stays the same, and it's really around the Porsche curve area we've seen changes where there is larger gravel traps, and perhaps the fans around the circuit move back slightly away from the circuit. Certainly in the karting area of the track, the whole karting pit boxes that were built there had to be moved to accommodate the gravel runoff that has now been built on the exit of that turn.
Yeah, there has been some resurfacing done on the beginning part of the lap, and that, I say occasionally, often the resurfacing work does enable cars to go a little bit quicker. But apart from that, you're absolutely right. There is no change to the actual trace of the track. This is the 11th time that this trace has been used. It was first used in 2007. It's the 14th variation on the circuit. Meanwhile, on the circuit, there is a car stopped, and it's the number 8 Toyota in the hands of Sebastian Buemi. Ben?
Yeah, absolutely. The Porsche went into the pit lane at the end of its lap, but the Toyota number 8 sitting very patiently after the second of the Mulsanne chicanes. And yeah, it just seemed to
Just lost
power, yeah.
Just seemed to lose power there, Ben, and drop away to nothing. And just as the cars are coming past us and the exhaust note is rising in front of us here at the studio, concerned faces down at Toyota, and it's stop the engine is what was said to Sebastian Buemi, and he has done. So they've clearly seen something down there, Toyota Gazoo Racing, that they don't like. Meantime, the 7 car of Mike Conway is in the pit lane, Ben.
Yeah, and that seems to be the flow that we've seen many of the cars do, almost a shakedown lap. They would have been rebuilt over the previous day and made sure that all of the parts on the car are absolutely pristine. So many of them coming back into the pits, a quick check around the car to make sure everything is bolted on properly. And we believe now that the number 8 Toyota is driving slowly down the Mulsanne. So Buemi has got it going again, but only at about 60 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, the initial problem was just after the second chicane. So he's now going down towards Mulsanne corner, and the yellow flags that were signifying his car being stationary have been removed. But as you say, Buemi not yet up to full speed, Ben.
I think he's on battery power only, guys. I don't think the internal combustion engine is running at all. Ben, if you want to eavesdrop on the interior of that car, which we can do.
That's washing machine noise, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's maxing out at just 60 kilometers an hour in first gear.
He's effectively on the pit lane speed limiter on. Now, they have done a whole lap in last year's car. They did a whole lap round Spa with just battery power to try and get the car qualified for points for the championship. That's extraordinary. The engine, I think the engine was off on that car, and that was battery power only, and that's coming home on the hybrid.
But we did hear, didn't we, John, on the radio, Sebastian being told to turn the engine off. So it wasn't as if it was an engine failure. It was them detecting something on the telemetry which said turn the engine off and we'll bring it home on this on battery power. The concern is that he's going to bring it home on the curbs and not do any damage.
He's on the run down, the exceptionally quick run down from Mulsanne corner to Indianapolis Arnage. Now, a few years ago, he wouldn't have been able to get all 4 Michelin tyres off the track and still be on tarmac. But he can do that now. He's on driver's right as he's heading back towards us. Big danger time for that car and for everyone else on the circuit.
So the session now back up to green again. We did have obviously a yellow flag covering the incident at the second Mulsanne chicane, but with the Toyota moving at sufficient speed, now it will be covered by just a white flag. And we already have seen a few improvements, an impressive improvement, in fact, from the number 38 Orica. Laurent has gone faster than Dominic Kryhammer was able to do last night in the CLM. So an LMP2 ahead of an LMP1, which is very impressive, a 3:26.776 for the 38 car. And that does imply that the circuit is in good condition, as we speculated a little bit earlier, that there is no dust and we were able to push very hard, very, very quickly. Let's go down to our SO pit lane team. Joe Bradley is down there.
Yeah, Ben, just as you described, it appears that majority of the pit lane just doing a kind of a shakedown first lap. But interesting, at the Porsche pit, cars 1 and 2 both came in after 1 lap, swiveled round, both cars pushed back into the garage, wheels and tyres removed, and all that was done was a kind of a download, or maybe even a reprogram is what I saw. No attention, no bodywork removed from the car. Both cars 1 and 2 now have new Michelin rubber placed on the car, unscrubbed, and are about to go out. Now, maybe they've had a kind of a reprogram of the ECU, give the different engine management for whether that's a warm-up process that they've just gone through and now they're ready to roll, or whether that's a qualifying engine map that they've just had put on the cars.
Down at Toyota, they decided to bring both cars in as normal. They did the checks that they do over these cars that they do every time a session starts. They do that out in in-lap, as Joe was describing. And now, both the 7, actually now it pulls out of its pit box with Mike Conway behind the wheel, and the 9, sitting in its pit box, are going back out, so they are not concerned at Toyota Gazoo Racing about whatever has afflicted the 8, troubling either of its sister cars.
And the 8 car is still working its way round the final sector of the lap, so still a bit of time before we get to see that car in pit lane and have more of an assessment as to the problem with that car. Have we seen any other decent lap times? A few improvements further down the GT Pro field with Tony Kanaan at the wheel of the 68 Ford. He's improved the time of that car, as has Stefan Mucker in the 66 Ford. And there's been an interesting story, John, over the last couple of days with accusing Ford of sandbagging. The drivers getting very frustrated by that. But to be fair, their times are in the second half of that field.
Well, they were either not driving to the car's full potential last night, or they don't know what a racing line is. Because I was watching at one stage, they weren't within half a car's width of the apex of the curb. Hello, Chip Ganassi car, curb, apex, clipping point. Let me introduce you. They're not leaning on the car. Don't care what anybody says. I have no problem. It's up to them how they want to do it. They're not learning anything. By the way, I'm hearing from contacts that oil pressure on the internal combustion engine is the issue with the Toyota. I don't see the point. Oh my goodness, side by side, past the Toyota under yellow flags with the, I think that was the Clearwater Toyota being, Clearwater Ferrari being passed by an LMP1 car, Paul.
That's probably not a yellow flag zone, to be honest.
Probably
it's
a white flag.
Probably just a white flag being shown, which won't mean, which doesn't mean that there's no overtaking. So
I going back to the Ford thing, sandbagging's part of the game, particularly in a BOP formula. Now, you can decide whether GTE should be a GTE formula. It shouldn't. They've got great regs. Just stick to the regs. However, that horse has bolted beyond the horizon now, so it's going to be a fact of life. If you're in a BOP formula, you are, doesn't matter which team you are, up and down, you do not want to show your full hand and then get BOP'd back. Now, Corvette were in a slightly different and somewhat difficult position when they came here. They had only had a day's worth of testing on the Michelin tyres that they use here because they are different compounds. Number 8 Toyota, by the way, back to the pit lane. We'll get a report in a moment, I'm sure. And so they had no choice but to drive at the pace that they expected to do in practice and qualifying to find out where they were in terms of their performance. The teams are meant to give a piece of paper over to the ACO that says this is where we think we are and this is where we think we'll qualify and this is where we think we'll race.
Absolutely. We're complete with expected lap times, and also there's data chips which the FIA install in the car, and those are, I was going to say, telemetry. They're not really telemetry because they sit on the chip in the car. There's no wires involved. It just goes into the solid state memory, and that then gets handed over to the FIA, to the ACO as well. So, I mean, you're right, John, and one wonders what is really there is to be gained from this, if there is anything untoward going on. But there's a number of times during this week where I say, I really just want to get on with the race now. At the moment, I don't. I want to get involved in qualifying because qualifying is exciting. But from the Ford point of view, I just want to get on with the race because this is, then we'll find out what's really going on. But this period, we really still haven't seen a proper, in fact, we haven't seen a flying lap from any of the P1 cars yet, with the one exception of the P1 privateer. Dominic Kryhammer's done a 326.026 Dom Kryhammer in the Enso, the by Collis car. and that is the quickest time from today. None of the other P1 cars have gone out and set a lap time yet, so we're still waiting for that to happen.
We have seen some improvements, though, especially in LMP2. James Allen. Is it James Allen?
Yes.
It is James Allen. It sounded wrong when it came out of my mouth. Not that one, though. Up to 10th position overall, and what's that, 6th position in LMP2 in the 25 car, which is not the car that he's in. He's in the 40 car, which is one of the 2 Graf cars, and an improvement from him. We also mentioned the 38 car improving, and Pierre Rag in the 35 Signatech Alpine improved as well. They are pushing even early on in this session. We've only just had 15 minutes gone.
Yes, and in terms of GTE Pro, the fastest car so far in GTE Pro has been a Ford. Richard Westbrook at the wheel of the number 69 car, having done a 3 minutes 52.496 on his second flying lap. Second fastest is Alessandro Pierguidi in the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari with a 3:52.952.
Weybridge for, which was that car?
38.
That's
38 car.
Yeah.
Very similar liveries for the 2 JC DC cars.
Yes, there's a typical ACO tent, which they used to have down at Scrutineering, was all done under tents. But there is a tent at the pit entrance, which randomly cars will be called into in order to be weighed in order to show they're not running underneath the minimum weight limit.
So we saw a problem with the 8 Toyota on its opening lap. It crawled right back to the pit lane on what seemingly was battery power. Shea Adam is down in the pit lane for more.
Every potential wire that could be plugged into this car has been. They took the nose off, and then they took the cover over that covers the pedal box, so there might have been an issue there as well. Now they've replaced that aspect of the car, though, and the entire back half of the car has been separated from the front. The driver is not inside the car anymore. A mechanic is. Seb Wemme has run to the back of the garage. He kept his helmet on, though, so he seems to think it won't be too long of a time, but there is a very definite white smoke that is coming out of the rear of this number 8 Toyota. They also had the number 9 ready to go after its installation lap check. Then they put it up on the jacks and wheeled it back into the garage. It, too, has wires plugged into it, but most of the mechanics seem concerned with what's going on to the 8. Then they'll worry about the 9.
Absolutely. So reports was that the 9 car was ready to go out and then was pulled back into its garage. The 7 Toyota is out on circuit and has just set the ultimate fastest lap that we've seen so far this week. A 3:18.651 from Mike Conway, and he seems to be running well.
That's an understatement, isn't it?
And both of the Porsches have now put in times as well. Contrary to what I suggested might happen, all 3, the 2 Porsches and the number 7 Toyota, did a single installation lap and came in. So my suggesting they'd go out and do a long run was complete hogwash. However, since then, Nick Tandy has gone round in the number 1 in 3 minutes 21.083, and going round in the number 2 is Earl Bamber. He's done a 3 minutes 22.187. So 2 out of the 3 winners from 2015's race are out in the 2 Porsches at the moment.
Red flag.
Oh dear.
Red flag, first one of the week, and it's
first one in the 24 hours.
Yeah. Sorry, yes, in the sessions that we've been covering. Apologies again, by the way, for not being able to bring you any coverage of the significant amount of track action that was going on today. But the TV compound was pretty much shut down this afternoon, this morning and this afternoon. We're
saying caution zone 12.
Which is first chicane.
Yes. And if I'm not mistooked, there's a car off there, I think.
Yet to see anything double rave yellows at zone 12, which is not particularly useful when you've got
car off driver's right has gone in hard on driver's right, and I think it was one of the Manners, was it?
Certainly a red wing to the car.
Gone off hard coming out of the exit, Ben, it looked to me, of driver's right, and of the chicane driver's right, as if they'd sort of spun it up on the exit. And that looked like a big one. Bounced down the outside of the barrier.
As the car has come out of the chicane with the steering lock to the right, accelerating out of the turn, you can see black lines, 2 11s going towards the right-hand side. It's made at least one major contact with the barrier. The car is still looks good from the right-hand side as we pass it. The bodywork's still in place, the rear wing's still in place, but certainly I would have thought the left-hand side of the car is the part of the car that has had the action.
A missing car, Paul?
I haven't yet, no, I'm afraid.
Right, stand by.
We'll find out exactly which car that is in a few moments' time. Meanwhile,
86
Joe Bradley was down in the pit lane watching a pad change.
Yeah, the 95 Aston Martin currently leading provisional pole, let's call it, for the GTE Pro class. The 95 Aston Martin into the pits for a disc and pad change. Now, the pads that came off will look pretty brand new. So that indicates to me they're using this qualifying session as a kind of practice session, just bedding discs and pads in readiness for the race. You would have thought that, you know, the matter of urgency was to optimise the car and go for a quick run. Anyway, Richie Stanaway has now gotten into that car, and a fresh set of discs and pads going onto the car to bed another set in readiness for the race.
Might be the Eurasia Motorsport
Yeah,
car.
I'd agree with that. There's a bit more blue on it than I thought from the first look.
33 Ligier.
It's a big hit. Car stood up very well, but there's bodywork. Now, you know, bodywork all over the place. Both manners are in the pit lane, I'm hearing from Joe Bradley. Yes. The bodywork is meant to sort of fly off and look like an Airfix kit that's been stood on.
And the drivers in that car, in the Eurasia Motorsport car, that's the car of the two Nicolais, Jacques, the father, and Pierre, the son, and Eric Maurice, who is very much a local here. I think he lives in Angers.
And it was Eric
or
Maurice.
Angers, if you're English.
Angus.
Yeah. Which is just down the road from Mulsanne.
And it was Eric Maurice at the wheel of the car when it went missing. If it was that car which is missing, it has yet to come through at the completion or come into the pits at least at the end of this lap.
Certainly our TV pictures think the same as us.
So,
on his own, for a matter of precaution, we are taking the driver to the medical center. We feel he needs to be checked. He's going to be taken as a routine to the medical center.
That was Eduardo Freitas. Had a crash on his own was the first bit of that.
Yeah, and got out of the car on his own as well.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear the first bit. My apologies. I've just turned that bit down.
So the cars now making their way very slowly around the track. Because we're under red flag conditions, they all go into pit lane mode or 60 kilometres an hour mode. So if you had just begun the lap, so that takes a very long time to get round. In fact, the last of the cars touring around has only just gone past the incident zone in the second chicane at the Mulsanne, and that is the TDS Racing 28 machine. And so they have a long way to get back. They've yet even to get to the Mulsanne corner, and that's kind of halfway around the lap. So it's going to take a long time just to get the cars all back into pit lane before we can even consider going back racing again. And when we have accidents in the past down the Mulsanne straight, the straight is bordered by Armco barrier, metal barrier, and we have seen in the past that barrier has to flex in the event of an accident. That's what it's designed to do, to absorb some of the impact. And sometimes it means it needs some repair.
It's going to need quite a bit of repair. We've got access to CCTV cameras here in the studio, and the one just beyond the exit of the first chicane shows 3 layers of Armco that are a bit wobbly. Paul and I remember when there was only 2 layers of Armco there.
Sadly, I remember when there was only 1 layer of Armco there.
Do you remember when it was just fields around here? Do you? It's all just fields.
What is interesting, if you look at some of the old photographs, is how few trees there were here. Certainly, if you go back to the early post-war years, a lot of the trees that we now kind of just take for granted weren't here. And you can see some amazing views. And again, I wasn't here in the 50s, but if you do get a chance to get hold of some of the books and photos from that era, the number of trees which now exist, which never used to, I always find it interesting.
Right, it's 23 minutes past 7. We've been stopped already for what, a good 5 minutes, a little bit more than that, actually.
The red flag came out at 16 minutes and 57 seconds.
Right, okay, so yeah.
So I'll call that 17 minutes past, so as you say, six and a half minutes.
I'm sad to report to those of you who are either here at the track on 91.2 FM or around the world on radiolemans.com that I saw a piece of heavy machinery going out towards this incident, which suggests to me that we are not... I'd put the kettle on if you're in the pit lane at the moment, and if you're a driver, I don't think I would be worried too much about getting in and sitting in a very hot car. I think I'd be standing in front of a fan at the moment.
Depends really what's gone on in the session so far. It's a good opportunity to get on and change things if there's work to be done.
That's very true.
Well, there's plenty of attention to the Armco barrier. The driver, as we've heard, out of the car, and the car already beginning to be recovered from the scene, but it's the Armco that's taken, I think, most of the impact. So we've got a bit of time. Let's head down to our Esso pit lane team. Joe Bradley has Mark Patterson.
I have, out of the number 45 Ligier, Mark Patterson, in the Algarve Pro Racing, of course. Mark, here we are again, doing it all again here at Le Mans. But this year we've been waiting a long time for this beautiful weather. Is it as beautiful out there on the circuit?
Yeah, it is. It's a little warmer, so trying to do 4 stints in an LMP2, maybe 5 at night, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. We thought it would be straightforward. It was hot yesterday, and the forecast is for continued aggressive weather, 85 in my degrees, 85, 90 degrees, 32 to 36 degrees. It's going to be hot.
I'm quite confident that you guys as drivers can do that, but I think the question mark is over the tyres. Now, usually during the night or even during the day, we see double stints. The car we're just being moved away slightly while swiveled round. But there's a big question mark over whether the tyres will go beyond even 1 stint.
There really is, and it depends on the car. We know that the ACO has allowed Orica to own this race before we start. That's a very unfortunate from a sportsman-like point of view. It's very unfortunate, but is what it is. Our tyres and our use of the tyres on the Ligier is much less aggressive. So the hope we've got is that, your point, the tyres will in fact be more aggressively worn on the faster cars, and we might be able to take ours further. We've been testing here. We've tested in Spain, and we've practiced yesterday and last night. We've comfortably done substantially more than 4 stints.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Now, another one. You may be going to be giving me too much away here, Mark. But are you on a high downforce bodywork, or have you stuck with the Le Mans low drag bodywork?
We have to use the Le Mans bodywork. There was an advanced design to make this more aerodynamic, this being Ligier, to compare with Dallara and with Orica. But everybody has a right of first refusal, and they didn't give the permission, those two competitors. So we're between 6 and 8 kilometers an hour on the Mulsanne down on these guys, so we can't pass them, practically speaking. We can keep them worried in Porsche curves in the Dunlop area, but that's not good enough to make passes. Just catch up again, and then off they go in the straight. So I think our aero package here is pretty stable. We've got a very good setup on this car. So the Ligier setup is fine, just straight line speed is not sleek enough.
So psychologically, Mark, you know, you guys are already beaten. You might as well pack up and go home. You know, it's how do you motivate yourself then after hearing what you've just said? It's quite difficult.
It is quite difficult, but you're talking to the only 65-year-old on the grid, so
I wasn't going to mention that.
So the excitement of being allowed in this kind of car, 200-mile-an-hour car. They're making me start the race, which is certifiably insane. But so there's a lot of excitement just in racing a car this aggressive. It is extremely pointy. Any hand movement makes the car go somewhere. At the rate of change of direction is extremely aggressive and precise. So there's lots to be excited about. And as you know from this famous race, just finishing the thing gives you a shot at the podium. You never know. Look at Toyota last year. You just never know.
And for our listeners, Mark might have just admitted being 65, but I can assure you, he doesn't look 65. Best of luck. Best of luck. Yeah, he looks 70. Thanks, Mark. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and keep your head up.
Joe Bradley, part of our pit lane team, fueled by Esso, and we are under red flag conditions here at Le Mans after one well, we've got 1 hour and 43 minutes remaining of the session. Because we're in qualifying conditions, that time stops, although the session can be shortened because we only have 1 hour between this session and the second session, and we've seen that many times before. With
very annoying because it eats into dinner break.
It does indeed.
Always. Why is it this session that always gets the red flag?
Well, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I mean, what happens is you get into what's going on and you lose your appetite. At least I find depends what happens, but yes,
it's not enough of me for that now. Don't have anything to spare.
The new Slimline Hindhoff. That's why we've got better quality, high definition cameras in the studio.
Yeah, it's the low drag. Light downforce Hindhoff this year.
Ligera, not quite super Ligera yet, but certainly a bit Ligera.
Absolutely. Well, we're coming up to past the hour, and therefore we can check in on the results so far of qualifying with our hourly update with Motor Trend On Demand.
So in terms of the overall positions, and bear in mind most of these times are set from yesterday, but the fastest time, and this is a tonight time, 3 minutes 18.651 from the number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway, doing that just before the red flag came out. So he has improved since last night. Second fastest time is a time from last night, and that is a 3:19.431 for the second Toyota, number 8. Sebastian Buemi was at the wheel of that car. The third fastest time by the number 2 car, a 3 minutes 19.710, again from last night. Third fastest from last night, number 9 Toyota, 3 minutes 19.958. Fifth fastest, number 1 Porsche, a 3 minutes 21.083, and that was set by Nick Tandy this evening. He keeps him in 5th place in the times. Fifth fastest, get it right, 6th fastest is the car number 4, the Enzo Nismo. Dominic Kreihammer has improved that car's time this evening down to a 3 minutes 26.026. In LMP2, fastest, again, and this is from tonight, this afternoon, 7:30, number 38 is Thomas Laurent at the wheel of the Jackie Chan DC Racing Orica number 38. Second fastest is a time from yesterday, number 28, which is the TDS Racing Orica Gibson. That's a time of 3 minutes 29.333. Third fastest in LMP2 is car number 31, the Rebellion, and again that's a time from yesterday of 3 minutes 29.851. In in GT Pro, fastest there is the number 95 Aston Martin, which was a time set from yesterday, 3 minutes 52.117. Second fastest, number 71, which is the AF Corsa Ferrari, again from last night, 3 minutes 52.235. And third in GT Pro, a time set tonight by the Ford GT, number 69, Richard Westbrook, of 3 minutes 52.496. And that was by Richard Westbrook to improve significantly on his time from yesterday. In GTE AM, fastest there is the number 98 Aston, 3:55.134 from last night. Second fastest, number 77, the Dempsey Proton Porsche, 3:55.692. And the third fastest, number 90, the number 90 Aston Martin from the TF Sport team. That car having done a 3 minutes 55.953. That is the Motor Trend On Demand hourly update. It's just after 7:30 in the evening. We still have an hour and a half of this qualifying session to go.
24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. When seconds matter, science matters.
And remember, you can get in touch with the whole of the Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans team. In the studio, we have hashtag Mobil 1 RLM. and we're on Radio Le Mans and RSL_studio. So send in your tweets and messages, and we'll communicate with you and try and answer some of your questions throughout the whole weekend here in glorious Le Mans, whether you're here at the track or anywhere else in the world basking in the sun. Wherever I speak to anyone, it seems to be a
Good
beautiful
weather,
day.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Very interesting chat going on down in the Toyota Gazoo Racing pit from Mike Conway talking to his engineers, giving a very, very detailed description of what's going on with the car. Basically, it comes down to a bit of understeer everywhere, but he's quite happy with it. He reckons it's got a decent balance to the car. It's busy down in the pit lane, Ben.
It very much is. Man I've been speaking to quite a lot over the last couple of days, who's not enjoying the heat, I'm surprised to hear. Joe Bradley's with Karun Chandok.
I can't believe that. Karun is standing here in his T-shirt and shorts. That indicates to me, Karun, that you're not going to be taking part in the number 34 Topworth Motorsport Ligier in this session. They're saving you for the next one, are they?
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 2-hour session, you know, so you get so much more value out of two drivers. And if you're trying to do setup work and back-to-back comparisons, it's more useful having the same driver in it. But I think we have to think about the fact that, you know, Phil's a rookie. We have to try and give him as much mileage as possible. I'm happy to sort of sacrifice a bit of drive time. And, you know, Nigel last did Le Mans obviously a while ago as well. So I think they could both benefit with perhaps more laps than me at the moment.
I think you're being modest, Karen. You know, no disrespect to Phil and Nigel Moore and Philip Hansen, as we were talking about, your teammates. But you are the hotshot. The pressure's on you. So, from the fact that you're standing here without your race suit, does everyone in the Topworth Motorsport team think that the second session is where the optimum performance from this car is going to be? The cooler temperatures, perhaps?
I think that's logical, but also keep in mind we missed the last session yesterday. Effectively, you know, I did one run or something, so I filled it one run, and then I went out and we had the fly-by-wire issue. Yeah, we're a session behind. To be honest, we're not in the fight for pole. You know, that's the reality. The Oricas are probably going to be the top 13, 14 on the grid, so there's no point trying to chase a time for pole. We're going to stick fuel in it and do race prep even in the next session. We want to test the car on the cooler temperatures and see what the balance shift is like from the high track temp to the cooler track temp at night. So I suspect you'll see longer runs rather than quali runs, because we have to be realistic. We're not going to get a result on pace. We're going to get a result on creativity and strategy.
Karen, you had experience from in LMP too, going back. I'm not going to say how many years, but you're quite an experienced driver. What's your take on this iteration of the LMP2 regs? We talk about 600 brake horsepower, etc., better grip. Is it noticeable from your perspective as a driver?
Oh yeah, I mean the approach speeds to the corners are certainly quicker, but the downforce is more as well. So you know, overall the car is just better to drive. They're faster, but I think that's the difference between being a driver and a racing driver. As a driver, driving these cars are an enormous pleasure. You know, it's got, as you say, a lot of power, a lot of grip, and it's great fun. The trouble is when you add the word racing in front of that, then you start looking at the timesheets and you realize, P17 or whatever, and it's not so great. Oh, we're further back now, but at the test, I think we were P17 or something. So, you know, that's the trouble, and the, you know, the way that the whole the regulations, the homologations and stuff have worked out. You know, Orica are in a different race to the other three manufacturers.
Thanks, Karen. It's great to see you the right side of a microphone as well and behind the steering wheel. We'll speak to you over the rest of the weekend. Now to share, I think she's got Patrick Pilet.
A very relaxed Patrick Pilet. You're out of the number 91 Porsche right now, coming in as the third driver this weekend, but you're chill. You've been here 9 times. You know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, we must stay quiet like always. It's a long week. It's quite intense. We prepared this race since last year, so yeah, we need to wait for our moment, especially for quali. You just need one lap. One clear lap is tough. Yesterday we don't have really the right shot, but for the moment we're just waiting for the track to be green again, and we will see how the car handles.
How much does it help that you guys already have a 24-hour race under your belt with Daytona in this car?
I mean that's a lot of data for us, and they help very a lot. Even if the race is completely different, because Daytona is a different race. You're just cruising for a long time and just pushing like hell at the end. Here you have to push from beginning on. But also Sebring help us quite a lot. We have some races with really warm temperature also in US. Yeah, we are well prepared. We know our car. We try to improve every time. But Le Mans is Le Mans. You can do what you want on every track in the world. It is never the same than Le Mans. And I hope it will be great. All the guy works really hard the last few weeks, few months, and I'm sure the car will be great.
From your car and the sister car, the number 92, only one of the drivers has class wins, and that's Ricard Leeds. That needs to change, and surely the country of France is cheering for you and Fred Makovicky together in the same car. Any extra pressure?
I mean, a bit, because we're French and we really want to win this race, especially Fred and myself. Yeah, Richard won the race a few times, and I won some races, some good one with Richie as well. So this one we will try our best for sure. Like always, it's difficult to predict. We see only after 1 hour during the race where we are exactly, but you can be sure we will give the maximum.
You've driven with Richie in the past so many times. You said it, you've won some pretty good races with him. What would it be like to win Le Mans, though?
Would be the best. I mean, we really chased for this one since a long time. I finished second in 2013 for the first race, first 24-hour of Le Mans of a new car. So I hope we will have the same success with this one. But yeah, it's the ultimate goal for a driver, especially when you start endurance. There is one race to win, it's this one. And when you are French, it's even more. All my friends, my families, partners, everybody's here this weekend. For sure, it's a bit more pressure, but I mean, I love pressure. So that's why I'm doing this sport, and I'm ready for it.
Good luck this year.
Thank you.
And that race he just mentioned, that was a 1-2 for Porsche in GTE Pro.
And they have two cars on the grid here as works Porsches in the GT category. The 91 with Makovicky, Leitz and Pile, and the 92 with Christensen, Kevin Estre and Dirk Werner. He's talking about French drivers wanting to win Le Mans. Normally we see the French being represented mostly in the lineup. 33 French drivers here this year, but they're topped this year by the Brits. We've got 34 British drivers that have entered, and we're hearing from race control that we will not have any cars on track until at least 8:15 local time. So that's it's just over half an hour. It does mean, though, that in history we've seen the timetable amended because of lack of track time.
Yeah, but what we've heard from Eduardo Freitas, Paul, is that there'll be no track action beyond midnight.
Correct.
So we'll squeeze the dinner break.
Now is your dinner break.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll go then. Bye-bye. And we'll squeeze the dinner break down, but we won't be running cars beyond midnight. Jeff Doughty has told us that there's been a problem for the 86 Gulf Racing Porsche. It looks like left rear suspension problem as it comes in on the back of a flatbed. He tweeted that to at @RSL_studio. Thanks, Jeff. Good eyes on that problem, and then on the flatbed on the way around. And do we think the 22 is still out there as well, did you say, Paul?
I did write that on a note to you, but I was wrong. That car actually hasn't even come out. So that car not missing, because it never actually came out into the session in the brief time that we had. But the 86 car was on an outlap and was in Sector 2. We do know that, and Ben Barker was at the wheel of that, and so he's as John says, has come back on the back of a flatbed. The delay due entirely for barrier replacement, as John again was describing. We do need to get the barrier repaired before we can continue with qualifying. So having lost some time at the beginning of yesterday's qualifying session, which was nothing to do, to be fair, with the WEC guys. That was to do with the fact that previous race had a red flag and there was barrier repair going on. And this time, though, it is down to the WEC people.
We've just seen the Gulf Racing 86 Porsche come past our window and down the pit lane. We knew that it stopped out on circuit, and Shea Adam was with the driver, I think, of that car, Ben Barker.
Ben Barker, you just jumped out of the tow truck. That is never the way you want to come back to the pit lane, but what was it that happened for the 86 Porsche?
No, it's not, you're right, and it's the first time that's ever happened. We just left pit lane, we obviously got the race engine in that we're just running in and making sure it's okay. There was just a bit of a pressure problem, so one of the hoses, I think, burst off. So nothing too major. I switched the car off very quickly, so hopefully no damage anywhere else. Yeah, let the boys have a look and hopefully be back out soon.
Well, you've stood on the top step of that podium down at Pit Inn. How cool is it to be back?
Oh, it's amazing, yeah. It's some great memories here. And yeah, I had the GT3 race as well just a short while ago today, and which is also fun. So I'm jumping in and out of the RSR and the GT3. So getting a lot of miles under my belt, which is great because I love this place. It's amazing. Best track in the world.
Good luck this week.
Thank you. Cheers.
And Ben Barker, of course, won I think the last time the Porsches were here. We've got a combined Porsche Carrera Cup race this weekend with Benelux and GB and France, as well as a few invitational class runners as well. And Ben Barker won that race for Par Motorsport, the guys down in Crawley, down there by Gatwick Airport. Paul Robe and the rest of his team, who have competed here, have been here as entrants in the 24 in the past. Would love to see them back. Just to confirm then, no track action till 8:15 at the earliest.
And the sun's still beating down over the Circuit de la Sarthe, which is, while the air temperature may be slightly dropping, the track temperature is still roasting under the sun. And Joe Bradley has an update for us down in pit lane.
Sebastian, the tyre engineer, the Dunlop tyre engineer for Aston Martin's just taken track temp there in the pit lane. Sebastian, what's the track temp?
Currently, the track temp is 33 degrees.
33 degrees, and is that hot for your tyres?
No, that's I think more a medium temperature for our tyres.
Medium, wow. Thanks, Sebastian. We'll be using you, no doubt, across the rest of the weekend. 33 degrees, medium. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, we can see temperatures towards 40 degrees.
The Pit Lane Team, fueled by Esso.
What's interesting to me, Ben, is looking at the weather forecast for this evening, which is brought to you by JuraGarages.com, Inspirational Garage Interiors, is that at 10 o'clock tonight, the temperature is expected to drop down to something in the region of 15 or 16 degrees. That's another, 10 degrees cooler than it is now. Now, what will happen in terms of the track temperature and whether that will be in the range for somebody to have a go, not sure. Meantime, it is we've got back now in the pit lane the LMP2 car, and there's damage to the left rear of that, Ben.
Under a tarpaulin sheet, so the mechanics are having to try to look under the sheet to see the damage of the car. In fact, the mechanics are getting a little bit physical with the with our TV cameras. And I'm sure one of our pit lane team, fueled by Esso, will be round just to have a look at the damage. It's certainly taken the abuse from the left side rather than the right side. The right side of the car looking very, very good, but the left rear is damaged, as I think by the interest in the front of the car, so is the front of the car. Tarpaulin covering the front of the car, and indeed confirmation once again that it is the 33 Eurasia car with Eric Maris, who was driving at the time. He got out of the car absolutely fine, but has been taken to the medical centre just for a check-up. And the FIA are very, very stringent when it comes to just making sure that the drivers are absolutely fine, even if the smallest of accidents, they'll just check them over at the medical centre.
The other thing you're just picking up from those shots is you see how you could see how the wind was catching the tarpaulin. Yesterday, it was noticeable that the wind, while it wasn't still, it wasn't that strong. I think we've got a slightly stronger wind that we have tonight than last night. So that's something that perhaps the drivers are going to have to be aware of. And it's one of the things we talk about is the effect that wind can have on cars, although I'm not suggesting in any way that was what precipitated that accident for Eric Maris.
Not particularly sure why we're seeing such secrecy from the team over their Ligier. It's a spec car with a few others in the LMP2 category and plenty of sort of set regulations for that car, but the team are being very secretive over looking at the damage.
I'm wondering if the tarpaulin is more there to keep bits on it rather than bits falling off it. Yeah. Certainly there was some damage. I think there's some damage to the front of that car as well. We haven't been able to see that with the Mercedes-Benz flatbed that's brought it into the pit lane.
Let's get down to our pit lane team fueled by Esso, and Shea Adam has Timo Bernard from the lead Porsche.
Timo Bernard, just getting a glimpse of what it's like to be inside the #2 Porsche, because you're just laughing with Earl and Brendan. It's a good year, yeah?
Yeah, they're kidding about me, my two Kiwi boys, and yeah, we're having a good time. And for sure, Earl is a great replacement for Mark, which unfortunately we had to let in his well-deserved retirement. But now I'm getting offered a banana by Brendan. You should eat yourself, mate. No, I mean, we have a great team. We have a good team spirit. But yeah, once the green flag is out, then for sure we're going to go back to racing and fully committed.
Do you guys have anything to take it to Porsche for an attempt at a pole, or are you not worried about that?
I mean, we're not concerned, but more concentrated on race pace and race scenarios and just getting the car ready, prepped and in shape for the long runs and for the race, because we have to cover, as we all know, quite a big temperature delta, because it's going to be very hot in the beginning, cool at night, and then hot again, ramping up again for the end of the race. So quite a hard test to set up a car for these conditions. But for sure, we want to have we're going to have one try at least for pole. But I mean, the most concentration for sure will be the race.
What's it like in the cockpit of the 919 when it gets hot?
Well, actually, I mean, a lot of people remind me that 2005 was another Le Mans, which was very hot. And I remember back in the days I was in a GT, and it was hotter than in a P1 right now, because these cars they've quite good, driver cooling systems and quite good airflow. So it's not too bad. But for sure it will be a tough race, because just it will be so close against our competition, and it will be just a race we know already it will be very tough. It will be all flat out on the limits all the race through.
Well, good luck in the race this weekend, and good luck babysitting your two co-drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. During the race, they're awesome, and before and after, okay. But we have a lot of fun now. They're good boys, and I like them. They have a good idea, good understanding about racing, and they're true racers. I think, like myself, that's why we fit perfect together.
Big smiles down here at Porsche. Thanks, Timo.
Shay, we've got a question from Adam Green on our Twitter asking Specutainment, are we seeing any of the drivers doing any practice driver changes in this long break, or are we just conserving energy?
That would be a negative. There's not even a car out on the pit lane. All of them are back in their garages. Now, that's not to say that they aren't doing practice driver change, because earlier in the day, I actually did see a couple of teams practicing driver changes with the garage doors down, so it didn't affect them that they couldn't actually be out on the pit lane. But right now, everybody is in full energy conservation mode.
Everyone looks very relaxed and enjoying the afternoon, the quiet. Many of the drivers will want to be out on circuit, of course. There is drivers also being picked up by our pit lane team, fueled by Esso. Joe Bradley has one such.
I'm sorry to have spoilt the party there, Cooper McNeil. You're in the 62 Ferrari. It's the WeatherTech liveried Ferrari. Here we are at Le Mans, but here we are with a session that's been stopped. How difficult is it to keep focused and keep the mind on the job, especially surrounded by WeatherTech girls? I've got to say. Yeah, we're creating an atmosphere down here at the WeatherTech Ferrari pit garage.
No, I mean it's I more so hope that the guy's okay. More importantly, it's we lose focus, but ultimately we don't lose focus. We're here to do one thing, and that's to go as fast as we can and keep the car clean. So as far as the crash goes, I mean it's really just unfortunate that we lose time in the session, and because it's very valuable, especially here at Le Mans. With the track, the special layout, the way it is running on the road. So anytime you get track time here, it's very valuable. So unfortunately, this long red kind of ruins a few game plan ideas that we have as far as testing setup goes. But the car was good. Townsend was really fast. Bill just got out of the car and was flying. So the car's good.
So you said testing there. I take it. You guys aren't going for an optimum time. There's always an argument, Cooper, about how important grid position is for a 24-hour race.
Right, exactly. It's not important really at all. As long as you are, stay out of trouble in the first couple laps, where you start the race really doesn't mean anything because it's such a long race that anything can happen, and really it's just about staying clean and staying on the track and keeping going. So. I mean, it's good so far. The car's really good. Happy to have WeatherTech on board. Happy to be here with Scuderia Corsa, Townsend Bell, Bill Sweedler, two guys that won the race last year. So we've got some big shoes to fill.
And you have the WeatherTech ladies here promoting WeatherTech as only they can do. And I hope that you guys are all enjoying. I've got Bill Sweedler here as well, who's just joined us. Bill, we've just been talking about how it's difficult when the session is stopped and what you guys lose. I mean, how long is the job list that you're going to have to omit at the end of these sessions?
Yeah, well, our biggest issue is I'm 6'2". Cooper's like 6'6", and we got to figure out the driver changes. But he is slithering in like unbelievably compared to Jeff Siegel last year, who was about 5'9". He's going to be upset because I think I took a couple inches off of him. But in all seriousness, Cooper's been amazing. He's been right on the pace. Townsend, as usual, he's been a longtime teammate of mine. It's always great to be with him, and especially thankful to have WeatherTech on the car, to be an All-American Ferrari again, that's pretty special. So excited to be here in Le Mans. Greatest fans in the world by far for motorsports. I can't be more thankful to them and the ACO and how they operate. This is a first-class event, and it's an honor.
It's an honour for us to have you here from the United States, guys. Enjoy the rest of this evening, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy the rest of this magical event. Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Moving a little bit further down the pit lane, Dirk Mueller, defending race winner. You come here knowing what it's like to look from that top step. How much more do you want to get back there, having been there already?
I mean, first of all, we are all really happy to be here, to be honest. And I mean, having that in our backpack is something really nice. It was extremely special last year. It was a really great moment being on that podium, seeing all the crowd. And I think that's already just enough, just to come back and to do it again. But I mean, we have another 50 years to celebrate this year. So 67 was another win from a Ford GT40. So pressure is back on, and we kept working since we arrived here. We had a big program. It's different tires for us, IMSA guys, right? So we're running different Michelins in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. So it took us a little learning curve, that's for sure. It helped definitely having two Fords running the other tires. So all is running in the right direction right now.
You got to drive the car across the finish line last year. How is this car, this 68 right now, compared to that car that you got out of 12 months ago?
Well, we got lucky that we, kept it till the end of the season. So, okay, so I have to go.
4 minutes to green. Joey Hand gives command. Good luck, Dirk.
So they have moved the session forward. Great news. We were expecting to start the session at 8:15, so another 15 minutes or 20 minutes But we did hear during those interviews Eduardo Freitas saying that we're expecting to go ahead a little bit earlier. There was what was a great phrase, turn of phrase, something like efficiency is always welcome, something like that.
Exactly right. Although, to be fair, the message came up on the screen to say that the session restart update would be at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Not that the session restart would be at 8 o'clock. So 4 minutes or now 3 minutes until we're told when we're going to restart the session. But I wouldn't be surprised if the session does go through as and when we're given a restart time as an uninterrupted session from here through till midnight. I mean, I suppose 4 hours. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what the race direction, what race control tells us as and when we're given a restart. But we have lost already, getting on for 20 minutes, isn't it, since the red flag was given. So, yeah, it's having lost about 20 minutes last night as well. They may feel that they want to give something back and so shorten I'll call it the lunch break, the evening meal break between...
It's only an hour anyway.
Barely an hour anyway.
Barely enough for a snack.
And it takes you 5 minutes to kind of get round and gets you another 5 minutes to get set up again. So, yes, I mean, certainly not long enough to have a proper meal, John.
Well, when you're going to Smoking Dog, as we are, you don't feel like you do it justice if you're running and run out. Daniele, Carlo here as well, the Commendatore, arrived here yesterday. Heather and the rest of the team doing great work, as ever, up in the... I have no idea how they turn that out, but if you ever need their services, they come highly recommended from this particularly still round northern lad.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's a superb service that they offer. So, yes, very good service as always by the Smoking Dog. And for me, the value is not just the quality of food, but also the fact you can have a nice cup of coffee there, and there's always snacks. There's always fruit available for those people who are allowed to eat fruit.
Fruit?
Allowed to eat? People not allowed to eat fruit?
Bad for your fruit. Meat, that's what you need.
Someone
Meat.
was actually asking if we were going to have a diet, an RSL diet book released by Mr. Hindhoff after your success.
For those that know, Midweek Motorsport every Wednesday, 8 o'clock UK time, the subject of food comes out in that quite often, and Nick Damon and has literally dined out on that programme for the last 12 seasons. It's become a bit of a dinner club as well as a chat about motor racing for 2 hours, and the responsible adult for it is she that does by far the most of the cooking, is the one to speak to about that. But her menus have oft been published on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, which is the Facebook pages.
And so, as we come to the hour here at Le Mans, 8 o'clock local time, let's check in with the weather with DuraGarages.com.
Hello, I'm Aston Martin Works driver Darren Turner. Thanks to Dura, you could be joining me at Base Performance Simulators in Oxfordshire. It's a full day, including breakfast and lunch, and you and a friend will get to try our GT and single-seater simulators. This special Dura race school is on the same equipment that the pro drivers use to hone their skills away from the track. For the chance to join us on this exclusive Dura Day Out, go to www.duragarages.com/Le Mans to answer the 2 simple questions.
And the weather then with DuraGarages.com. A beautiful evening here at Circuit de la Sarthe with increasing humidity up to 85% at 10 o'clock this evening. And we are expected we're not expected any rain throughout the weekend. Sunny skies, temperatures around 30 degrees, peaking at potentially 34 degrees on Sunday. So very, very hot, very, very beautiful. Hope you've all brought your sun cream. It is going to be a lovely weekend here at Circuit de la Sarthe and apparently across the whole of Europe. That's the weather with DuraGarages.com, inspirational garage interiors.
Live from trackside, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, engineered to perform.
Great news. The estimated restart time is just 5 past to 10 past 8. So we are just a couple of minutes away from getting cars back onto circuit. And they do make a great effort here at Le Mans to get back that time lost. And as we've already mentioned, 20 minutes lost yesterday after a support race damaged the barrier. 20 minutes or 30 minutes by the time they get back underway lost here. And they will try to make that back up in the hour that was dedicated between the two sessions. But it's not two sessions, Paul, is it? It is one session. It's qualifying 2, but broken up into 2 parts.
Yeah, it depends how you measure it. Yeah, I mean, it's slightly different every time they do it. Sometimes they actually stop the session with a red flag. Sometimes they stop it with a checkered flag. And each year is slightly different. They caught me out, I have to admit, this year on test day because the clock was allowed to continue to run through the 1-hour break that we had on test day. And so, in effect, on test day, we had a 9-hour session with a 1-hour break in the middle. Quite how they're going to do that this year, I haven't yet found out. But in the end, what I like to see is kind of 3 columns, session 1, session 2, session 3, with sessions 1 and 3 being the night qualifying, and then session 2 being this qualifying that we're currently in the middle of. Because that is a key point, is the night laps that have to be completed are, according to the rule book, in the 3rd session of qualifying. So if we're going to run through uninterrupted from now until midnight, or from whenever the prospect of the restart is going to be until midnight, then what we don't have is a clear definition of when the night lap qualifying starts. So we'll need to get that from Eduardo as well.
The drama started right at the very start of this session with the Toyota number 8 grinding to a halt on the Mulsanne straight. It then managed to make its way back into the pits, but under battery power alone. And we're hearing from pit lane that they have changed the engine on the 8 car, and it was an oil supply issue that stopped that car and potentially damaged the engine. So an engine change for the 8 car. And then we got the red flag because of the 33 car in the barrier. And we can go down to Shea Adam, who has an update on that car.
The sword of people who were standing in front of this car is finally cleared, and it's actually to the point where you could see it. I say could because they have it under 2 tarps. The nose of the car seems to be completely destroyed, and this is not speculation because every now and again, Eurasia Motorsports mechanics lift up the tarp as if they are 7-year-olds who have made an excellent tent in their living room and are climbing under to get in it. And every time they let it sag back down, you can see where parts of the cars are missing. There is about 2 feet of the car that is not there where it should be. It is all nose damage. And there are on-road representatives in this garage already trying to see what they can learn about the car and how, and more importantly, if they can fix it.
And Jordan Taylor and the 63 Chevrolet Corvette. Just going to try and get my microphone to work there, to step out of the garage. Hi, Jordan. Welcome again to Le Mans. You're becoming quite a veteran at this. But first, I want to ask you, you're here in the Chevrolet Corvette GTE. Not your normal ride that we normally see on in the IMSA series. How do you transition from the Cadillac DPI to a GTE Corvette?
Yeah, it's a lot different. I think, you know, going from the old Daytona prototype Corvette to this GT car was an easier transition. I think the Cadillac now, which is more LMP2 based, it's more of a proper prototype. You know, it requires that different driving style where it's a very stiff platform and very reliable on the aero side of it. So you can be very aggressive with it. You basically, the harder you drive it, the more you get out of it. And then when you come to a GT car, you have to be, you know, a lot smoother with the controls, with your feet, with your hands, and on the tire. And especially coming to Le Mans when you're completely trimmed out on low downforce, it's to a whole another extreme. So it's a good thing that's my 6th year now with this team and getting an understanding for what it takes. And you know, I think we had a good test at Road America a couple of weeks ago before coming here. I felt right at home again in the car at the test day, so I think it's probably the best Corvette I've driven at Le Mans in all these years.
We've talked about the increase in top speed from the LMP2 class. You as the GTE car being overtaken by them. Have you noticed any major difference in how easier or how more difficult it is for them to pass you?
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell how much faster they're coming. I mean, it's nice having a radar system in the car so you can see the closing speeds. It changes color with the different closing speeds, and back, you know, last couple of years they were, you know, yellow to orange, so it was a very slow progression up to us. Now they're always red, so you know they're coming. It's nice for us to get them gone and out of the way, and they're not really bothering us. The problem is now they have a lot more confidence going into the brake zone to just kind of dive bomb us. So they've got that momentum coming, but we can actually brake, almost just as late as them in some sections. So a lot of them have a little bit too much confidence going in the brake zone, and we've seen lots of LMP2s, sliding off at the end of brake zone. So I think they're also learning to adjust to that, and that could make for a very interesting 24-hour.
Thanks, Jordan. Over my shoulder, I can see a queue forming. That indicates the session's about to get underway. Thanks for joining us there. Jordan Taylor, the number 63 Corvette.
Absolutely lovely noises from behind the microphone there as various cars fire up. There's a good queue at the end of pit lane. We're still under red flag conditions. We still don't know actually when we're going to run. We do know now, do we, Paul? So it says short call, but...
yes, we're going to have a restart at 20:08, 8 minutes past, which is in 30 seconds' time, and the session will run until 9:30. So as soon as we get the green flag, which, as I say, will be in about 15 seconds' time, we'll then run for about an hour and a half, just under an hour and a half. It'll be an hour and a half session altogether by the time we get to the end of it. Although we will have lost 50 minutes under under this red flag, because the red flag came out
and green light. Bang on 8 minutes past. So the car's now accelerating away, and a very good queue. The queue is not including Toyotas for the moment. We saw the 9 car being wheeled out onto the apron and then wheeled back into its garage again. So some concern once again over the 9 Toyota.
It was interesting when we had the information about the 8 car having its problem. I'm sure in one of the free practice session that we had yesterday afternoon, one of the Toyotas had an oil leak which was dealt with, and so I don't like to think of Achilles' heels and Toyota, and generally when I've been talking to people, the reliability of LMP1 cars has been so good that you really don't expect these days for LMP1s to have problems. But anyway, I'm sure Toyota have done lots of testing, and hopefully everything will be in order for all 3 of the Toyotas. But the number 7 car is the first one out onto the track. It's Kamui Kobayashi at the wheel of the car now, and I wonder if this is going to be a stir at trying to improve that best time. Mike Conway already having improved his time in the number 7 car, getting it down to a 3:18.651, and I just wonder whether this is going to be a chance for Kamui to still further increase the gap at the front of the field, Ben.
And with that engine change for the 8 car, is there anything in the regulations that brings into effect? Are we going to see him have an engine penalty, or certainly in other categories, it being a qualifying session rather than a practice session, you may see a drop in grid position. But I'm not sure here at Le Mans whether that exists for the moment.
The engine use is limited to 5 engines for the entire season, but there is no.
There's no grid drop for this race.
Grid drop for this race. For the non-permanent competitors, then 2 engines can be used for free practice. Qualifying practice and the race. But anyway, the number 8 car is a normal car, so it will come out of its allocation of season-long engines, but not for, let's say, in terms of this particular event, there's no particular penalty, no.
And it's worth stressing that the circuit is now very, very busy. We've got almost all of the LMP2 category cars out, just the 8 car from LMP1 still in pit lane, with Dominic Kryhammer also not out in this CLM. But looking at the timing screens, it's almost all yellow without signals beside the drivers. So a big rush to try and utilize this time period, which is a good time period.
Well, yes, but the trouble is if all the cars are out, obviously it's a good time period temperature-wise, conditions-wise, but the track's going to be full. 2 Toyotas coming into the forward chicane at the moment, right in front of us, with the number 7 car leading the way. And it's actually one of the Porsches behind it coming through in second place. And so Kamui Kobayashi going through in the number 7 car, and in the number 1 car coming through, it's Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber in the number 2. So for Porsche, Nick Tandy and Earl Bamber are the 2 drivers.
Yeah, we've got Timo Bernhard in 2 and Neil Jarni in 1. We're hearing from our pit lane team.
Yeah, correction. Yeah, I stand corrected. I was still working on the old driver ID. So yes, so 1 and 2, Jarni and Bernhard.
Right, let's see what Kamui Kobayashi can do then. He has clear track ahead of him. Almost all the cars went out in one lump, so they're all behind him, and therefore he probably will not catch a lot of traffic. He's already on the Mulsanne straight, going down towards the first of our chicanes. He flicks right and then left, utilising all of the road and all of the curb. The car looks very, very settled, and the first split is the best of anyone's so far. The time to beat then a 3:18.651, which was set by his teammate at the start of this session, but he now encounters some GTM traffic along the Mulsanne, so easily jinks past them into the second chicane then. The car darts left, right, just avoiding the curb, very clean through there, doesn't ride the curbs. The GT cars would normally do. Now encounters a Ferrari, goes to the right of that, and that was easy, didn't have to lift out of the throttle whatsoever, topping up at about 320 kilometers an hour before slamming onto the brakes at the Mulsanne corner, which is a right kink before the right-hand turn.
2 purple sectors so far for Kamui on this lap then, and that's purple compared to his teammate's time, which was the fastest before him. So Conway has already gone quicker than he did yesterday. Kobayashi has done 2/3 of the lap quicker than has been done at all over the course of the weekend.
Now he's on the run down to Indianapolis. It's firstly a right-hand turn, then slam on the anchors into the Indianapolis corner, named because it has such a banked turn towards it, and then off the main road and onto the permanent track once again. This looks very, very good for the number 7 Toyota. The idea is to be the fastest ever average speed around the track.
Well, let's beat 3 minutes 16.887, which is the current lap record or qualifying record by Neil Jarni in a Porsche. So I think 3:16.887 is his first target. We'll worry about getting under 3:15 later. But here he comes then, Ben, down through the Porsche curves.
And this is where we really get the chance to see how the car is behaving. It looks beautifully balanced through the Porsche curves. And then finally into the Ford chicane. Brakes now. The first part is very, very fast, and then has to get on the anchors again. Unlike we saw in qualifying 1, where we saw a small spin, this time the car looks much, much better, and it is a time of 3 minutes 14.791, smashes the lap record.
And that is an average speed faster than anyone has ever been around the Le Mans 24-hour circuit. That is an average speed faster than Hans Stuck in even 1985. So Kamui Kobayashi, we said we're going to see records broken. Ben, we've got it.
John Hindhaugh is going to be very unhappy because he's just left the studio. Oh, dearie me. Apparently, I will not get a job for the rest of the week if that happened under my stint, and it just has. He's 2.4 seconds faster than we've seen anybody else do, and celebrations in the Toyota camp because they know that I doubt anybody else will get anywhere near that time this evening. Neil Jarni did improve in the Porsche. He went up into second position, but as we said, 2.468 back. With a 3:17.259. Timo Bernhard now in third position because obviously Buemi not out on circuit. The 8 car still in the pits and drops down to 4th spot. And there was no improvement from the 9 Toyota, although they're not running their fastest driver. It would be fair to say Niccolo Lapierre was the man who was considered the fastest of the 3 in practice 1. And Yuji Kanemoto is the man behind the wheel of that Toyota at the moment. No such drama in LMP2, no change in terms of the lap times there. Although all the cars, of course, are out on circuit. As we alluded to, they're probably tripping over each other because they all came out in one bunch. In the GT Pro category, it's still the Aston Martin of Nicky Thiem. That's a time that we saw set yesterday, ahead of Davide Rigon and Scott Dixon up in third position in the first of the Fords. It's very close, though. Those three separated by just 3.5 tenths of a second at the moment, but no lighting up of the timing screens like we've just seen from the Toyota. And we expect then the cars to come back into the pits. We talked about this being golden hour, and it seems very much to be the case for the Toyota. And is that all they can do, or have they got more in their pocket?
I suspect that there's always more you can do, but I didn't see the whole of the lap. I think you saw it pretty much, Ben, on the screen. But it looked to me like it was a clear track. There were a couple of moments where he had to overtake cars, but there was no slowing down required, was there?
There were 3 cars to overtake, and they were all done on the straight. 2 on the Mulsanne and 1 going towards Indianapolis. So he certainly didn't have to lift whatsoever, and the car looked beautifully balanced.
And they were GT cars as well, weren't they? They weren't the pesky P2s. So, yeah, I think that's very significant. 251.882 kilometres an hour, and that beats Hans Stuck, who set in 1985 a qualifying speed of 251.815. Now, bear in mind that in 1985 there were no chicanes on the Mulsanne straight, and the corner after the Dunlop, there was no Dunlop chicane, and then there were no extra sweeps. You just went straight up over the start-finish line, round a long right-hander, and then into the Forest S's.
We saw the applause from the Toyota mechanics on the big screens and TV screens, and Shea Adam is down there. It was a fantastic atmosphere when the lap was set, and now the car is in the pits coming towards you.
And now it's business time again. They were planning to bring the car back into the garage area. They had the dolly jacks out so that they could roll the car back into the garage, but now the plan has changed. There are scuffed Michelin sitting on the pit lane, and more importantly, Mike Conway has scrambled, put his helmet on. They're going to give him a chance at this too. I think we might see another fast lap from this number 7 Toyota. It's been waved, as you would expect, directly into the tech tent. They did a quick scrutiny of the car. Now it hits its marks. They are doing a full pit stop practice. The right side door has come open, but the driver, the fastest man ever around Circuit de la Sarthe, jumps out the left-hand door, gets a quick pat on the back from his co-driver as Mike Conway then proceeds to plug himself in. He's getting fist bumps from everybody he can on the crew, and he walked in, not through the 7 door, but through the 8, where they are working on getting that car ready to go. Boy, it shows you the dichotomy of this situation. One car not able to go for a full time because of that engine change going on, but the work continues on this 7 car. They have pulled off 3 of the Michelins. There is 1 left to get changed. That's the sound of the air gun on the right front, and already Mike Conway is gone. So let's see if there's anything left in this car's capability, as Kobayashi has walked straight out the back of the garage. That would be one emotional man.
So whilst that has been going on, Yuji Kunimoto went through. I thought he might be able to improve, but although he did in terms of his times today, that wasn't an improvement overall. But what we did have was an improvement from Porsche down to a time of 3 minutes 17.259. And Thibaut Bernhardt's time, remember, was the 3 minutes 18.162. That was set before, oh no, that's just now, isn't it? In fact, 2 minutes 18.162. So Thibaut Bernhardt, 3 minutes 18.162. Neil Jarni, 3 minutes 17.259. What Toyota needs to do is to get the number 9 car improving. As I say, Kunimoto was caught out a little bit by traffic. I suspect that's why he was a little bit slower. So although Toyota has the top spot, it's a Porsche 2-3. So Toyota has to do something. And of course, the number 8 car not in a position to defend itself at the moment, having its engine changed. I would be surprised if Mike Conway is going to try and go quicker than Kobayashi, to be honest, Ben. I would think that what Mike Conway is going to do is go out and do what I said he was going to do earlier on, and that's a long run, but we'll see. I don't expect him to go for a quicker one.
And the significance of this has not been lost on the Toyota Gazoo racing team. Plenty of applause and backslapping and hugs for Kamui Kobayashi. As described by Shea Adam, this is a historic and momentous occasion, and what's more, it is a Japanese mark and a Japanese driver. And Le Mans is a huge, huge place for Japan. They absolutely worship these drivers, as you see when we travel to the WEC, and this is a fantastic moment. And a huge, huge gap, 2.468 seconds over the fastest Porsche. And Neil Jarni is an incredibly fast driver.
Well, yes, I mean, that time from Neil Jarni at 3 minutes 17.259 breaks his own record, if you will. I mean, that was the time that we were hoping to see beaten. Neil Jarni in 2 years ago did a 3 minutes 16.887. So he's not quite down to the 2015 time, but he's faster than last year's pole position. So Porsche having made great strides. But, of course, the big question is, it's all very well doing it for one lap, but what's it going to be like over a full stint? You know, and can Toyota do that over a full stint? Well, we'll have to wait until the 24 hours and see what happens. But, yeah, I mean, as you say, a historic lap by Kobayashi. And Le Mans has always been something special to the Japanese, you know, hasn't it? I mean, since we had the, you know, the days of the Mazda, the Nissan, Toyota with their many efforts at coming here, but it's always been an inspiration to them. I can remember since I've been coming to Le Mans, there's always been a Japanese influence, and people like Yujiro Terada, a terrific fan of Le Mans, and you know, a great enthusiast, and you know, such a big event, as you say, for Japan. And this isn't over yet. I can't see anyone going quicker than that Kobayashi time, but I can see either the 8, if they can get that engine changed by tonight, then they can go out in tonight's session and possibly go quicker. And as I say, I think Kunimoto will be able to improve as well. In fact, he did on that last lap, hasn't he now, Kunimoto? A 3:19.889 for Kunimoto is an improvement on his earlier time, although it leaves him still slower than the time from Sebastian Buemi of yesterday, 3 minutes 19.431 for the number 8 car.
And we also saw an improvement from Timo Bernhard, who spoke to us a little earlier. He did say that they were focusing very much on a race strategy rather than out-and-out pace for qualifying. However, Neil Jarni did one lap. It was faster. Then he brought the car into the pits. Joe Bradley has an update.
Yeah, and it's, again, Ben, you know, having you just saying that information about they're chasing a race, an optimum race setup. Again, it's very hard to judge. The number 1 Porsche is in the garage. It's on the high jacks. It's having a lot of work done to it. Now, whether or not they are still chasing that optimum race setup on this car, or whether what I'm seeing is changes to the car to optimize it for a one-lap run, remains to be seen. They're not going to let us into any secrets. There are no drivers about. I tell a lie. Andre Lotter is sitting very serenely at the back. His overalls around his waist. He looks like, you know what he looks like? What's he doing? No, he's looking at pictures through his digital camera. He's not really, you know, there's no sense of urgency here. It's hard to judge whether what these guys are doing, whether or not we are going to see an optimum run, or whether or not they are satisfied with where their car is with regards to looking towards the weekend. Time will tell.
Now, we have seen also a change in the LMP2 category. Vitaly Petrov is aboard the 25 Mana car, and he has improved as well, a 3:25.549, just 10 seconds off the ultimate pace.
And that is faster now than the Enzo, the Collis by Collis car, number 4. So that's the first time that we've seen the leading P2 car having got itself ahead of the privateer P1 car. So a good performance that by Vitaly Petrov. Threatened to go well yesterday, and he's certainly gone well again tonight, Lynn.
We have had a change also in the GT categories because Nicky Thiem is no longer the fastest man in GT Pro. The 95 Aston has been bumped down by the 97 Aston by 2.5 tenths of a second. Was that Johnny Adam at the wheel at the time? I think it may well have been. He's still in the car. So it's Aston 1-2 in GT Pro. However, the Aston has been bumped off the GT Am pole position. It's down to 4th spot as Dries van Thor in the Ferrari 84, which is one of the Clearwater one, the JMW Motorsport. Great for those guys. So Dries van Thor on provisional pole in GT Am.
Yeah, just to confirm that time, 3:51.860 for Johnny Adam at the wheel of the number 97 Aston Martin. Meanwhile, another Aston Martin, the number 98 car, having a bit of a drama up at the Dunlop chicane as Paul Dalla had a spin in the number 98 Aston, managed to get it going again, had to do a bit of a 3-point turn in the new Dunlop chicane, but was then able to get the car going and has resumed on his way again. Yellow flags have been removed.
We just need to clarify exactly what records have been broken by this Toyota. It's not the fastest ever lap around the circuit because that, in terms of time, is the Jackie Oliver lap from 1971, thanks to Ethan, who tells us that on Twitter. However, it is the fastest average speed because the circuit configuration has changed and the distance has changed as well.
Correct. Yes. So in terms of have
I answered my own question?
Time taken to complete number of kilometres. That's right, and it's pretty marginal. 251.882 by Kobayashi, comparing with 251.815 by Hans Stuck. So not a lot in it. Interestingly, the track length in 1985, when Hans Stuck did that, was practically the same as it is now. Whereas Jackie Oliver, the track length then was 13.469 kilometres, so it was some 200 metres shorter, so therefore no wonder that Jackie Oliver managed to drive around more quickly. It was a shorter circuit.
Absolutely, there we go. But I tell you, we're not far off that 13, are we? We're not going to see it this year, but if the pace of development continues, we may well see it in 1 or 2 years' time. We also had a puncture for the 66 Ford. He's been, or is still touring around the circuit. Aboard the car is, why can't I see it on the screens? Stefan Mucker. And I think the punctures happened very early on the lap because he's still between chicane 1 and 2 on the Mulsanne straight. So he's going to have to drag that Ford very slowly back to the pit lane. And we saw yesterday a couple of punctures and exactly that. The drivers were incredibly careful with the car, making sure the carcass did not fall apart and start damaging the bodywork. And in both occasions, actually, both drivers were successful, I think. I can't remember who was in the Aston Martin at the time, but certainly the Aston 95. Richie Stanaway was in the car. And a rear puncture all the way from the start of the lap, all the way around the circuit, and was able to bring the car in with absolutely no damage. I think one bit of duct tape went on. So that is the 66 Stefan Mucker Ford Chip Ganassi UK entry with a puncture, and it sits down in 6th position. So we're coming up to half an hour, 8:30 local time, and that means it's time for our hourly update. Paul Truswell has all of the order so far, sponsored by Motor Trend On Demand.
Yeah. So provisional pole position it is for Kamui Kobayashi, Mike Conway and Stefan Sarazan. Mike Conway currently at the wheel of the number 7 car. 3 minutes 14.791 his time. 2.5 seconds, very nearly, quicker than the second place car, the number 1 Porsche, which Neil Jani has done a time of 3 minutes 17.259. And third fastest, number 2, Timo Bernhardt, now at the wheel of the number 2 Porsche, 3 minutes 18.067, his time for third place, although that time, set by Timo Bernhardt. Fourth fastest is the number 8 Toyota, currently undergoing an engine change, so his time 3 minutes 19.431 from yesterday evening night practice session. Fifth fastest, the number 9 Toyota, currently driven by Yuji Kunimoto. That's done a 3 minutes 19.889, a time that Yuji did this evening, improving on yesterday's time. Sixth fastest overall is the fastest of the LMP2 times, and that was set in the number 25 car by Vitaly Petrov. The Mana entered Orica, a time of 3 minutes 25.549 seconds. Second fastest in LMP2 is car number 38, the Jackie Chan DC racing car, which Thomas Laurent went out with right at the early stages of this session and did a time of 3 minutes 26.776 seconds. Third in LMP2 is the number 24 Mana Orica, which has done a 3:26.871. Next up in LMP2 is the number 35 Signatech Alpine car, Nelson Panciatici, currently behind the wheel, 3 minutes 29.328. Fifth fastest in LMP2 is the number 28 TDS Racing Orica. That car has done a 3:29.333, and sixth fastest in LMP2 is the number 31 car, the faster of the two Rebellion Oricas, and that's currently Nico Prost at the wheel. The time for that car, 3:29.851 seconds. In GT Pro, the fastest car is still the Aston Martin, that's number 97, Johnny Adam, having done the time 3 minutes 51.860 seconds. Second fastest is the 95 Aston Martin, so it's an Aston Martin 1-2 in GT Pro, with a time by Nicky Thiem of 3 minutes 52.117 seconds. And then third fastest in GT Pro is the number 82 Risa Competizione Ferrari. We heard that car wouldn't be doing very many laps, but they would be trying for a quick one. Well, they've done a quick one. Fastest of the Ferraris, third fastest in GT Pro, 3 minutes 52.138 seconds. In GT Am, fastest car there is the number 84 Ferrari. This is the JMW Motorsport car, Dries Van Tour, sharing with Will Stevens and Rob Smith. That car has done a 3:54.543. Second fastest in GT Am is the number 50 Labre Competition Corvette, the art car, 3:54.559 for that car. And third in GT Am is the number 77 Proton Racing, Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche, which has done a 3 minutes 54.890 seconds. An hour remains just under of this qualifying session, so still plenty of action to come.
24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. When seconds matter, science matters.
Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, broadcasting live from trackside 91.2 around the circuit and globally on radiolemans.com. It's Ben Colson-Duras and Paul Truswell with you. We've got a double-waved yellow flag in the early part of the lap, and it's one of our leading contenders.
Yeah, number 25 is off the circuit. That's the Mana car, which Vitaly Petrov just did that fast lap in. I said in the update that it had been handed over to Simon Trummer. Well, he stopped out on the circuit. As Ben says, the yellow flag's waving at the first chicane, and that will slow everybody down. Apparently the car is in the gravel, and so that will cause yellow flags out there. Meanwhile, the Ford GT is making its way slowly back to the pits. The number 66 car, which, as you said, Ben, Stefan Mucker is bringing gently back, but it's still making its way back to the pit lane, where they'll get a new tyre on that car and then get it on its way again.
Yes, double wave yellows in the gravel trap, and also a lap record holder as well. The fastest ever lap we've seen from an LMP2 car, we believe.
Yeah, no, I'll go along with that. LMP2 is a bit of a movable feast. But I suppose the same argument could be made of LMP1 as well. I mean, the regulations for LMP1 are very different now than they were before. So, no, I think that's a fair comment, though.
And the GT Am record has gone as well. But, of course, a massive techno change for that class from last year to this.
on the grounds that the GT Am class cars used last year's chassis, and a one-year-old chassis is a much better piece of kit this year than it was last year.
So the number 66 Ford has made its way into pit lane. It's heading down towards Joe Bradley. And has he done a good job of preserving the rear end of that car with a rear left puncture, Joe?
Well, from where I am now, Ben, I would say yes. I'm just going to move around to the left-hand side of the car. And I would say he's done an absolutely fantastic job. The main tread of the tyre is still on the wheel. There is no bodywork damage, or what looks like there is no inner wheel arch damage. The wheel has just come off now. Inspection of the suspension components underneath that wheel arch going on as we speak. The inner wheel arch, I can see for myself, is not being touched whatsoever, and he's done an absolutely splendid job, because that flailing wreck tyre could have just lashed the left-hand rear corner of this number 66 Ford to absolute bits. It hasn't affected the car whatsoever. The team are very, very happy with the condition. The wheel has now been replaced with a brand new Michelin wheel and tyre. Secondary inspection going on there, not being satisfied with the first set of crew members that looked. The diffuser on the back has not been touched, that's intact. And just a bit of a feel for any play in the wheel bearing, and it all looks fine by me. But they've had the secondary crew, just in case the first couple of mechanics missed it. They've had it re-inspected by another fresh set of mechanics. They're happy, they're walking away. New driver is now being placed in the car. He's snuck in behind me, so I'm not sure. Might be Olivia Pla that's gotten into that car. But about to come off the air jacks now, not sure what's happening. Right, that's what's happening. They've still got a data lead, so they're still downloading data. There's a huge lead that comes from within the garage and plugs into the right-hand side of the car, just behind the driver's door. A third inspection going on now with the wheel arch. Now a third set of crew members have checked that wheel arch, and it's I can assure you guys it's fine. I've seen for myself. Car still on its jacks though, but for me, guys, this number 66 Ford looks fine and dandy and about to go back out on track.
Another great job then from the driver to bring the car into the pits without the rubber delaminating to the degree that it pulls off the rear diffuser. There's so much carbon fiber closely wrapped around those wheels for maximum aerodynamics. And we are also hearing that the 25 car, the car that was in the gravel, Simon Trummer, he's now been pulled out the gravel and he's in pit lane, and the car is looking absolutely fine. It's great to see online at the moment so much love for Kamui Kobayashi. Plenty of professional racing drivers are watching, obviously, Radio Le Mans, listening to Radio Le Mans, watching Le Mans, and absolutely loving the lap that Kamui Kobayashi has done. Even drivers that are out here at the circuit. So Sam Bird has tweeted saying, fantastic lap, congratulations to Kamui Kobayashi. Marina Franchitti and Alex Wirtz, interestingly adding a little bit to this lap. Tailwind on Mulsanne and then headwind in the Porsche curves. There is no better recipe for a good lap.
Yes, that extra little bit of downforce that the headwind gives you, which is the comment about the Porsche curves, and yeah, it gives you a little bit of extra push down the Mulsanne straight. So yes, it's not like a land speed record attempt, I suppose, where you have to go around both directions, but still, yeah, a useful piece of extra information, a useful piece of extra intelligence there added by Alex Wirtz. Since then, Mike Conway has been out and done a 5-lap stint, the best of which was a 3 minutes 18.2, which is quicker than Mike went earlier on when he did the time of 3 minutes 18.6, and that was quick enough for fastest lap at the time. So very much the quickest car out there is the number 7 Toyota. Nick Tandy is now back in the number 1 Porsche, although hasn't gone as quickly as he went when he set second fastest time of 3 minutes 17.259.
And in the GT category, we have Aston Martin from Aston Martin, the top two, the 97 car with Johnny Adams setting the time ahead of the 95 of Niki Team. That's a time from yesterday. And then it's the first of the Ferraris, the 82 Risi competition car from America. Gianni Fisichella has just come out from the pits, and Shea Adam was with the car.
We know coming into this session that they had to set a time. We knew that they had a time in mind that they wanted to set to establish themselves well up the grid. Well, they feel that they've done that, but the fact that they have to limit the hours that they are putting on this number 82 Ferrari engine during this session has not stopped them from running, despite the fact that they've already achieved what they were looking for. The team is now trying out different downforce settings on the car. They are thinking race pace, but I talked with the main engineer, Rick Mayer, just a few moments ago, and he said that they're still going to work on a few things, but that it probably will be an early night for these guys. They have earned it. And the boss man, the man whose name is over the garage, Giuseppe Risi, is standing in the pit box already. Last year he watched a majority of the race from the pit wall. He's not quite at that level yet, but he certainly is an active participant in this game.
And that car is just 2.5 tenths off the ultimate fastest in GTE Pro, so a fantastic effort.
They just have to remember not to touch the wheels when it comes into Parc Fermé, because, of course, otherwise they'll lose all the time again. But it's a really bad omen. The better it qualifies, the worse it does in the race. The worse it qualifies, the better it does in the race. So, no, I don't wish any ill on the Risi Competizione car, and certainly last year their performance was one of the highlights of the race. And Giuseppe Risi, a great enthusiast and a great addition to any pit lane. So good to see that Ferrari up there in second place in the GT Pro class, behind the two Aston Martins, and ahead of both of the AF Corsa cars, although the 51 car is disappointing a little bit so far, Ben. Hasn't come up as high up in the sequence as I would have expected it to.
It sits 10th position in GTE Pro, but significantly only a second behind the Aston Martin. The field of GTE Pros, as we've come to expect over the last couple of years, so close. 1.4 seconds separating all 12 cars, with Dirk Werner at 1.4 back in 12th position in the 92 Porsche. Still, we haven't seen much from Harry Tinknell and Andy Priaulx and Pipo Derani in this session in the 97 Ford. The best of the Fords is the Scott Dixon 69 car. And that time was set a little bit earlier on in the session. Lots of accusations that Ford are sandbagging, but to be honest, they're only half a second back, the best of the cars, so quite hard to control a sandbag when it's at such small margins around an 8.5 mile circuit.
Yes, and I think the time has come where there's no point in doing any more sandbagging, but we'll see what the rest of the session has to offer. 45 minutes of this part of the session still to go, and then we'll have a half-hour break until 9 o'clock with the. No, sorry, we won't. We'll have an hour and a half break from.
No, just half an hour.
Yeah, sorry. So it's coming up to 8:45 now, isn't it? So yes, we run through until 9:30, and then we have a half-hour break until 10 o'clock, and then the final 2 hours will run from 10 o'clock through till midnight.
And significantly then, with that fantastic lap from Koei Kobayashi, the sun now starts to lower. The direct sunlight on the track not quite as significant as it was earlier, and I'm sure that will have changed the track temperature just slightly. Air temperature, I don't know, it seems cool in the box today, in the pit box, in the commentary box, but outside I'm sure it's still warm for our SO pit lane team in their race suits, all wrapped up.
Yeah, certainly I think the air conditioning is working better today than it was yesterday.
It is.
I must admit that there's almost a cool breeze on my bare arms here. But yeah, the air temperature is 24, nearly 25 degrees. The Dunlop track temperature currently at 35.6 degrees. So that's the current temperatures, but with the wind, which has fluctuated up to some 25 kilometers per hour, which is almost twice as strong as the wind was yesterday in this equivalent time of day.
Well, we just heard in our ears Shea Adams saying, no, it's not warm at all in the pit lane, but I'm sure it is warm for Joe Bradley, who's down at 86.
Actually, I may be acclimatising to this beautiful weather because I'm hardly sweating.
Well, there you go.
It's like a beautiful summer's evening down here in the pit lane. I can give you an update while you're down here, guys, on the number 86 Porsche, the GTE Am Porsche. That's the Gulf livery car. Tell me if I'm wrong, this car was recovered back to the pits after a problem. That problem was basically an overheating problem, and they brought the car in, or they stopped the car for precaution. They've had to bleed the complete cooling system on the car. They are not allowed to resume or fix the car and go back out in this session. I'm not sure what regulation stops that, but they are quietly confident that they're going to be able to sort the issue on this car and take part in the second qualifying session that finishes this evening off. So everything, all right, not exactly as they wanted, but this car's by no means done.
And presumably that regulation, Paul, is that they were brought to the pits assisted, and therefore they can't take the car back out onto circuit. If you are towed out the gravel, then you can.
Yes, if you're the point being that the car was removed to a place of safety if it is being towed out of the gravel, whereas Ben Barker's car really had to take advantage of the fact that the session had been red flagged and then get back to the garage that way. Slightly more strict rules in terms of outside assistance and bringing cars back to the garage at Le Mans than in IMSA racing, for example, or in the other 24-hour series events that Radio Le Mans covers from time to time.
Thank you to John Garfoot, who asks whether we're seeing more punctures than normal. We had a few yesterday, we've got a few today. We've just had another one announced by Race Control. The Panis Barthez competition number 23 car has a puncture, and at the wheel is Nathan Berton at the moment. Is it normal to see this amount of punctures?
Le Mans often gets a lot of punctures because it's a long circuit, because of the proximity of gravel beds. You often do get gravel being brought onto the circuit, and that sometimes triggers punctures. Occasionally, I have to say, punctures get triggered by usage of curbs. It'll be interesting, actually. I know Gemma Hatton will be joining us from time to time, and everything that needs to be known about punctures she knows, but and quite a lot as well on top of that. But the lateral loads on the tyre here at Le Mans are a lot greater than elsewhere, and that very much stretching, as it were, of the sidewall, because obviously the lateral load is putting pressure on the sidewall, and that can sometimes cause additional strain on the tyre. Le Mans does tend to be a circuit where you do see punctures. I mean, and that, as I say, there can be all manner of reasons for it. So I wouldn't. The question is well posed. I wouldn't say there were more than normal, because often there are a lot. Thus far, we've only had a relatively small handful.
Yeah, so it's not really influenced by the change of curbs that we've had this year, or perhaps the type of gravel that's in the gravel trap. In other circuits, you see that a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think it's fairly par for the course for here at Le Mans.
So Joe Bradley's down as part of our pit lane team, fueled by Esso, and he is with the GT Am car, the DH Racing Ferrari, and Nicholas Jonsson.
It's his DH Racing Ferrari, Nick, but you're in the more familiar Chrome Racing, beautiful lime green, let's call it. You guys are pretty much familiar with the process here at Le Mans, so I suppose what I've got to ask you is what exactly are you learning out there on the track at the moment?
Well, like always, you need to kind of get a handle on the track as always. Always changes a little bit as far as conditions goes. I think conditions right now is very, very favorable. It seems like everybody going very fast versus yesterday where, it was a lot of dirt and stuff, the first day after, we came back from the test. So we out there kind of trying to get fuel consumption down, how many laps they're going to be able to do, if you're going to run a lean map or more richer map in the race, depending on, if you're going to try to squeeze out an extra lap and, that way get one stop less in 24 hours. And, everybody are trying to kind of think about those things and how long we're going to be able to go on the brakes before we're going to have to change the brakes and, what the window is for the brake change and so forth.
And is the subject everyone's talking about is just how hot the temperatures that are being forecast. We're upwards of 90 degrees in your terms. Is that going to have a massive effect on just how you guys use your tyres and your brakes, as you've mentioned?
Yeah, I think it does for sure, because we obviously had an option after the test to choose tires. What comp are we going to go with, and I think it depends on whatever the people pick. And I think we're going to see we have to conserve tires. If they're going to be up in the high 80s, low 90s during the daytime, I think we're really going to have to consider maybe us double instead of triple stint, but then go into triple stinting, at nighttime.
And of course, Nick, something we tend to take for granted, the human element. How have you been preparing for this weekend?
Well, personally, I always kind of start to prepare like a month before, with different nutritions, hydrate yourself, working out and all that kind of stuff. But I think it's very difficult to really prepare yourself for 90 degrees ambient temp, But these days, these cars have a pretty efficient, air conditioning system in these days that, is required from ACOs. I think that definitely helps. Otherwise, I think we would have seen a lot of, problems out here. But it's still going to be very difficult to triple stint, I think, in that heat.
And you guys have got a pretty strong driver lineup. You've been racing with Tracy Crone now for a lot of years. Andrea Bertolini, I need to say no more. Can you come into a 24-hour race, especially at Le Mans, confident because of those equations?
Yo, absolutely. I mean, you had that Tracy and I is the 12th year here in Le Mans now. We raced together for 14 years total. And, having Andrea with us obviously a huge help. He's been doing a lot of the testing and development on the 488. And then, add again to that to have AF Corsa HD Racing to lean on with all the experience they have running Ferraris for many, many years. And all the cars they run 5 AMP cars here, so we can share data and stuff like that. I think that's a huge help. And also seeing the confidence that Tracy has in the car really make me feel really, really good. He just turned 4.1. It's like 5 seconds faster than ever been around here before. So that's pretty impressive, in its own right. So it's we're very, very excited and looking forward to the race.
Great. So if you've just made me feel very, very old, saying 12 Le Mans with Tracy, heavens, is it really? Thanks, Nick.
The Pit Lane Team, fueled by Esso.
And we had a yellow flag zone out on circuit at the first of the Mulsanne chicanes. It was the number 21 LMP2 car of Henrik Hedman. Hedman. Oh, it's easy.
Yeah, Danish driver. Swedish driver at the wheel of the Dragon Speed Orica. Yes, so Henrik Hedman has got going again, though. Also going again, Matthias Lauda at the wheel of the number 98 Aston Martin, who has done a 355.566 for Matthias Lauda, and that is quicker for the number 98 car. So that is the fastest in the GT AM class. In the second fastest car, the JMW Ferrari, we now have Will Stevens, and that's a change of driver for that car. Dries van Toor had set the fastest lap in the number 84 JMW Ferrari of 354.543, and wouldn't be at all surprised to see Will Stevens being able to improve a little bit on that time. And then third in GT AM, still the Labre Competition Chevrolet Corvette. So Aston Martin, Ferrari, Chevrolet Corvette, followed by Porsche of the top 4 cars in GT AM.
Now, a good point made by the Crotch Belt on Twitter. Make sure you get involved in the conversation using RSL_studio or hashtag Mobil1RLM. He said, are we still having lots of track warnings by race control, or have they now started to sort of slow down? Because we saw a lot of warnings for overstepping track limits in practice, but it doesn't seem like we're seeing them now.
We are still seeing some, but certainly not as many. So the message is getting through, Ben. I think that's the answer to it. The most recent driver to be warned on the screen, car number 35, Andre Negrão, he's just been warned for track limits on the left-hand side of the track as you come out of Tête Rouge. Just before that, there was a similar message for the driver of car number 83, which was probably Bertolini, I think we had in the Krone Racing car. Yes, it is Andrea Bertolini at the wheel of the 83 car. Having just heard from Tracy Krone, it was worth making the point. The 83 Ferrari is entered by DH Racing, but for regulars to Le Mans, it does just look like a Krone Racing car carrying the logo of Krone Aviation on the side of the car, and it is in that very distinctive green, which Tracy Krone and Nick Johnson always seem to drive with and have been doing for so long now. But it is an entry by DH Racing, is the official entry on the list. Anyway, that car, Andrea Bertolini, having been pinged for a track limits violation as well. That, though, towards the end of the lap, just after the Porsche curves.
Now we have a yellow flag out on circuit at the Indianapolis section of turns. It's the number 60 Clearwater Racing car of Richard Wee, and he is deep in the gravel there. So it's going to be hard to extract him from there, and yellow flags covering the area whilst they do try and snatch him. Difficult to see whether he has made any contact with the barrier, but certainly the car looked in good shape. But sadly, very, very deep into the gravel trap there, which actually isn't that deep, but he's far into it.
But hopefully not hit the barrier. Slow zone, therefore, now being put into place at Indianapolis. And that will slow everybody's pace. The slow zone procedure, something which I would say is unique to Le Mans, because it is in place, at least in theory, for the other rounds of the World Endurance Championship, but enables racing to be carried on at the rest of the circuit, but puts into place a 80 km per hour speed limit in the zone in question, and that zone has before it something called next slow zone, which in effect is 120 kilometers an hour of a speed limit, and then before that there's just a yellow flag which warns people not to slow down, and the idea is that you gradually slow down as you enter the slow zone, and I think drivers have just about got used to that now. It's caused quite a lot of argument when we first introduced the slow zones 3-4 years ago now, and but it does enable cars to be able to carry on racing around the rest of the track, and we don't therefore have to have a safety car, or heaven forbid what we had earlier on in this session, the red flag situation.
Yes, and that's it's important to stress that in the first year of the slow zone, we didn't have those 120 kilometre an hour buffers, and therefore you were going, at some points on the Mulsanne, you were going from 300 kilometres an hour down to 60, and that caused certain issues, certainly with cars with different performances in brakes.
Yeah, exactly, and some drivers, I mean, it's a bit like when you come into a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit around your local housing estate. Some people decide to slow down to 30 just as they come into the 30-mile-an-hour limit, and others will slow down well in advance. It was 2014 that the first slow zone was introduced, and they were somewhat minimal. There was only 4 of them, whereas in 2015 we actually had some 20 incidents of slow zones implemented over the course of the 24 hours. Last year there was 21 slow zone incidents, so it's used to good effect, and as I say, for my money, the best thing about a slow zone is that you can carry on racing around the rest of the track. It's just one part of the circuit that's affected.
And many of the teams will continue their work. They are not all now pushing for ultimate lap speed. They're still doing their work, going through their checklists, making sure the car is set up perfectly for these kind of conditions when we come to the race. It's coming up to 9 o'clock local time here at Le Mans. It's a beautiful evening at Circuit de la Sarthe, and let's see if the weather continues. Weather sponsored by DuraGarages.com then, and it is supposed to get better and better. Humidity quite high on Friday, close to 100% in the evening and coming into the morning, but as the sun rises at 10 o'clock tomorrow, the humidity will burn off, and we're expecting temperatures going up to 25 to 28 degrees. It will be the coolest of the 3 days tomorrow. but we are expecting the temperatures then climb up to potentially 34 degrees on Sunday. It's going to be a hot weekend out there. Make sure you've got your water and your sun cream. That's the weather with DuraGarages.com.
Hello, I'm Aston Martin Works driver Darren Turner. Thanks to Dura, you could be joining me at Base Performance Simulators in Oxfordshire. It's a full day, including breakfast and lunch, and you and a friend will get to try our GT and single-seater simulators. This special Dura race school is on the same equipment that the pro drivers use to hone their skills away from the track. For the chance to join us on this exclusive Dura Day Out, go to www.duragarages.com/Le Mans to answer the 2 simple questions.
Live from trackside, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, engineered to perform.
And we're just around 9 o'clock local time. We have a slow zone out on circuit whilst the recovery of the number 60 Clearwater Ferrari is being done at Indianapolis. And we can go straight down to our pit lane team, fueled by Esso and Shea Adam.
Philippe Albuquerque, we know that you weren't exactly happy after the test. Are you feeling any better now that you've gotten out in qualifying, gotten some fast laps?
Well, today a little bit better. We changed some things on the aero package. We are still far, but we didn't yet the qualifying session, our mode, because today the track improved massively. We were like even thinking, is this the change that we did, or is it the track? But then we also everyone improving it. So let's wait for the next session. This is where we're going to try to do a qualifying to qualify the car. But to see the gap, because the car feels good. It's just we are losing on the straights to the Orecas. They can pass us easily. Let's see the gap.
Do you feel like you have a more reliable car under you than the Orecas, maybe?
I hope so. Well, there is some rumors about that the Orecas, they cannot quadruple stint the tires. I think we need to wait for the race to see. Our car is pretty good on the tire wear. It looks fine. I mean, my lap now it's with old tires and full tank. So, but it's so many things that we just need to wait for the race to see what is going on.
Good luck, Philippe Albuquerque, number 32, United Autosports.
And they are a very busy team, United Autosports, this weekend. They have not only the car in the Le Mans 24 Hours itself, but 2 cars at least were entered into the Road to Le Mans. I'm not quite sure whether they're going to have the full weekend, though. One of them was in the barrier quite heavily yesterday.
Yes, I mean, but what Felipe was saying, absolutely right, that some of the rumours about what's going to happen with the tyres and what tyre wear the LMP2 cars are going to have. The other thing with LMP2 cars is the brake wear, because the additional speeds that we're seeing from the P2 cars mean that they are arriving at the big stops on the chicanes and at Mulsanne Corner and at Arnage that much faster. And that means, of course, that they have to effectively use the brakes a little bit more, which in turn could lead to scheduled brake changes in the LMP2 category over the course of the race. We'll wait and see what happens on that one. Just to make the point, it's gone 9 o'clock, but we are continuing with this session. If you're looking at your race program and saying, oh, it's supposed to be time to go and have something to eat, they're running this part of the session through till 9:30, and then we will resume at 10 o'clock. So this session will go through till 9:30 to make up for the fact that we lost 50 minutes just about under a red flag earlier on to retrieve the Eurasia car number 33, which had an accident out on the Mulsanne Straight. And that car, one of very few not to have turned in any laps in this session. The other one, the other two, in fact, the number 86 Ben Barker Gulf UK entered Porsche, which stopped on its out lap, and the other car, which we've not seen anything of apart from a single out and in lap, the number 8 Toyota, which has been pushed back into its garage, and that is having an engine change. The number 7 Toyota, we were just observing, Ben, that car was pushed back into its garage as well, although I think they're fairly happy with that car. I don't see any particular problem, although it hasn't yet come out again.
Well, Joe Bradley was down at Toyota watching the number 9 being loaded up. It's heading out onto circuit. What did you observe, Joe? What did you see?
Car came in very quickly, stayed on the apron, took on some more fuel and tyres, but also a different nose. And
from what I can see, the nose that was taken off as an additional winglet on both the front left and right corner. The nose that is now on the number 9 is devoid of any additional winglet, so that would suggest the low drag nose is now on the number 9.
Interesting to hear. Thanks for that. The number 7 has also gone out again now. Stefan Sarazan having been in the garage for the whole of the session thus far, and so it was Mike Conway who started in the number 7. Then Kobayashi went out and did that amazing 3 minutes 14.791 lap, and he handed back to Mike Conway, but now the car has gone back to Stefan Sarazan.
And interesting to note, of course, Stefan Sarazan, not a regular in that car for the World Endurance Championship. He was stood back down as of last year and didn't have a full-time drive, but his replacement, Pachito Lopez, then had an accident at Silverstone and was deemed unfit for Spa, therefore did not have any real mileage in the car in racing conditions, and it made sense then to put Stefan back into that number 7.
Yes, exactly so. Although, having said that, we saw a quick view on the onboard shot of a driver's face. I thought it looked a bit more like Mike Conway, but we'll pick out that when we see it. Still the outlap for that car, and it is still the fastest car. Second and third still the 2 Porsches. Nick Tandy is at the wheel, as he has been throughout this session. No, he hasn't, isn't he? Neil Jarney went out and did the fast lap. Who just did 3 laps, did Neil Jarney. But apart from that, Nick Tandy has dominated the driving for the number 1. Earl Bamber back at the wheel of the number 2 Porsche. And apart from a short stint from Timo Bernhardt when the fastest lap of the car was done, Earl Bamber has done the lion's share of the driving in the number 2 Porsche. Still the fastest of the LMP2 cars, faster than the number 4. And possibly a job for one of our pit lane team, fueled by Esso, is to check that all is well with the number 4 by Collis, Enzo, because that has been in the garage for a long time. And I think we can go down to Shay Adam, who's got an update from there. Shay.
The number 4 car has been up on its hijacks for the majority of this session. Now, yesterday during the free practice session that we had before qualifying actually began, the car was having an engine change done. I don't know if they were entirely satisfied with the engine they put behind this car, because what it looks like to me, they're changing it again.
Yeah, that's not good news. I mean, it's a great engine, that Nismo, Ben. It's a very quick engine. It's the engine that used to be in the front of the Nissan RLMs that were here 2 years ago now, which was a very quick engine in a straight line. But the whole kind of installation at Collis still leaves something to be desired, I fear, somehow.
Yeah, and it is worth saying that it's kind of got a different name in Enzo or Enso.
Enzo.
And a different engine too last year, because the engine last year just would not stop catching a light, basically. So it was a sensible idea to go to this Nismo engine that was built, as you say, for the front-wheel drive LM that we saw, and really didn't get a huge amount of mileage from. They had hybrid issues when it was fitted to the Nissan, but the hybrid issues was the harvesting of hybrid rather than the actual hybrid system itself. So it should work perfectly within this car.
Yeah, that's right. I'm led to believe that Enso is something, Nick Damon's an expert on all of this, but it's something to do with karma and, no, because you did do some research, Nick, I do remember. It's some Chinese or Japanese calming fate sort of, one of those kind of things. Zen, yeah, that's the word, Zen things.
Is that to calm it down after it was getting very hot last year?
It's something that Colin Collis was keen. So it has, as you say, it has changed its name, but it is still entered by Collis, by Collis, and we'll see how it gets on. I mean, I think its objective is to finish ahead of all the LMP2 cars, and at the moment, the first time that it's not been ahead of all of the LMP2 cars in any of the qualifying sessions, having been pipped by the Manor.
Now, we saw in the test sessions that there was a very big pattern emerged between the 3 different LMP2 manufacturers, with the Dallara very much the fastest down the Mulsanne straight, the fastest, in fact, across the whole board. So it was faster than the LMP1 cars down the Mulsanne straight, clocked at 326, if my memory serves me. Then we had the LMP1s, and then we had all of the Orecas, with the Ligers lagging behind. Presumably nothing much has changed in terms of how they've set up those Dallaras here. We did hear yesterday from the Team Netherlands that they were actually adding more downforce to the car to try and maximise their pace through the Porsche curves. But are we still seeing that kind of pace from the Dallara, and is it still going to be a bit of a difficult car to pass down the Mulsanne straight, even for the LMP1 competitors when they come to lap them?
Yes, I'm just looking up best speeds through the speed trap on here, and then we'll be able to work out how to do that. Yeah, I'll come back to you on that one, Ben, because I've just got to do a little bit of administration here to get that to come out.
Right, here we go. Right Turn Lover has tweeted us at RSL_studio. And Enzo, in Zen, is a circle that is hand-drawn in 1 or 2 uninhibited brushstrokes to express a moment when the mind is free to let the body create. The Enzo symbolizes absolute enlightenment, strength, elegance, the universe, and Mu. I think that's Mu, which means the void. What that has to do with motorsport, I have no idea. But Colin Collins is an interesting character.
I did tell you that Nick Damon knew all about that, and he had that information before even Right Turn Lover had it up, I think. So no doubt tomorrow we'll be able to find out a little bit more about Zen. And, thank you, Nick. What have we got? Another 18 minutes of the session remaining, and another car stopped out on the circuit, Ben, is the SMP Racing Dallara. Number 27 has stopped out on the circuit. And again, would you believe it, it's Michaela Leshin who is at the wheel. This is a car that caught fire on the circuit yesterday evening when the bodywork was rubbing against the exhaust, or perhaps the other way around, exhaust running on bodywork. And that car has stopped at Indianapolis, or sorry, Arnage, but the yellow flag has been removed, so we've gone back to full green racing. I can only assume that's because the SMP Dallara has got going again.
Just trying to see on the tracking whether there's no stationary car around that area, so we presume, therefore, that he's had a spin and continued. It's quite a feat to get the exhaust to catch the bodywork alight. The bodywork is made of, obviously, of carbon fibre, and the point in which carbon fibre actually catches a light is very, very hot indeed. So there must have, it wasn't certainly a work of a moment there, and hopefully they have fixed that issue for... well, certainly the car is not alight at the moment, so they have fixed that issue for the moment.
Certainly good news then for the SMP team. Only one SMP entry in amongst the 25 LMP2 cars that we have. 2 team entries being from Manor Racing, from Rebellion, from Jackie Chan DC Racing, and kind of theoretically from G-Drive, because there are 2 cars entered by G-Drive, although one of us the Mexican entry, the one with Memo Rojas driving with Gutierrez and Hirakawa, with the other one being the more traditional Russian entry of Rusinov, Alex Lim with Pierre Thierry.
Joe Bradley is down at Proton Competition. Bro, what have you got for us?
Yeah, I've got Patrick Dempsey, whose name is above the door of the 77 Porsche garage. But Patrick, it must be very frustrating standing here. The sun going down, the most evocative time at Le Mans. I'm sorry, mate, I'm making it harder for you.
Right,
I really am, sorry.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. I mean, this is certainly the romantic period right now. It's like qualifying, and you can start to see the energy amping up, certainly. It's hard, you know, I go in and out where I like, God, I would like to be in the car, and it's like, you know what, it's nice to have this perspective, and you sort of relive. We were talking before we were interviewed here that a lot of great memories. It's been over 10 years since I first came here to this event and sort of dreamed about it for so many years, and it's always quite special, and the race is always different. There's always something that happens that is unexpected, and how can you quickly adapt to that? And some of the greatest moments in my life happened in this track.
Patrick, it's it's a lot of years now, but I remember saying to you in the middle of the night, you know, you came here as an actor that did a little bit of motor racing, but now you're a racing driver who sometimes does a little bit of acting. You really are.
Yeah, I had a great experience racing here and racing with Porsche in the you know, in a season in the WEC, which was remarkable, and it's forever changed my perspective on the world. I think just being around the quality of people that are in this race. And what it does to you, you know, how it challenges you mentally, spiritually, and physically. It's a remarkable sport, and this event here is something you can't miss.
You never lose the bug.
Oh my goodness, it's addiction completely.
It really is. Thanks for talking to us, Pat. I'll leave you again. Your cost is just about to come in. Patrick Dempsey there, a man who's addicted like the rest of us.
Fantastic to hear from Patrick Dempsey. He would not miss this for the world with his team name above the Proton door, as it was when he was driving the car and still part owns that facility. We do now have the answer to the top speed question. Is it as it was in the test day, Paul?
Yes and no. The fastest through the speed trap. This speed trap is positioned, and Sam Collins spoke chapter and verse on this during the live from Le Mans earlier on. The speed trap is positioned just before the first chicane, and the fastest car through the speed trap in this qualifying session has been the Manor Oreca of number 25, which was probably in the hands of Vitaly Petrov, wasn't it? Because he set the fast lap in that car, 336 kilometers an hour.
Wow.
With the Dallara of the Cetilar Villorba Corsa team, Andrea Bellicchi just a kilometre per hour slower at 335. But then we've got three more Orecas on 334 kilometres an hour, and the fastest of the LMP1 class cars is actually the Enso again. That's done 334, as have both of the Toyota TS050s. So not a lot to choose between them, but what we saw on test day was the Dallaras much quicker than the other cars, whereas now the Dallaras are kind of back where everybody else is, and that presumably means that the Dallaras can get through the Porsche curves a little bit more easily, because we heard from Rubens Barrichello, wasn't it, that the car genuinely, he felt dangerous through the Porsche curves, but I think they've sorted that out now. So but still the P2 cars are marginally quicker than the P1s. The fastest Porsche, the 919 hybrid, 332 kilometers an hour. So those are the top times through the speed trap just before the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight.
And it does mean that it'll be tricky for those LMP1 cars just to breeze past like we've seen in previous years. The gap between LMP1 and LMP2 last year, certainly in qualifying, was 17 seconds. The gap now is just 10 seconds between the fastest LMP2 and the fastest LMP1. Obviously, some of that time, a lot of that time is made up in the turns, and all of that time now is made up in the twisty stuff, because down the straights and out of the corners, they are equal footing.
Yeah, but just when you've made that comparison, that presumably is going to the 3 minutes 14.8 time from Kobayashi. So, yeah. I mean, that's that car 2.5 seconds faster than any other P1 car. So really the gap is a lot less than that between the P2s and the P1s. And so I think the difference is going to be in what I call the speed profile down the straight. I've drawn the graph a number of times, but you get the P1 cars accelerating very, very quickly, reaching their top speed, and then if anything tailing off through the remainder of the straight. But I suspect that Kobayashi lap was done with a bit of a special bit of trickery, with the hybrid being able to deliver its power all the way down the Mulsanne straight, not having to do the lifting and coasting that we've seen. Otherwise, you'd never have been able to achieve that 3 minute 14.79.
And we hear so many drivers talking about being punched in the back when that hybrid system kicks in as they accelerate out of the turns. They really feel a huge difference. It's in the Toyota, it's about 550 horsepower that the combustion engine creates, and then another 500 horsepower, certainly, and it's all in torque as well, that the hybrid system also creates, and the battery power creates. So it's doubling the power, punching you in the back, and 550 horsepower is a decent supercar, and then you're adding another supercar to it on the exit of turns.
my wife's Peugeot's got 120 brake horsepower, and that's
it's not a supercar.
No, indeed not. Out onto the circuit was Sebastian Buemi at the wheel of the number 8 Toyota. So having its new engine, and out then has gone the number 8 Toyota out onto the track with 10 minutes of the session remaining. Meanwhile, in the gravel bed, Ben,
is Timo Bourret. From the Panis Barthez competition team. They've already had one accident today, and Timo was, oh dear, that's not a nice accident. He was on the curb on the exit of going into Tête Rouge. He lost the rear end of the car. He then overcorrected and spat himself into the left-hand barrier. So he's taken a nice chunk out of the front end of that car, as well as the Armco barrier. Which is a little bit of a worry. We've only got 9.5 minutes remaining of the session. The next session is to begin in 40 minutes' time. That car is in the gravel, and we now have a red flag. It's a dangerous area the car has ended up in. He's in the gravel trap at Tête Rouge. The crash happened before the corner.
Yes, and another yellow zone being shown at Mulsanne corner. Now, whether that's just a glitch on the screen, I'm not sure, but just looking down at messages on the screen, and that is, it's car number 28. Yeah, no, it's car number 28. The TDS car is off as well in an unrelated incident, I think, and that is at the Porsche curves, in fact, I'm being told. So
the entrance to the Porsche curve. So the first part where it goes right and then left, we have a car stationary at zone 30.
Yeah, which is yes, a bit of the circuit. I always call the Alan McNish corner because that's where he had his accident in the Audi R8 so many years ago now. And we are advised that red flag will bring this session to a close, and we won't resume until 10 o'clock when the final element of qualifying will start. So a slightly longer evening break then, but an opportunity then, very unfortunate in a way, because Sebastian Buemi just had come out of the pits and was hoping to get a 10-minute kind of bedding in session, running in session for that Toyota's new engine. Is going to have to bring it straight back into the pits, and the Toyota team just going to have to check that all the systems looking all right. But at least the number 8 Toyota should then be able to participate in the final session tonight.
And we're seeing that Timo Bourret is out of the car absolutely fine. Not a particularly happy, smiley Olivier Panis in the pit wall, or on the pit wall, should I say. And the car will certainly need a new front end to that. It was dug quite nicely into the Armco barrier on the left-hand side as you, almost as you break into Tête Rouge is where he ended up, but the crash happened the corner before. We don't know quite yet what's happened to the 28 TDS car. I don't know whether he is slowly moving now. It looks like on the tracking system that we have that he has moved slightly from his the start of the Porsche curves where we thought he had stopped. So if he did have an accident, it was a small one into the gravel trap, and he's been helped out and is now moving again.
Okay, at least that's good news. But in any case, if there's gravel around, he can be recovered back to the garage on the flatbed if necessary. But red flag then, the session has been brought to that close, and Timothée Bourret out of the car and perfectly okay, happy to say. But the car did get out of his control very rapidly indeed.
Well, what a session we've had then. A new outright lap record speed around the Circuit de la Sarre, thanks to Kamui Kobayashi about midpoint into the session. A time of 3:14.791, 2.45 seconds faster than Nick Tandy in the first of the Porsches. Problems for the 8 Toyota, though. Sebastian Buemi not managing to get the car out for any laps at all, with an oil supply issue into the engine and a change of engine. The fastest of the LMP2 cars, faster than the LMP1 Privateer, and that is the 25 Oreca from Manor competition, and it was who was it? It was Vitaly Petrov who did the time, the ex-Formula 1 driver. Aston Martin leads Ferrari in GTE Pro, and it's Ferrari Aston Martin in GTE Am as the JMW Ferrari got ahead of the Aston Martin at the end of the session. Recovery continues on circuit to get the cars back into pit lane, and our session, the third session of qualifying, will begin on time at 10 o'clock, which is about 35 minutes from now. Thank you very much for all the work that the pit lane team fueled by Esso has done. Join us in about half an hour's time.
Patrolling the pits, the pit lane team, fueled by Esso.
So I'm Marco Ihazi. I'm responsible for all the Porsche factory activities in GT racing.
We're standing right next to the brand new 911 RSR, which is undeniably a Porsche 911. However, the big talking point, of course, is the position of the engine and the gearbox. I'm looking at almost a trunk floor, a boot floor, where I would expect to be seeing the back of the engine. The gearbox is underneath that. This is the big change for you, driven by the regulations and particularly the freeing up of the aerodynamic regulations at the back of the car.
Oh, it's basically driven by the success we want to achieve with it, and by looking at the regulations, there was the possibility to change the position of the drivetrain and of the engine. And we took that opportunity, and that gave us the opportunity to catch up with the other cars in the GT field concerning the aerodynamics.
Because the aero now is so important on GT cars, you simply could not stay with the configuration that you got. And a lot of people asking questions about how you've been able to move the engine and the gearbox without re-homologating the car and building a street car version. And there's a very simple and very clever answer to that.
Yeah, it's written in the regulations, and the text written there is the position of the drivetrain is free, and also the orientation. So read the...
Within the engine compartment?
No, it's free.
So could you have put the engine in the front if you'd wanted to?
Yeah.
Maybe that would have been
competitors are doing so.
Maybe that was a step too far.
Yeah, that is too far. So for sure, the ideal layout is like we try to bring it here onto the road. So we are quite happy so far, and we will see if we can get any benefit out of it.
I'll leave this alone in a moment, but the other question that I must ask you, because I'll be hung, drawn and quartered if I'm not, this is for race car application only. There's no plans for a street car that follows this layout.
So, as I said before, I'm responsible for the race cars, so
Good
I'm
man.
not the right man to ask that question.
Okay, let's have a closer look at what we've got here then. Obviously, the drivetrain layout has changed, but what else has changed on the car? Is it a complete redesign? It's not just a little bit of tinkering around the edges?
No, it's completely new. We started from zero, white sheet of paper, and really went into all the details and all the things we learned within the last 4 years running in that competition. And yeah, it was really complete redesign of the car.
We've got the rear aerodynamic diffuser sitting away from the 911 car at the moment, with the bumper bar attached to it. One of the things that I notice immediately is obviously the size of that, and we've talked around that. I don't think there's need to go into details, but what I'm struck with immediately is the ease of accessibility and serviceability that the redesign of the car has given you, even including the rear three-quarter panels being able to be taken off. In fact, as we can see behind on the 912 car, which leaves the suspension, the corners of the car. Serviceability in endurance racing, we think about speed, we think about cars being super reliable. Is it still important to build in serviceability?
Yes, definitely. So that was one of the main objectives, not just building a car, but building a racing machine. And within that, you have to be sure that all the operational stuff, especially for the team, is quite easy, quite simple, because then you can gain a lot of track time, and that's very important for preparation. So we looked more than ever about all the things concerning racing and not just about the car.
And that means that your guys, much like all of us in motor racing now, didn't have an off-season. You finished with the old car at the end of last season and presumably pretty much rolled into this new car in terms of the development we know was done, but in terms of making it a race car straight away.
Yeah, it's quite easy to answer. The team had a 4-day off season, and that's it.
I know that feeling. We'll have a look around the front as well. This is the 912 with all of its bodywork off on the front. We're very accustomed now to seeing the radiators in the centre part. The oil coolers have disappeared a long time ago from being on the front corners. This is an evolution of what we've seen from the previous cars, not the revolution that we've got at the back end.
Yeah, definitely. So we were quite happy with the front end already with the old car, and we try to improve that in the details. And I guess what we see there is a small step, but definitely the biggest step is in the rear.
And has that meant effectively relearning the car, not just as engineers and technicians, but also for the drivers as well? Because a Porsche always has had a particular driving style, be it a street Porsche or a racing Porsche.
We started close to zero, not just the engineers, also the drivers. The driving style has to change a lot, but it's getting more common, let's say it like that, and we are quite happy with all the results we achieved. The car is quite logical from its reaction to setup changes and so on, so what we saw so far is quite promising, and hopefully we can find it back in the race.
I don't expect any trade secrets here, but have you effectively had to just rip up all your setup sheets and start again, or is there anything that you can carry over? Because so much on a race car, I'm sure our listeners realise this, but I think it's worth saying, you can't change one setting on a race car without affecting another one. If you change something at the front, you have to balance it at the back. So is this literally starting from scratch from you?
Yes, it's definitely starting from scratch. For sure, there are some theories behind how you do a setup for a race car in general, yes. And that's still working. But like you described, if you change one point, you have to look at all the other points, and that changed a lot, yes.
When you look at such a major overhaul of design on a car, do you benchmark yourself against the opposition, or do you set yourself your own goals?
In a very early stage, for sure you try to get as much information about the competition, but then at a certain point you're just focusing on the work you can influence directly, and then coming back to the first race, and then you can judge how your performance was by developing a new car. So for a long period, let's say maybe 6 months, you're just focusing on yourself and on your old car as a reference, and then you get an idea.
What are you most happy about the new car? You never have enough time, so I know you'll tell me you would have loved to have had another 6 months or another year. But what are you most happy that's come out of this new project?
Very happy that it really paid out, that we put a lot of efforts in the really early phase of the development and found all those results back in the on-track testing, and that's quite promising because that shows that we understood what we are doing, and we can continue in that direction.
Was it a gamble to make that big philosophical change, to move the engine and the gearbox and swap them around, move that engine, I guess about maybe 28, 30 centimetres or whatever it is further forward in the car?
Honestly, no, because
you felt you had to do it.
Yeah, because if something is right theoretically, it will pay off at a certain day. So.
Well, you say that, but we have seen people get tripped up in the past when all the computer theories look fantastic, but out in the real world, it doesn't always pay off, does it? Not you guys, I should say.
No, with the experience and all the things we learned also from many years operating a race car, went into that development, and we were quite sure that it's working because, like I said, we use as a baseline always a previous car to evaluate if all our models are right and the computation is okay. And when you go on track the first time, you get that confidence that you're working in the right direction if you found the results back, and we were very happy with the results we found back.
always with Porsche, ever since Porsche started racing, which is the same time, of course, you have been able to capture people's imagination, the passion, and the cars have been available to customer teams. This car in the WeatherTech Championship will also race in other series around the world. Is that still the same philosophy?
It's the same philosophy. So like in 2013 when we introduced the last generation and were able to give it in the hands to customers 1 year later, it's a plan also with that.
And this configuration of 911 is purely for the RSR. That was the other question I should have asked you earlier.
As far as I know, yes.
Yes, okay. What are you expecting from the season here in the States and obviously from the WEC? This car has a lot of different types of tracks to race on, different types of racing, different requirements for the teams. What are you expecting this year? Are you allowed to have a learning year now, or do you have to come out effectively ready to race straight away?
Maybe we are allowed to have a learning year, but I want to have success for sure for the whole team because we put such a lot of effort in it, every single person involved. And if you're looking back the last 18 months, it was really a huge effort for everybody, and it would be nice to get the results out of that. And result is quite easy. You see it in the final table. So for sure we are going for wins. If we can achieve that from the very beginning, honestly, I do not know yet. Maybe we can have that talk after the race. So, yeah, we are working very hard for that, and hopefully we can achieve some wins this year already.
Of all the things that have changed, there's a couple of things that remain the same. It looks like a 911, which I hope, as a Porsche 911 owner myself, it always will do. And there's a certain purposeful stance that a 911 has, which these cars do. Stayed with the engine that you're used to and didn't go to forced induction and turbocharging. Why?
The philosophy and the heritage of the 911 was always making the best out of the things you have and you can combine and so on. And we are fully in line with that. We looked at our road car and found a certain material to work with. We looked at the regulations, found something to do. And like I said, it's in the heritage of the 911 making the best out of the boundary conditions you have. And we think at the moment that's the answer to it.
Wins this year, possible? Expected? You tell me.
I'm hoping for.
I like it. That's nicely in the middle. Mark, well, thank you very much for giving us some of your time and letting us see under the skin of the new 911 RSR.
Very welcome.
Hello there, I'm John Hindhaugh, and with me from Dunlop is James Bailey. Now, here at Le Mans, the 8.5-mile circuit challenges tyre manufacturers as much as it does the teams and drivers, and indeed the spectators and the press corps. But what we can easily forget about, James, is after the race is done and the checkered flag has fallen on Sunday afternoon, when we're packing up and going home, which takes very little time at all for us, the Dunlop tyre technicians aren't finished for the year. They don't just do one event. Things have to move on, and move on very quickly in terms of the FIA World Endurance Championship and the rest of the season.
Well, the Le Mans 24 hours, it might be the jewel in the crown, but for us it's one of 300 different racing events that we're doing this year. Thankfully not all of them are 24 hours, but it's 300 events around the world. So if we take June as an example, during June we had in the MotoGP world, because Dunlop's very successful in motorcycle racing, we supply the Moto2 and Moto3 World Championships. There's two of those races in June. World Motocross Grand Prix, 2 of those World Championships in June. We've got British Touring Car Championship, where Dunlop's the 100% supplier. The 2 rounds of the British Endurance Championship, the Brit Car Championship, which is has had a fantastic comeback over the last couple of years. And in fact, we've seen Topwith Motorsport come from winning Britcar and going straight into European Le Mans Series and Le Mans from there. So it's a good feeder series into Le Mans. We've got VLN, so after the Nürburgring 24 hours, VLN continues in Germany with the same teams. And then we've got the other World Endurance Championship we're involved in, which is the bike one, the FIM Endurance World Championship, with a round at Slovakia Ring later this month. On top of that, lots of local races, great championships like the Mini Challenge, the Radical Series, historic racing, the Goodwood Revival.
That's even more air miles than I do. That's extraordinary. How does the balance go between 2 and 4 wheels? Is it about 50-50?
It is about 50-50. Dunlop are very strong in both markets, and both types of racing have a wide range of different championships. We do share some of our associates, our staff, between both championships. We'll operate together out of the same office, but logistically, it's a fascinating challenge. From Le Mans here, the season really does take off in World Endurance Championship because, well, after Nürburgring, it goes long haul, and that brings a whole new challenge for us.
I was going to say, the office must be just wallpapered with different wall planners, like a full one for the whole season that just has lots of multicoloured dots on it, and then one for each of the different championships. I don't even think about that. Okay, so Nürburgring is still in Europe, so trucks drive back to base, and then we'll head off to the Nürburgring. But after that, it's all flyaways, it's all long haul. How does the logistical side of that work for you guys? Because you've got to take tyres to the far-flung corners of the world, from Mexico through the United States, the Far East, and end up somehow in Bahrain in November.
Well, it's if we're talking about just the FIA World Endurance Championship, which is one of the 300 different events that we're doing, but the continuation of Le Mans now into the 6-hour races. For Mexico, we have already sent 5 40-foot containers out to Mexico. After the Mexico race, one of those containers will bring back the used tyres that have been crushed and fit in one container. And that's important.
What happens to them?
Just like with road tyres now, as a member of the responsible recycling scheme, is that we have to have complete traceability on our tyres. And that's important because the tyres have to be broken down into constituent parts and used for recycling. So in what I'd call secondary rubber products, so it could be things like mud flaps or rubber mats in the car, or even the rubberized playground material you get that gives a slightly softer landing underneath the swings and the roundabouts of the local play park. That's got tyre rubber in it. But also you've got the metals and the other materials that are in the tyre as well that need to be extracted. So they come back for recycling, and usually made into a kind of a rubber composite crumb. So that's one container coming back. As that container comes back, there'll be another 4 containers that are being sent out to Austin. And those will join some containers that are brought from Mexico to Austin by road.
Right, okay.
Now, whilst Austin's happening, we'll also have 5 containers that are on the sea going to Japan. And likewise, those from there, there'll be 1 container coming back with the used tyres.
Right.
And 3 more will be sent out to China. So 4 of the Japanese containers will be sent to China, 3 more going out to Japan by sea. And that almost brings us to the end of the year, but we've got Bahrain, and we'll be sending another 6 containers of tyres to Bahrain.
Does it help you that you know what those tyres are right now? I mean, in the days of good old-fashioned tyre wars, and we still have that in some series where tyre development is allowed through the year, you're constantly evolving your tyre specification, which must be a nightmare for your lead times. At least now, all you've got to worry about is actually getting them there, because at least you know what you're building and when they've got to be, where they've got to be.
The advanced planning really helps, and again, the ACO and the FIA with the FIA World Endurance Championship are committed to sustainability. And that's important. Sometimes it's a difficult balance with motorsport, but they do a very good job looking at fuel consumption on the cars, on having long life components on the cars, and tyres are a very important part of that. So yes, what helps us is that in LMP2 and in GT now, we define the specifications at the beginning of the year. we set the 3 dry weather specifications, intermediate and a wet as well, at the start of the year. And that helps from production planning all the way through the supply chain, all the way through to the freighting, because we can vary the quantities, the allocations of each type of tyre, but it's essentially the same tyre for the whole year. And that's far more sustainable than having a tyre war where I'm thinking now back to Dunlop's time in MotoGP about 10 years ago, where we could discover something on the Friday morning of free practice and think, actually, we've got something else either in stock or even better, something else we could make today that we can ship out by air for the weekend. And that was happening in MotoGP with our competitors as well. And it's tremendously exciting for the engineers, it's exciting for everyone involved, it's exciting. You know, we live to race and live to win, so when you have to bust a gut like that to go and win, it's exciting. But it's also not sustainable, because it's the cost that brings, both from a financial point of view and potentially an environmental point of view as well, isn't a good message. And also, when motorsport is not only a technical investment from the company, it's also a marketing investment. You can't have that kind of uncontrollable cost as well.
Well, and also I would think that it's far better from you in terms of being able to transfer that technology, whether it's 2 or 4 wheels, on-road or off-road, if you are building something that works across a range of circuits, temperatures, rather than, oh, we've built this motorcycle tyre, in the example you were giving, for Assen on this Saturday on this time of the year. Great, technologically and design-wise, that's brilliant, but you're not going to be able to apply that elsewhere.
Absolutely, and probably the best example of that this year, if I can mention motorcycle racing again for a moment. I know we're here at Le Mans talking about cars, but earlier on this year was the Le Mans 24-hour motorcycle race, and we faced a big challenge there. We had one of our competitors, I can't mention their name, but they were very big in MotoGP until recently, put a lot of that MotoGP technology into one team in the 24 hours, and were quite quick for a period when the tyre was in its perfect operating window. The team that won, GMT 94 Yamaha, over the 24 hours of Le Mans, they actually used a standard off-the-shelf Dunlop rear tyre, our KR108, which is available for anyone who wants to go and do track days or amateur racing, and it had that very wide operating window, and it was that tyre that won the race. So maybe there was one particular moment during the race when the temperature and everything else was absolutely on spot-on forecast, where it wasn't quite as quick as the competitor, but in what we call enduring performance and consistency over a race distance, that tyre came through to win the race.
Just thinking about the staff, with 300 events a year, how many people are we talking about that are, first of all, back at base with the dots on the wall planner, and secondly, travelling to these events? And typically, how many events would a tyre engineer do through a year?
We've got a brilliant and diverse team of associates across Europe. Some are based in the UK, some in Germany, some in France, some in Luxembourg, where our R&D centre is as well. And we work as one multinational team. Now, we try and keep people working on the championship that they know, because the customer relationship is very important. So in Le Mans and World Endurance Championship and European Le Mans Series, you'll see the same faces. In VLN, there is some crossover, because the learnings that we get in GT racing in VLN versus World Endurance Championship, there's some similarities there. But if you go to, say, the British Touring Car Championship or to MotoGP, you'll see a different group of people, still wearing black and yellow, but a different group of people. So here at Le Mans, we've got over 40 people in the paddock and the pit lane. So some of them are trackside support engineers, so they're the ones that are deeply embedded in the teams, giving advice on the setup and the pressures for those teams and gathering all the data. Effectively, they are team members for a particular team, but they just happen to be wearing a different coloured shirt, aren't they? That's right. They are fully part of the Dunlop team, but they have to be fully part of the team that they're supporting and representing. Usually they will have perhaps 2 teams to look after. Maybe one's a GT team, one's an LMP2 team, so they're busy all the way through the event. And then behind the pit building, we've got the Dunlop Village. This year, I didn't count how many trucks we've got there this year, but it's usually more than 16 trucks in the paddock, creating that yellow village. And then we have our team of fitters there. And I think we can confidently say that on a Sunday morning, it's the busiest fast fit centre in France.
Easy to forget that, isn't it? Because the teams don't mount their own tyres. You do it for them. Do the teams keep tyres in between events? You were talking about the containers going around the world. Do you allow the teams to keep a stock of tyres in case they want to do testing, or would you typically bring them specially?
If the teams want to keep tyres to go testing or use them on a show car, we'll discuss that with them and we'll come to an arrangement. But the tyres do come back to us, which is important, because one of the things we do with our tyres is we analyse them, because we learn a lot. We send them back for deep analysis, and that's where we learn about what we need to do or what we need to change for the next year's tyre range. And
a question that's more personal to you then, are you ever at home? Is there ever a weekend off?
Sometimes I'm at home, but watching motocross on one TV and watching British touring cars on another, and maybe have VLN on a laptop at the same time. So yeah, so you can pretend that you're at one of them if someone asks the question.
James, thank you very much for being with us and for your support of Radio Le Mans for 2017.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you. 24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Engineered to perform.
In the qualifying this evening, everything that we know about Le Mans has been reset. We have seen the fastest ever average speed in any configuration and the best time ever already recorded by Toyota, and they sit at the top of the timing and scoring. In that last session, lap records in classes and overall went an incredible 6 times improvement through the interrupted session, which was ended early with a red flag. We have 2 hours of qualifying in that 120 minutes. Will the teams decide to use that to improve their grid position, set new records, or will they settle for what they've got? We'll find out the answers to those questions, and I'm sure many more. We're live trackside from the Circuit de la Sarthe. It's Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Live from the 85th running of the world's greatest motor race.
24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Engineered to perform.
Hello everybody and welcome along to the evening session. Johnny, John and a new operator for the Woking Data Centre. Never second guess the gate. Lena Gade, welcome to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
Hello.
Hello. You don't, there's no need for you to sound so worried.
No, it's just that the description of never doubt the gate thing, that's quite funny, isn't it?
It's caught on a bit, didn't it?
Just a touch, yeah. It didn't come true last year, but...
What, first of all, the obvious question, other than coming to say hello to us, what are you doing more generally at Le Mans?
I've actually come, wait for it, as a spectator. Yeah, and I've never done it as a spectator before. I only ever came here and competed. And also as a bit of moral support for quite a few of the ex-Audi drivers who are currently in the pits.
Most of whom got jobs, which was is great to see. Really, really good to see. Now, you weren't at Audi by the time that the decision to pull out was made. Were you as shocked as the rest of us?
Yeah, I think it wasn't something that anyone saw coming, certainly last year. Obviously, the rumours were always going around for quite some time beforehand about pulling out. The group, the VW group, had obviously at that stage got Audi and Porsche in what is actually a relatively expensive formula, let's say. So there was always going to be some consequences. Unfortunately, it looks like it got accelerated a little bit with circumstances outside of racing.
You must miss Audi coming here, because I do. I remember this place before Audi. I'm that old, yes I am. There'll be a lot of people listening to us here around the track who don't, because 17, 18 years is a very long time in any sport, and particularly in motor racing. Do you feel it being different?
I got here at about 5:30 today, and I walked through the paddock, and I was stopped by a couple of fans and things who hadn't expected to see me. And where Audi's garage normally would have been, that was a little bit, and it's just a different atmosphere. Had Audi been here, I'm not sure I would have come back.
Would have been too difficult.
Yeah, because say my guys, they were the ones that I looked up. No, I think I wouldn't have been. This one, I kind of just want to experience it from a different perspective, and then see something different.
It's going to be a hot one.
And they're the best. And we're staying, but when it starts,
can you detect in your driving around the world on RadioLeMans.com the voice of Reed? Neither Johnny and I can claim that. While 2 hours of qualifying has just had the green light from the end of the pit lane, we'll get, while the cars are coming up to speed, we'll get you up to the forecast or weather report. Around about 6 or 7. The cars will last up circuit 16 to 15. Now, quite humid out there, 84. A little bit overnight, but not very much. But this is a great time to go more than it was in the earlier session.
Hello, I'm Aston Martin Works driver Darren Turner. Thanks to Dura, you could be joining me at Base Performance Simulators in Oxfordshire. It's and single-seater simulators. This special skills away from the track. For the chance to exclusive Dura Day Out, go to www.duragarages.com/.
This is Mobil 1, radio engineered to perform.
Studio, excuse me. If you'd like, the cars are on the far side of the circuit, so it's still relevant here on the entrance to the pit lane. The light here is beautiful at the moment. Just lit up in the Etruscan orange. It is undoubtedly we're seeing here. Johnny Palmer, John Hindhaugh, and Lena Gade.
The Toyotas released. I think just about everyone was well aware of the positioning of everyone else, but in outlap, and I have a feeling that this session is really going to liven up in the early part. I'm thinking back 2 years ago when Neil Janney set at the time was a qualifying record. So as you say, the air is perfect now. This initial release of LMP was nearing the end of the first lap. So let's see what the drivers have got in store for us. Stefan Sarajani driving the number 1 port in the 8 and 9 Toyotas. It's Kaz Nakajima.
Might have something to say about the lap time. Step down into our pit lane team fueled by SO Bruce. Bruce.
I must confess, I was delighted. The 39 Graf Racing, one of the Graf 2 Oricas, putting the floor back on that's had problems of adversity, is Miro Konopka, the AR's new car, but every hour a bolt hole in the alternate appears to break, and he said, yes, we can keep fixing. No way to go to a 24-hour race. With that, went off to get another bolt for another alternator.
Thank you, Bruce. Looking there as well, the Toyota already had an engine oil pressure issue in the outlap from the early session. Lena Gade with us. Exactly what you don't want, Lena, in that first qualifying session, having to tell your driver to stop the car because of an oil pressure warning that they were saying and the driver was saying. They got the car back on hybrid power. That's something we wouldn't have been able to do 10 odd years ago. But then they had to do an engine change in the pit lane, up against time, to try and get that car back out and into the session. Not the way you want to start now, really, the race weekend.
Not ideal, no, because that car will have been serviced, let's say, yesterday evening after the session finished. and that will be their race car, the one that they're preparing for this race weekend. So when you get problems like that, it does throw a bit of a spanner in the works.
Back in the very old days, when you were very small and probably still at school, it used to be that you'd probably do Wednesday night in those days, a qualifying engine. And then Wednesday night, or Thursday during the day, you'd whip that out and you'd put your race engine in for Thursday. Is that still the sort of thing that happens? You're only allowed a certain amount of engines nowadays for the WEC cars at the sharp end of the field.
I can't really speak, obviously, for Porsche and Toyota. I know what we used to do at Audi. And we did start with one engine, and then we had a second one that we would have put in on the Thursday. That was mainly because you needed to keep your mileage clear for the whole of the race weekend. But your fallback was the engine that you ran on the Wednesday.
Right.
So that's probably what Toyota have gone and done, that they've gone back to the one that they ran on Wednesday.
Right, OK. As you say, not a great way. It's a long enough week. There's a lot of sitting around and not doing stuff. And then there's a lot of running around in the pits during the race. So starting the race weekend with a quick engine change. They pulled it off, though. I mean, that was a pretty good job for them to do that.
That's impressive, actually, that they managed to get that changed and they're back out again. I think, as I say, it's not ideal preparation, but it's not like they're putting something completely unknown in that car. They've run it enough times at the tests. They know what they're doing with it. It's just not in the plan. They probably missed a good, 2 hours worth of testing that they wanted. So,
is there an opportunity to go for a time here, or will that have been discussed in the team meeting earlier on in the week? Do you do one more shot at pole position if you're a Porsche or perhaps one of the Toyotas that are lower down the field? That decision's already been made, one presumes, before you get to this point.
Just depends what the priorities are, really, for the team. I mean, I can only speak again from experience.
Just I'm going to interrupt Lena for a moment, because coming out of Mulsanne corner, we have... Is that the 17? My eyes aren't what they used to be.
It's the EDEX Sport car.
1-7. The EDEX Sport car has been a little bit too excitable with the right-hand pedal, and that car is nosed into the wall barely beyond the old signalling pits, I think. We'll keep an eye on that. Sorry, Lena, I interrupted you there when you were talking about what people might be doing in this session and what goals might have been set.
Yeah, I think if they had priority put on doing qualifying laps, then potentially they shift that into the next session. I can, as I say, only speak from experience. We at Audi were always given an option of doing quali laps if we wanted to. I never really used to put any precedent on it. For me, starting from wherever you started was fine. You have a test plan, you have goals that you need to achieve, targets that you need to set and achieve during the session. So you just get on with it and do that bit. And if you get a clean lap with no traffic, great, you get a decent time. These tyres now, with them being narrower, you kind of had a very small window where you could get a qualifying lap. When we had the wider tyres, you could be pounding around for 20 laps and you'd still get a decent time out.
Oh, really? And, oh dear, Ferrari now has gone off at the Dunlop S's on the uphill part of that. We lost a few cars there in the early hours, around about breakfast time, didn't we? It's Frankie Castellacci behind the wheel of the 54. This is the chrome silver Ferrari 488, and that looks like he's gone straight in there, Johnny.
Yeah,
an odd one.
Well, unless another car was involved. Didn't see the incident, just seeing the aftermath, and the car has made contact with the tyre barrier, but whether it was just a bit of outbraking, as there are some concerned looks now from the Spirit of Race team, including Aaron Scott from the back of the garage peering up. That's not his car, but the 54 car in a bit of grief, and that might be tricky to recover as well. It's well deep in the gravel trap.
Just before that, the number 8 of Stefan Saracen did go up into second position. So it's Toyota first and second now with the 7 and 8 car. And then Neil Jani in the number 1 Porsche. Then it's the 2 Porsche. And then it's the considerably delayed in terms of track time Toyota. No, sorry, that's the 8 car that had the engine change. So that's Kaz Nakajima already up to speed with that car. My apologies. So paying back the hard work of the engineers to get that done. Nothing better than that, though, Lena, I would think, as a team. If you have had to do some... Nobody's fault. engine. It wasn't as if one of the drivers stuffed it into the wall. Comes out, Nakajima immediately on it, improves his time. Thanks very much, lads.
I think for that car in particular, and I know this from experience watching the crews that I've had the pleasure of working with, when you've got hiccups like that, one of the things that you need to do is set your time and make your mark on the track, and that's definitely a really good sign for them that they've managed to get out there.
One or two people, including Andrew Tester, who is normally tweeting us from Australia, tweeted into RSL_studio, says, Radio Le Mans has a bit of a reputation for getting its commentators race drives, so should we expect to see Lena behind the wheel sometime soon? Ever harboured any ambition to do any race driving, or was it always the spanners and the oily bits?
If you want lots of slow zones and red flags, then I can start driving for you. No, never wanted to do it.
Didn't you go out in an R18, says Paul?
Wish I had. Hadn't gone out in an R18, no.
No, okay. It happens to be the case that every time we get somebody on here, Frankie Castellacci, under braking, had lost the car very early in the piece. It's extremely fast, and the Bugatti circuit, which means all of the start-finish straight and the permanent circuit, has all been resurfaced recently. It's super smooth, and that first corner is now really, really smooth. Everybody going right onto the what was normally the curbs, they've been flattened off as well for the motorcycles, so you get a nice big turn in from the right-hand side.
Third lap of his stint.
Third lap of his stint, says Paul. Thank you very much. Lena was just about to rearrange everything to how she liked it.
Sorry.
Are you happy with the information we've got here for Paul?
Well, there's a considerable amount. I'm trying to look at where your averages are, because that's the bit I'm interested in.
Paul has averages, yes.
Yeah. It's okay, I'll talk to him for that.
Before we came on the air, actually, Lena sat down and went, "Ooh, strategy software. How lovely. Whose is this? I like the look of this." And Frankie Castellacci did not get out of the Ferrari number 54. I don't think that everything is quite as it came off the flat patch, but with wheels pointing in the right direction, he's making his way back around the circuit as the number 1 Porsche is in the pit lane and receiving some slight attention to possibly the suspension, the bars, maybe, or they're just giving it a polish. Maybe I'm reading too much into that. They have got a nice custom-made cover just over the settings there so that we can't see. And they were peeling something off the nose there as well, which that was interesting, that nose piece. Amazing pieces of kit nowadays. So Lena, would you come back to Le Mans to work? Is it still, or are you done with this now?
Never say never.
Right, okay. Right, Johnny, let's get something together. We've got our strategist, our race engineer.
Get your hands on that, Aston Martin.
And driver, apparently.
Yeah, well, yeah. You could do the strategy and the engineering from the car.
I think that might be a bit tough.
Well, Mark Leap's going to do it, isn't he? He's won as a driver, and now he's going into the engineering trade, and he says he would love to become one of the few people who's ever engineered a car to a win and driven one.
That would be cool.
That would be very cool, wouldn't it? Very cool. Bit of a slow run to the final corner for the Viente Rebellion that crosses the line now and starts a lap, just looking for a bit of room for the number 13 car there. Looking splendid, and the livery will come to life in this low light, and indeed, just as he turns left through the first part of the Dunlop S's going up the hill, the fading sunlight catches the chrome strips on that car. It looks absolutely stunning. 3 blue lights, meaning third in its class, Johnny, as it stands.
Yeah.
And it's a lap time in any of the sessions, of course, that sets your grid, any of the 3 qualifying sessions that set your grid position.
Yeah, doesn't matter which one you go for it in, and of course we're looking at single lap pace rather than in the rest of the World Endurance Championship, which is combined lap times. So as we stand, the 7 car is fastest by 2.3 seconds as the Gulf Racing Porsche has another moment. Now that car came back on a flatbed during qualifying 2, and it's had an incident again with Ben Barker at the wheel. He was driving it last time, I seem to remember. So
yeah,
this is...
but that was another issue with the car that's had an engine change. That was a loose pipe of some description. He stopped the engine and got a lift back on the flatbed. That looks like he's gone off the road. And was that at Dunlop as well?
No, that was heading into Indianapolis, I think, because the yellow flags out, and you don't have a small off at Indianapolis sometimes.
You certainly don't.
Certainly not if it's through that right-hand kink.
That's very quick, even in a GT car.
So I'll try and get you a bit more detail on that in a second. It looked to be to drivers right on the track and maybe into the braking area for Indianapolis proper, the 90-degree left-hander prior to Arnage, but many cars with this latest slow zone in action deciding to duck out of the session. Both Cinetech Alpines now on the apron, having drivers strapped on board those cars.
Now, if you're listening around the world on RadioLeMans.com or 91.2 FM around the circuit, don't forget, get on the website, click the Le Mans area on the front page. That takes you to our Le Mans page. Front and centre there is our Studio Vision Plus for this year, which includes a little bit of extra data, and you'll be able to see, just in the gathering darkness, Lena Gade sitting with us, Johnny and John here, and Lena Gade. Also, you'll notice a Motor Trend On Demand banner there. Motor Trend bringing you our hourly updates this year throughout practice, qualifying and the race. And if you click on that banner, that will take you to a very special offer from Motor Trend On Demand to our listeners on Radio Le Mans, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2017. They are supporting us. It'd be nice if you would like to support them, but if you do sign up from that, you'll get a very special offer and save yourself a few quid as well, or dollars or euros, or however you're paying. So that's the Motor Trend On Demand banner on that Le Mans page, right there underneath the Studio Vision Plus area that is showing you at the moment the pictures of the four of us sitting in here. Truss doing the talking Lena through the average lap times.
Well, there are average lap times on the screen now, so that's what we were chasing, I think.
Yeah, that's... So when Trusses isn't available because we've got 4 different streams going, Lena's then going to get the call to come and do
what are you doing at 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, by the way? Can you do that shift?
Maybe having a beer, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you're a fan this year, aren't you? Of course.
Well, yeah, but... I don't know. I always used to think that it would be much more fun being drunk doing this race.
Do you know what? We got away with that for years back in the day. Can't quite get away with that now. All far more professional. Thank goodness, many people would say, if they can remember the old days. Let's go down to the pit lane, fueled by Esso. Hello, Bruce. More news of more troubles, I'm afraid.
Well, we saw the troubles out on the track for the IDEX Sport Racing Ligier, number 17. It's come back in, looks immaculate now, because they put a whole new front nose cone on board. The other one's got tattered marks at the front. The very front of the nose has been smashed, and also the top of the driver's right front wing, loads of rubber marks, and the bodywork is broken where it went under the tyres. But frankly, they seem to have got away remarkably well, and team boss Patrice Lafargue is pacing up and down, but no driver going to get on board that for a while as they check the rest of the car. But with a couple of stumbles at the start of, what do we call this, Q2B? I don't know.
I suppose it is really Q3, isn't it?
Yeah, but still quite a few cars in the pit lane. For example, the AF Corsa Ferraris didn't decide to go out in the first 10 minutes. The Fords were being kept in the pit lane, all the garages, so a lot of people just waiting. But the car I'd like to see and see how it's going on the track is that number 9 Toyota, the one that fell down to 5th overall. And clearly Toyota desperate to get the top 3 positions. So I think I saw Lapierre go out about 2 or 3 minutes ago on brand new tyres to try and get Toyota 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think that is certainly the headline that they would like. A couple of tweets coming in. Hello to Andrew Mather. A group of 7 with 5 first-timers. I spoke to Andrew at Dubai 24 about him bringing a whole group of people over. Well, they've made it. Jack Shalowski, and this is for you, Lena, says, in the old days, of course, here at Le Mans, you had ride-on mechanics. So how about driving engineers? I think it could catch on.
I really don't think this is a good idea.
Determined to get Lena behind the right size and shape for a racing driver. Far more sensible to get in a car than somebody of my proportions. I don't know.
I don't know. I think you can be, let's say, a bigger person and be a fantastic driver around here. And you'd probably take experience over size.
Yeah,
maybe.
well, not sure what experience that I bring to that would be of much use. At RSL_studio, thanks for all your kind comments about having Lena in the booth. She is on a break at the moment. This is holiday for her, so we're not going to work her too hard. But just a couple of things before we go. This is that time now that the drivers either love or hate Lena, because it's neither dark nor light at the moment. Some drivers really get it, really want to go for it. Some don't like to drive at this time.
Yeah, and unfortunately it's that particular part of the race going from the dark into the night that you have to make sure you've got a driver that's comfortable. So you generally tend to put out the guys that actually want to do it. You don't force anyone into anything, because that's not particularly fair. Of course, you can't really change what happens in the race. You know, if you have an incident or something and you just happen to have the driver in at the time who doesn't particularly like it, they've kind of got to get on with it. But most of these drivers here are all sensible enough and professional enough to get on with it.
I've just thought you're sitting in Truss's chair there as the number 9 Toyota a moment or two ago has just missed the first chicane did we put Nico Lapierre in that car, did we? Yes, we did. He just sort of very nicely dimmed his headlights though, so he didn't blind anybody and go the wrong way as he was going the wrong way. I've just realised you and Paul have something in common, because I'm supposing that when you were race engineering here, you didn't have a break. You didn't go off and have 6 hours kip or anything like that. So a bit of cat nap if you could, careful what you eat and drink, and try and stay awake on the pit wall. That was how it went?
Yeah.
Well, see, that's what Truss does. He doesn't move.
Okay.
So
I was wondering if you were going to say he needs a break, so would I like to come back at that time?
He never takes a break. It's just
well, you can't, because you sort of lose the feel of what's going on in the race.
That is exactly what he says. We'll get the T-shirt printed. You lose the rhythm of the race.
Yeah,
it's true.
And I think the only thing I used to do was step off the pit wall every so often and, you know, walk to the back of the garage, because generally you sort of sat relatively still on or standing
screens,
on the pit stand. I couldn't sit down on those because the screens were too high. But yeah, you have to kind of keep some movement going, otherwise you do get a little bit sleepy. And I used to have points where I'd take a little bit of a nap, maybe.
Did you set an alarm?
No, I used to have someone sat next to me who would wake me up if something important happened. Or I was listening to Eduardo, so I'd wake up if something...
Slow zone coming at...
Yeah.
Okay. And then all of a sudden, everything would be back on again. So how long did you sleep on Monday then? All of it?
No.
Or did it take you time to come down?
Depends what happened on Sunday.
Right. Very good.
Yeah. There were 2 occasions after the race wins where I went maybe to have a few beers
Adult
afterwards.
beverages, yes.
And one in particular, I just lost all of my belongings that I had with me, phone, wallet, the whole lot. So I didn't do that again. But you tend to be quite... Why are you laughing? You tend to be
we've all
quite
done it.
tired.
You fit in with this team so well.
See, but we aren't all Le Mans winners, you know.
No,
we haven't got the blackface Rolex, which I know you're wearing.
Oh, that was a present for my boys.
Which is what
Very
normally,
nice
which is
one.
what the drivers get for. See, that's great. I love the fact that this race elicits that type of emotion and response from people, whether they're in the campsite or on the pit wall, and that's something very special about this race, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I didn't realise it until today, actually, that the atmosphere is very, very relaxed. I mean, I was here with Lisa Crampton's mum and Andre's girlfriend, and we went up into the grandstands, and they said, surely those seats are allocated. And I said, no, you can sit where you want. And that's the beauty. It's open. You can come and see people. You can walk around. You get a real sense of what's going on. It's a real nice atmosphere and a real true sort of feeling of being part of a race. It's great.
A number of people saying it's not the same without you here.
No, it's better, isn't it?
Sean Belby from Indianapolis, great to see Lena in the studio, great insights and lots of laughs as well, which is nice to see. Lena, thank you very much. I know that you're not here working, so it was very kind of you to come and spend some time.
No problem
you're welcome. You are welcome anytime, and we've always got a brew on. So,
have you?
Oh,
yeah, but it's too hot for that. Have you got some gin and tonics instead?
Well, if you speak to the responsible adult, I think that the emergency kit, as well as all the pharmaceuticals and painkillers and everything else and elastic bandages, I'm pretty certain that there'll be some fever tree tonic and some gin in there somewhere.
Fantastic. I'll go and have a word with Eve then.
Thanks, Lena. Lena Cade joining us here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2017. And Paul Truswell has now given Lena the quick version of how the walking data centre works. His face was a picture when he first stepped back in, Johnny, and saw that
he'd been replaced.
Yeah, he's been replaced, and now Lena's working out the averages straight. That's all they want to know. Let's go down to Bruce and catch up on what's been happening in the pit lane. A couple of faster times which we'll go to at the moment. And we'll go down to Nick Damon after we've heard from Bruce Jones in our pit lane, fueled by Esso.
I do hate to spend my time talking about cars being repaired. I want to talk about triumphs on the circuit, but I suppose the triumph is the 86 Gulf Racing Porsche is back in the garage. Sadly, driver's front right corner is being repaired. Bodywork tattered, headlight broken. Looking at suspension underneath and trying to fix that, but it's qualifying. They have qualified, of course, but they're very keen to get back out there. And so Ben Barker's slight egg on his face, didn't quite gather what the problem was before he went to the back of the garage, but they will be out. So up to Nick now.
With Johnny Adam out the 97 car, the 97 car parked there, but parked there in pole.
Yeah, at the moment I think it's so close though. There's not much between all the manufacturers in Pro, and we're just kind of optimising the weather really, just hopefully going to see where everyone else ends up. But yeah, earlier on felt a really good lap on good tyres, so yeah, happy to be in this situation at the moment.
So if someone usurps you, you're going out again?
Yeah, we're not. I think Darren will do the qualifying. He's obviously done this race quite a few times, and he's got great experience in this sort of situation, in this light as well, because it is obviously getting a bit darker now. But you know, through history, normally this session is a bit quicker, so I'm sure everyone will go maybe a bit quicker in the next 20 minutes.
Another year at Le Mans with the Vantage, but you know, every year where it sits in that awful balance of performance is different. It looks like this year you've got a good hand dealt to you.
Yeah, and that's testament to the team. You know, we've worked hard on pre-season testing with Dunlop and tried to concentrate mostly on this race. You know, first 2 rounds of the World Championship were not as competitive as we thought, but we knew this weekend we thought we'd be a bit more stronger and pace-wise, and it looks like that. You know, we're in the mix, but there's not a lot between all the manufacturers at the moment, so it's shaping up to be a titanic battle, I think.
How's the weather going to affect things? We're not, you know, we're brilliant. We're not really used to this sort of heat even at Le Mans, are we?
It's tough during the day. You know, it's hot ambient and it's tough in car. You know, it's very warm. It's okay when the ambient drops at night, but we can't complain too much. You know, we're out here racing in lovely weather and yeah, enjoying the track.
I'm not complaining. Your pole, you're not complaining. Thanks, Johnny.
Nick Damon and Bruce Jones, our pit lane team, fueled by Esso. Well, it's not actually. So hang on, I've got 90 seconds before we do the update. I'll remind you, listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, and we'll have an update in a wee moment or two, but still plenty of people wanting to go out there on the Twitter at @RSL_studio, and Ashley Blake Hood saying, strange, but I find myself watching Studio Vision Plus more than the cars on the track. I'm not sure how that works, to be honest. We brought Studio Vision in a few years ago, but people pointing at screens and talking to each other, I'm not sure why that you find that so engaging, everybody, but I'm pleased you do. And thanks to Nick Damon for the technology. The man behind RC Racing has done a cracking job, as ever, including the extra features, the plus features.
It's nice to have a sneaky look behind the scenes at times, though, isn't it?
I think that's what it is.
I think so, because you know, for a lot of people listening on 91.2 FM around the track, obviously they're hearing us loud and clear, but I think there's often something in the mind to suggest, oh, what does the studio look like, or what does Paul Truswell look like? And this is the opportunity on the Studio Vision to see exactly what he's doing with these 17 screens or whatever it is as part of the Woking Data Centre. So I can see why it's so attractive. And obviously it's in full flight throughout the race as well, from various angles.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And it's nice to just be able to give you a little insight into all the hard work that Bob Dawson, by the way, brilliant Bob, has put into getting this studio put together. When we arrived here on Friday, this particular construction wasn't here, and then when it was literally just a square box. So everything that you can see on the Studio Vision cameras Bob brought down in the Fiat Professional Ducato, and has put together with the help of some of our advanced party. And a particular hello as well to Paul Dunk and to Jim Roller, both having recently celebrated getting married. Best to their other halves as well, Betty and Helen. And understandable that given how important that is, that those guys aren't here this year, but we pass our good wishes to both of the happy couple. 54 Spirit of Race in trouble, moving slowly towards the end of the lap, just coming up to La Cour de Mont on the driver's right-hand side. It's 8:30 and time for the hourly update with Motor Trend on Demand. Well, it is 8:30. We've got about 90 minutes to go, and it's Toyota's first and second. 7 from 8. The number 8 car with Kaz Nakajima having had an engine change already in this qualifying Thursday, improved to a 3:17.128, but that's still 2.3 seconds away from the fastest lap ever at Le Mans. Fastest in time, 3:14.791, and fastest in overall speed. That is an outright qualifying record. Not a lap record, of course. That would have to be set in the race, but you've got to think that Toyota will be going for the full set this weekend. Best of the Toyotas is the number 1, the defending world champions. Neil Jani currently out in that 919 hybrid. 3:17.259, so nothing in it between second and third. A little bit further back, 8/10, Timo Bernhard now behind the wheel of the number 2 Porsche in 4th position. And it is Pachito getting some important track time in the number 9 Toyota in 5th position. Top of the shop for LMP2, the 26. That's Alex Lynn in the pits now with Roberto Gonzalez, and I'll get that wrong all weekend. Roberto Gonzalez in the 25 car sitting in 2nd place. They are separated by a couple of tenths. It is the 38 Orica. Now, don't worry about it, nothing's happened. We've got the top 13 cars are all Orica Alpine, same chassis. There have been some improvement, including for Tristan Gomedy in the 37 Orica, 3:27.5 for him last lap around. And Nelson Panciatici, we've got the good Nelson here in the 35 Alpine. He put in a 3:28.8 the time before last that he went past. He's just come into the pit lane. Johnny, with the GTs.
I was going to use this screen behind us again because Darren Turner is at the wheel of the number 97 Aston. That's just heading back out onto track, but earlier on in the session, the 97 Aston Martin did a 3:51.860. The second and third fastest pros are currently in the pit lane. That includes the 64 Chevrolet Corvette. Tommy Milner last to drive that. The Chevy's done a 3:52.017, and the 51 Ferrari, James Collado, last at the wheel of that car, has 3:52.087. Fourth fastest, the 63 Chevrolet Corvette. Fifth fastest, the 95 Aston, and sixth quickest, the 82 Ferrari. And in GTE AM, the 62 Ferrari is currently quickest, to 3:53.312, set a little earlier today. And Bill Sweedler is at the wheel of that car. It's out on track currently. Faster than the 98 Aston Martin, now driven by Pedro Lamy. And Lamy's just done the car's best time of all 3 sessions, a 3:53.575. So the Aston Martin back up into second fastest. The 84 Ferrari is third fastest. Will Stevens driving that Ferrari, number 84, 3:53.981. And then fourth fastest is another Ferrari, this time the 83, with Andrea Bertolini at the wheel. The 83 car is the entry from DH Racing. So that is the hourly update for 10:30. We'll do it all again in an hour's time to update you, but there's still an hour and 25 minutes to go in this session.
24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. When seconds matter, science matters.
And as if someone had switched the lights off, all of a sudden I look outside and it is actually quite dark. The TV cameras make it look a little better, than it really is for those of you who have access to that. For not, the pictures are better on radio, of course. Let's head down and start picking up some reports from some of these cars that have been going very quick, and no one quicker in LMP2 than Alex Lynn, who's with our pit lane team, fueled by Esso, and it's Nick Damon.
Alex, well, that's where you want to be, the top of the sheets at the moment, but was that the best lap you could get? Was that a perfect lap for a P2 car?
I don't think it was perfect, because actually we're only on the medium compound tyre. We've still got a set of soft to go, so at this point I think it's just a little bit of a poker face and see what unfolds. But I'm pretty happy with the lap. It just, to be honest, I'd rather save the softs for the race, but at the end of the day we'll go for glory if we need to.
The car's gone up on the high jacks. Is that precautionary, or are you doing some setup changes?
No, I think we're going to make a driver change and try and do some race runs and put it back into quali mode if needs be.
You're running times in P2 that have been pole in the whole event only about 10 years ago. I mean, does it feel that quick when you're out there?
It definitely feels that quick. Yeah, it feels mighty fast, and certainly I think, well, obviously this is the fastest day of Le Mans history with Kamui's lap in LMP1, so from this, it definitely feels it on track. I think the Bugatti circuit's been resurfaced and we've got a big tailwind down the Mulsanne and then a big headwind in Porsche, so it's perfect conditions. So yeah, what a perfect day to be a racing driver. This is what it's made for.
Alex, thanks very much.
Very, very good point there, and Alex Lynn showing, just a great amount of awareness, Johnny, of what's going on, not just with him.
But he used to come here as a kid with his dad, and he's been a fan of the event way before his single-seater career and his GP2 success and his aspirations for Formula One. And it's not really surprising that he's been turned towards sports car racing, and so looking forward to this race. But that's a great lap for Alex, 3:25.352 to now go quicker than the sister car at CEFC Manor TRS Racing. We've also had that fantastic time from the Toyota of Sebastian Buemi to go a 3:17.128 to go into second position, but there's still a gap of 2.3 seconds between the 7 and the 8 Toyota. So is anyone going to get close to Kobayashi's effort of a 3:14.7 from Q2?
Aaron Stoller. Hello, Aaron. I'm pleased that we're making the DC traffic a little more tolerable today. Stifling heat and humidity that he has there. Well, we've had that here as well, to be fair. I presume that's Washington, DC. Aaron, good to have you. We love technology when it works. And just a reminder to those of you in the States or in North America, if you're out and about during the race and you want to tune in, we are once again on XM Sirius. Sorry, I've giggled there because on the screen, I don't normally talk exactly about what's going on the screen, but the pit stop that's going on the screen for TDS Racing, the guy who was cleaning the screen, the cameraman, got very close to him. He turned around and wiped the lens of the camera with his cloth.
Fantastic.
That was very funny. Yeah, if you're in the States, if you're in North America at the weekends, and you are so equipped, XM Sirius with the full race flag to flag. They'll be joining us on Saturday morning French time, or Saturday afternoon rather French time, as part of our Corvette Countdown to Green, and they're taking you right through to the checkered flag. Yeah, the hour and 21 minutes still to go. Just checking the times up on the screen, and with the
new provisional pole in GCE Pro now for Antonio Garcia, who's just put in a 3:51.484 in the 63 Chevrolet Corvette. We also have the Porsche number 92 going quickly as well, so blinking you'll miss more changes in GTE Pro. Darren Turner's time, the 97's time at least, down to third fastest now, and the gap is a third of a second between Chevrolet and Porsche to Aston.
Yeah, and the Porsche did take provisional pole for a moment before Antonio Garcia went through. He's been pulled into the shed now on the weighbridge. as this is really heating up in GTE Pro.
And in AM, Pedro Lamy now goes quickest in the 98 Aston Martin. We've seen that Aston quickest in qualifying already, but a 3:53.233 is now faster than Bill Sweedler's 62 car. Marco Ciocci's just put in the 55 car's fastest lap of the session. Fernando Reis goes quicker in the 50 car, so that car is 4th fastest, and Will Stevens is now 5th fastest with a new fastest time for the 84 Ferrari as well. Pedro Lamy says that's enough, at least for the time being, because the car has pitted, and we can go down to Bruce Jones, part of our pit lane team, fueled by Esso.
Well, the 63 Chevrolet Corvette making a wonderful rumble as it comes in, but Jan Magnussen, that's your car, and it's now on provisional pole in GTE Pro. It's really tight, though.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't mind it being 1 minute to 12 right now, but now it does seem like everybody is pushing harder and harder. Antonio did a fantastic job right now, getting that lap in. So, but I think the teams worked really hard, trying to get a good balance for the car, so that when we got to this point in the weekend, that we would have a chance in qualifying. Last year was miserable. This year already looks a lot better.
But at 12 o'clock last night, the Chevrolets were 9th and 10th in GTE Pro, so clearly your engineers have got something very right, but it's cooler this evening.
It's a little cooler. It's super close out there. All the cars are, I think the top 10 is 1 second or something like that, maybe even top 12. But the difference between yesterday and today is really that we're just putting the program together now, what we wanted to try. And around here, it's also a matter of if you can get a clear lap or not. Yesterday we didn't have that many clear laps, but we had a good feel for the car. So I think everybody, for now at least, are quite happy. I know when I drove the car earlier in the first qualifying today, the balance was nice, the car was easy to drive, and exactly what I would want for a race car. Antonio did a fantastic job qualifying. We'll see if it holds. I don't think it will, but maybe he can have another go later.
Well, none of the fans around the world complain when you've got 5 manufacturers going at each other's throats in GTE Pro. Keep it up.
Thank you. We will. Good stuff.
Cheers, Jan. Jan Magnussen there. Big smile on his face.
I don't think he's driven any better than he's been driving recently, Johnny, to be honest. Over in the US in the IMSA Championship, been doing sterling work. Popping and banging there. That must be a Ferrari 488 that's going through. A lot of people talking about how good the Porsches sound. The new RSRs, they were trialling a new exhaust earlier on this week, and the car was rattling around. I think it was Friday night when I first arrived. They were rattling around the airfield, and you could hear every gear change, every lift on the throttle. A remarkable piece of kit. 92 car just taking fuel in the pit lane at the moment, and that car will then go back into the garage. A couple of people asking about the times tonight, and I'll get Paul to look this up in a moment, about the old Peugeot 908 days and how these times qualify to compare to that. Quicker is the answer. Jack Gabriel saying, just saw the Corvette garages in darkness. Any reason why? I don't think they've packed up just yet. Bradley Philpott, I think it was, who tweeted a picture of a new tub for the Eurasia car coming in earlier on. If it wasn't you, no, it was Bradley. Well, remember, kind of. Complete new tub arriving there. That was about 7 minutes ago. The tweet to at @RSL_studio, which is your primary point of contact. Not quite the flurry of activity that I thought we might see in the early part of the session, Johnny. That said, Kobayashi did have one go at it, and I'm not sure that was a real go at it. They'll be just deciding whether they're going to give it another go and put the Japanese driver onto pole position. In fairness, sorry, it was the Japanese driver in the 7 car that wasn't it that put on pole position as it stands. Yeah,
more shuffling in the order in GTE AM though, because now Fernando Reis has gone quicker than Pedro Lamy, so that's bumped everyone down a position. A 3:52.843 for Fernando, back at the wheel of a Chevy Corvette in the GTE AM category. So there are still good times coming in from both classes of GT cars. Antonio Garcia now at the wheel of the 63 machine. That's the fastest GTE Pro car. And let's see what the Spaniard can do now. See whether he can go quicker than a 351.484. So Chevrolet's certainly not done with this. Any rumours that the lights have turned off in the Corvette garages? Well, 63's back out there. 64 still circulating with Tommy Milner at the wheel as well. So plenty, I would think, still to give. Let's hear a little bit from Bruce Jones regarding the Chevrolet Corvette.
Well, I can understand it looks as though if you're looking from across the track down to the pits, as though the Corvette garages are empty and closed. It's just they have a much dimmer lighting system. I think so that the people in the garage can really focus on the monitors and the timing screens on the sidewalls, and maybe they just don't want the extra heat in the garage that you get from having the full lighting, bright lighting you have in a lot of the other garages. I'm just walking past the Porsche LMP1 garages. They're bright, they're white, and they look very much open for business. The number one has come in for a driver change, and that's happening very quickly. They've got to try and get back towards the front row. But yeah, it's just out of choice that Corvette Racing keep it dim.
Roberto Gonzalez with a bit of a moment in the number 25 Oreca at the end of that lap. The car is second fastest now, but the Oreca 07 had to straight line the first bit of the Ford chicane, so that might have ruined a pretty decent lap. Gonzalez has now started his next lap, so just get the head down. And Roman Rusinov at the wheel of the sister car, number 26, back out into the session as well. Paul Trustwell is back with us. You've managed to muscle Lena Gade away from your equipment.
That's a bit ungentlemanly, I thought, frankly. The use of the elbow was unexpected, but, you know, efficient, in fairness.
Yes, I haven't really paid attention to what's
I better turn him up, hadn't I?
Yeah.
Got involved too much talking about how to follow an endurance race and what different options you've got. So just to summarise very briefly to help me out here, Sebastian Buemi has gone out and set a quick lap in the early stages of the race, of this nighttime qualifying session. The third and fourth place cars, the two Porsches, Neil Yarni's time of 3:17 was set in the first part of this evening's session, as was Timo Bernhardt's, wasn't it? The 3:18.067. Right, okay, I think I'm just about there now. Right, okay, and we'll catch up with.
Hey, we've got have we mentioned that we've got Corvettes on top of both GTE Pro and AM?
I hadn't mentioned that point. I'd mentioned Fernando Reis's time to go quickest in GTE AM, but not the fact that actually they are.
We had two Aston Martins on the top of those classes earlier on. Now it's the Vets.
And actually, Reis has gone. No, Reis hasn't gone through again. He pitted, didn't he?
He's gone in the pits.
So the last lap he did was the time to take that Labra competition car to the top of GTE AM. Although they're both Chevrolet Corvettes, they're not part of the same team, of course, because one is stateside and one is very much local. Labra competition, that will be quite a story for those guys if they can stay ahead of what promises to be an incredible class, I think, GTE AM with 16 cars in it.
Yes, and just think we potentially could have one of the blue ovals in that next year, with Ford announcing recently that they are open to offers. Barely used. One careful owner, or three careful owners, and they have decided that in years 3 and 4 of this programme, private entered Fords will be something that they are interested in having, and that sets up a potential very interesting battle in GTE AM between Corvettes and Fords and Ferraris and Astons and Porsches too, because Porsche GT have also said that they'll be making this current RSR, which we had that walk around with in the break there. It's recorded at Daytona at the start of the season. And of course next year we've also got at Daytona at the Rolex 24 the debut of the new BMW M8 GTE GT Le Mans car. That car a little behind schedule at the moment, but still looking in good shape to make its debut in January, its competition debut in January at the Rolex 24. You'll hear coverage of that, of course, over on our sister service, IMSA Radio, which is back on air in, a couple of 3 weeks' time. Watkins Glen, the sale in 6 hours, full coverage of that weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, on IMSA Radio. Actually, I think we've got some coverage on Thursday as well. Paul Trustwell watching the time, and then I'll go down to Bruce Jones.
Yes, on the subject of Toyota, 2 of their 3 cars in the pits at the moment, the number 7 Stefan Sarazan car. I don't know if you were saying this, he was out on a full stint there. He's been out since the beginning of this session, Stefan Sarazan, and the number 7. Hasn't come into the pits. That was his first pit stop. So that was a 14-lap stint for Sarazan. So that's an indication of kind of what I was expecting to happen at the beginning of the first session earlier on today, but a full stint from Stefan Sarazan. And Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car was doing something similar, but only got as far as 9 laps on his stint.
Change at the top of GTE Pro. Ryan Briscoe has pressed the pedal a little harder on the 69 Chip Ganassi car. And now the battle that we had been expecting is beginning to materialise between the 2 American giants of the motor industry. American sports car, the Corvette, and the Blue Oval, fighting it out at the top. Ryan Briscoe really looking forward to this race. A little chat with him at Detroit over the test weekend, and all the guys who ply their trade in other series in the States really looking forward to this trip this year. So things heating up, so it may be that GTE, Pro and AM are the places to be watching. And Eric Rude pointing out, this is fantastic, aside from the number 65 car, every single car in the field is under 3:58 in qualifying. Maybe Paul can tell us, he says, but I'm not sure that the whole field has ever all been under 4 minutes. I think that's a pretty solid bet. And we've got 60 cars as well, of course, rather than the old 50 odd, 54, 55, 56, however many there used to be back in the day, and to have them all knocking on the door of, well, or on or under 4 minutes is quite extraordinary when you think that half the field, gentlemen, is made up by production-based cars. Let's head down to the pit lane. Bruce Jones has been waiting patiently, and then we'll go to the Corvette Labra garage with Nick.
Well, I thought it was worth walking down to see what was happening with Toyota. We know they're first, second and fifth in the times. They want first, second and third, but as I got down, the number 9 car, while the sister cars are having noses changed and rear wings changed, they're chipping away. This one was having a door fitted on. I don't know if someone leant in and snapped it off at the hinges or whatever they did, but put back on. Lopez was out of the car. Now it's the turn of one of their debutants, Yuji Kunimoto. He's the young star in the team. I think he's been sent out to just get more night laps here, but he's also got another task. 1.5 seconds he's got to find to get those Porsches behind him. That's his task for now. But just goes to show the team doesn't sit on the rest of its laurels. It keeps changing. And let's find out. Up to Nick.
With Fernando Reis, fresh out of the 50, the Labra competition Corvette. Fernando, currently top in GT AM.
Yeah, well, I knew we needed a 52 to be at the top, but right now I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Unfortunately, we were caught up in the initial yellow flags and we lost the peak of the new tires. So definitely there was more that we could find on the tires themselves, but I think I'm happy with my lap. It was the best really that I could do with the conditions that we had at the moment. I hope it's enough for top 3 and so we can have a good start and see.
Was it rather a sweet feeling to knock the Aston Martins off the top?
Yeah, they were always a target. The 98 car with Pedro Lamy is I believe, the sole favorite for the race. So we're always looking at them all the time and comparing. So yeah, it was good. It's good to be ahead of them right now, but we'll see what will happen. Still an hour to go.
What are your plans for the rest of the season? Are you going to see you in a prototype somewhere?
Well, maybe. I'm here in Le Mans and I'm talking to many people about what to do in second semester and some options on GTs and prototypes as well, LMP2. So let's keep talking and we'll see soon.
You've made your name in cars, in GT cars. Does that mean you're more likely to be there, or do you think now that the skills are very transferable to the prototypes?
I believe it's easier to transfer from GT to a prototype than it is from a prototype to a GT. and I have a lot of single-seater experience, and I raced LMP2 2 years, in 2008 and 9. So I have an idea of how to drive a prototype, and I tested LMP1s in the past. So, I mean, I feel ready for it.
Best luck, thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Such a lovely guy, Fernando Reis. Relatively softly spoken, but my goodness me, his right foot does the talking for him when he's in a car. Been lucky enough to be at a test day with him when he was with Aston Martin. Spent quite a lot of time with him, and very, very good at passing on his skills as well. Rather unlucky what happened to him. Unfortunately, by the time that Aston Martin had released him, he couldn't get himself another drive. And I'll tell you now, anybody who's listening, you want a quick driver who's reliable, who's good in front of a microphone and a camera, he'd represent you very, very well indeed. And I think I hear a little whisper that we'll probably be seeing him in a WEC drive for at least for part of the season in LMP2, and I think that's a smart move from. Another quick thing I've got to say is hello to Brian Gush and the guys from Bentley. Lena was far too professional when she was in here talking to us as a guest to say hello to her colleagues, but I know that everyone's popped up to Brian's house to watch qualifying. So Mr. J and the rest of the Bentley Sport guys are up there at the moment, and I know that you're tuned in and listening, and about time you were back, really, and not just on a jolly. There's got to be something that you could find to get here in the next few years. We'd love to see you back, of course we would. Enjoy your evening. Paul?
Yes, Anthony Davidson now out at the wheel of the number 8 Toyota. Yuji Kunimoto, as we heard from Bruce, driving the number 9 one. And in the number 7, Mike Conway has taken over. Now, I'm guessing Sarazan in the number 7, having done a full stint, the Mike Conway will now be out to do a full stint in the number 7 car. And we'll see how long Kunimoto stays out there. Lopez had done a 7-lap stint, but it was a pretty tiny one. The best lap of Lopez's stint was a 3 minutes 20.1. His average lap time was a 3 minutes 21.1. So the average lap time just 1 second off the best, which just indicates that, you know, and that's what's so important here at Le Mans, is not just the best lap times. And as we were hearing from Lena, she wasn't really interested in best lap times. She was interested in average lap times. But of course, during a qualifying session, average lap times don't mean anything. But I think this session, John, has kind of moved on from being a qualifying session in terms of everybody's out there to set a lap time into now more race setup type kind of mode. We still have to check who didn't do their night laps, because not everybody did their night laps last night. We've got less than an hour. No, we haven't got just over an hour of this session remaining. It's very nearly less than an hour of the session remaining. So if you haven't done your laps by now, you've only got another 60 minutes to do them.
Adam from Rebellion says, sorry at Radio Le Mans, at RSL_studio, but the driver's comments from the Chip Ganassi team regarding BOP have just lost all credibility. Sandbags well and truly thrown out. That might be slightly harsh, but only slightly. But the race is something different, of course. Paul, a question about that Eurasia tub. That car's been scrutineered now. Will that car have to be re-scrutineered, get a new scrutineering sticker with that tub? And I think there's still the rule that everybody else has to say it's OK for them to swap the tub, isn't it?
No, if the tub has been damaged by accident, then that's OK.
Right.
What it will have to do is to be re-scrutineered primarily for safety purposes, but because particularly the P2 class is one that's made up of customer chassis, it's relatively easy because you just go and buy the chassis. It's not a question of having to build a new one and there being any regulatory issues about it.
The eagle-eyed people at dailysportscar.com, and thank you very much to Graham Goodwin, their editor, for passing this on, have noticed that Toyotas have been swapping their noses quite a lot in this session, with or without a duct. Now, if you can see pictures, it's on the driver's right, close to the cockpit, which you can see from the onboard view to see whether it's got the duct or not got the duct. The 8 and 9 made their improvements, Paul, early in the session with the duct, and the 9 has just gone out with a new nose with the duct fitted.
Yes, duct.
Ducked.
Duck, yes, correct.
Yes, ducked.
That was something they did in the earlier
Mr.
session.
Mallard.
Very good. Something they did in the earlier session as well, in the early evening session, was to do that. And remember, during the test weekend, the Toyotas are the ones that stuck with their bodywork. It was Porsche that was playing around with bodywork variations during the test weekend, and I think Porsche have now decided what they want to do and have stuck with it, whereas Toyota have started to just do a few little experiments to find out what's the best thing to do.
Coming up to 11 o'clock here in Central European time, on Central European time, full dark here. In the old days, we would have had a little purple light over the start-finish line to let everybody know that it was officially dark, but the whole of this session is counted as officially dark. Let's have a look at the weather with DuraGarages.com for this Thursday, the 15th of June. Chilling down nicely overnight, down to a low temperature of 9 degrees Celsius around about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Temperature now down to between 13 and 14 degrees Celsius. Looking forward to the weekend, the weather seems to be set fair. Possibility of a high of 34 degrees Celsius on Sunday, and that could have implications for the regulations. There are hot weather regulations that, if that is the case, and the ACO decide to invoke them, that would bring the statutory maximum, of stint times down to 80 minutes. We'll keep you up to date with all of that, with weather, on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.com, brought to you by DuraGarages.com, inspirational garage interiors.
Hello, I'm Aston Martin Works driver Darren Turner. Thanks to Dura, you could be joining me at Base Performance Simulators in Oxfordshire. It's a full day, including breakfast and lunch, and you and a friend will get to try our GT and single-seater simulators. This special Dura race school is on the same equipment that the pro drivers use to hone their skills away from the track. For the chance to join us on this exclusive Dura Day Out, go to www.duragarages.com/Le Mans to answer the 2 simple questions.
Live from trackside, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, engineered to perform.
It's the last hour of qualifying here for the 2017 Le Mans 24 Hours. My name is Nick Damon, and I am in the pit lane, fueled by Esso, and outside the garage number 65, the Ferrari of Scuderia Corsa. And it's the only car, actually, that seems to have a problem. The number 4 by Collins has completed its engine change and gone out, but the 65 is up on low jacks, but there's a lot of work going on at the rear. Looks like a drive shaft, possibly gearbox on this Ferrari 488. Interesting, there are a lot of cars which aren't moving but aren't having any problems. So people are kind of considering their position. Do we go out again? Do we put more mileage on what is almost certainly the race engine, the race gearbox? But the only car I can see at my end of the pits with any problem at the moment is this number 65. The rest just having a rest if they're not out there.
Thank you, Nick. Nick, full of energy, and the pit lane team fueled by Esso. 91.2 FM for 2017. Paul Truswell is back in control of the walking data centre. Thanks to Lena Gade for being with us at the start of the session. Johnny Palmer, and it is Bruce Jones and Nick down in the pits as we head towards midnight. Delayed session earlier with crash damage to that Eurasia car. The new Chubb has arrived. It was the age-old problems here. The Armco doing exactly what it should do, but bending and becoming therefore useless if there was a second impact on it. And given that one car had hit it in that spot, you might think that it was reasonable to expect another. So a slightly truncated dinner break here at Le Mans. And however, we got started on time here, and Eduardo Freitas, our race director, assuring everyone that we will not go beyond midnight, whatever happens. Chris Humphrey saying, can WEC cars mix tyre compounds front to rear? Well, you've got a certain amount of tyres for the race with 4 jokers. The only thing I'm pretty certain you can't do is mix wets and dries, but there's nothing to say that you can't put a harder compound on one corner of the car, never mind front to rear, or one side, depending on how the tyres wear. But the thing is that once you've gone through your allocation, that's it, you've gone through them.
Yes, that's right, John. And the other aspect to it is that you don't have to change all 4 wheels at every pit stop, and one of the things that you may see during the race is teams just changing 2 wheels at a time, all in the interest of saving time in the pits, because the refueling and the tyre changing has to happen at different times. You have to get the refueling done before you change the tyres, and they're constrained to using just 12 sets of tyres during the 24 hours. It's a slightly more generous allocation of tyres during practice and qualifying, but once we get into the race, they're limited to just 12 sets of tyres for the whole of the 24 hours. Now, bearing in mind that a P1 car cannot go even an hour on 1 tank full of fuel, if they're going to use 1 set of tyres for 2 hours, that means in effect they have to at least triple stint every set of tyres. I just wonder whether the question was being posed as to whether they have specific front tyres and rear tyres.
Yes, is the answer.
The answer is yes, but they again don't have to, because the sizes are the same.
Same now.
So there would be nothing theoretically to stop yourself going from front to back.
Bit of an issue for the number 2 Porsche 919 hybrid a moment or two ago, Johnny.
It's Brendan at the wheel, isn't it? Brendan Hartley driving it and nursing it back to.
It's been in the gravel,
pit lane. Well, I don't know if it's been in the gravel. I think it's cut out maybe at the end of the Mulsanne straight, and it looked like then the car went to the left, closer to the roundabout, and Brendan, having got it safely off track, he's then recycled the systems, but now only got it into limp mode. So the car is now slowly but surely working its way back, and plenty of blue flags and probably white flags as well.
Oh yeah, he's on the run down from Mulsanne corner to Indianapolis and Arnage. He's way over to driver's left. Actually, there's gravel coming off that car. I think he's got a puncture.
Okay.
I think he's possibly got a puncture on that car because there's gravel being thrown up. I thought for a moment that they were just insects. Andreas Seidel is the man at the head of the LMP1H programme for Porsche.
And Roberto Lacorte being shown as stopped on the track as well in the number 47 car, and I think that's a new S sign for the Settelar Villorba Corsa car, isn't it?
It is, and that's going to cause a slow zone, John.
Question for Johnny and Paul. Do you remember the blue reflectors on the Armco from last year? I don't, and I think I would have. Very pretty, but they do sort of mark out the side of the track very well. I hadn't noticed that before, and I've got to say I didn't notice it when I was driving around the track the other night in our Porsche hybrid, the Cayenne. I do like seeing that. I've driven a Porsche hybrid around V6 as well, Porsche V6 hybrid.
Very good.
And it's in Grand Prix white. Yeah, very nice.
I want to just credit Ollie Webb, who's managed to get the Enso CLM going quicker than it's managed in the previous sessions. He did 2 very good laps. The better of those are 3:24.170, so that's bumped the by Collis Racing Enso CLM P101 up to join the other cars in the P1 class. It's a non-hybrid car, but it's now ahead of both of the CEFC Manor TRS racing cars. And a young kid, only 21 years old, who's really impressed me in European Le Mans Series this year, Enzo Guibert, in the 39 Graf car, also improved. Last time he was in the number 39 machine, doing a 3:28.368. Comes from the south of France, so not local to Le Mans, but nevertheless, this is a really important race for Enzo Guibert, named after the great Ferrari, by the way. And he's just handed his 39 car over to James Winslow now, but that's bumped
Do you remember a Ferrari Guibert?
Very good, very good. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where are we? 9th place in P2, I reckon. Sorry, Paul.
I always worry when children get named after famous motor racing drivers, because if it would happen in my family, it'd have grown up and said, "Dad, can I be a ballet dancer, please?" You know, but obviously some parents have more influence than others.
Toyota number 7. Out on the circuit at the moment, the bright white headlights. There's technology that's made it through to road cars that we first saw on the Audis a few years ago with the LED lights. Extraordinarily quick down the tubes at the far side of the circuit. The telemetry on the number 2 Porsche does show him at full throttle. I wonder if Brendan Hartley's coming home on hybrid power. Well, he hasn't got home He hasn't got home. He's not even got to Arnage. I think he's stuck at Indianapolis. The lights have gone out, and this is disastrous for the number 2 Porsche. He's on the radio. Let's have a listen in.
Just stay with the car, and make sure if you get out of the car, you take the spare radio with you.
Kyle Wilson-Clark saying, if you get out the car, take the spare radio with you. Make sure you're safe. That's his race engineer, one of Lena's former colleagues, of course, Lena Gade, that we had in here. Step quickly down the pit lane. We'll try and work out what's going on. I think we've got a fast time coming from at least one of the Toyotas and maybe the other Porsche, who is just coming out of Arnage now and has clear track up towards the Porsche curves. Nick Damon has this from our pit lane team, fueled by Esso.
At the JMW Ferrari, the 84 car with Rob Smith out of the machine. How is it going in the 488?
Car's fantastic. It's a lovely evening in France, and we've got 2 young guns battling it out, and one goes quicker than the next one goes quicker. Well, I think they're good for each other.
So you're just having an inter-Nissan battle, you're not worrying about anyone else then?
We are. There's some really, really strong teams out there. We're looking at the Aston, we're looking at a couple of the Ferraris, but we'd like to think with the lineup we've got and the pace that we've shown tonight that we can be there or thereabouts come Sunday evening.
Hot race, what are the tactics going into it?
I don't actually know. I've been asking that and they say we'll sort it out on Saturday morning. As usual, any 24-hour race, it's keep it on the black stuff, push as hard as you can, but just limit the risk. And if we're not in here and we're out on track, then we'll be doing a good job.
Well, thanks a lot.
This from James Powell, 5 GT manufacturers in the top 6 of GT Pro. I'm prepared to praise, says James, the often criticised BOP, and what a race we have in store on Saturday. Can't argue with that. I was saying that we needed to have the Porsche up there. It's a BOP class now. Just accept it. We've got to move on. I don't like it. A lot of other people don't like it, but it gets up people's noses when we have comments from people that their cars are uncompetitive, and then all of a sudden they turn out to be top of the times. And that's the issue. Just run the cars to the rule book, for goodness sake. But that's not going to happen now. Those days are past. Oh, have we had the... has anybody picked up any news about McLaren, by the way? Still this strong rumour that both McLaren and Lamborghini have got GTE cars, one of which was meant to be announced here this week. I have to say, I've been sniffing around and I can't get anybody to confirm.
I don't think anything has been confirmed yet, but I don't think it is a massive secret that certain people are working on GTE cars because they do see that they possibly have an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. The consternation down at Porsche 919 Hybrid Racing with Andreas Seidel, who's very much a hands-on chef of mission, chief of mission. Oh, now have we had someone off the road there on the left-hand side, or is this just the slow zone for a car that is stranded? Double yellows waving out on the Mulsanne straight. Yeah, Andreas Seidel, smashing bloke. Had some time with him this afternoon, courtesy of Mobil 1, and I have to say he was very open. We'll play the interview on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Throughout the day tomorrow, when we have quite a lot of content you've not heard yet, and also in the build-up to the race. Long and the short of it is, he says he's funded till the end of 18. The new regulations are being looked at by Toyota and Porsche, and it's up to him to make a case to the board to be funded beyond that for Porsche. That all coming in that interview, exclusive chat with Andreas Seidel, the chef of mission of Porsche LMP1, over the next couple of days here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The slow zones have now been removed, so we should be back to full green running. You were saying just before those slow zones went into force, John, that we were possibly getting some faster lap times. I don't think we're going to be seeing any improvements in terms of the top LMP1 class cars because they're all now on longer runs. Anthony Davidson has gone on to the 7th lap of his run, although he's quickest within this stint, 3:21. Andre Lotterer is also on a long run. He's on the 8th lap of his stint. His quickest, though, only a 3:24. Bear in mind, the other Porsche is the one that stopped out on the circuit, the number 2 car, Brendan Hartley. And the other 2 Toyotas, 7 and 9, Mike Conway in number 7 on the 7th lap, as is Yuji Kanemoto of their respective stints. I think the idea is to use the remaining 3
releases for tomorrow morning. So Ryan Briscoe's already fastest in the 69 car, a 3:51.232, and Harry Ticknell's Ford, the 67, is not featuring in the top 10 at the moment. So it's in fact slowest, yes. So there's certainly opportunity for it to improve. That's why I couldn't find it in the top 12, indeed, because there are 13 pros, and I was wondering where on earth it was. But I've got the screen configuration only showing me the top 12. I think that's going to change, certainly, with the man from Exeter now on board. We also had a couple of quick laps from Nelson Panciatici in the 35 Signatech Alpine. This was a good while ago now, but to put the 35 car 9th fastest, the Frenchman going well to do a 3:27.794. But there haven't been improvements within the top 5 of LMP2 for a little while. The 2 Oricas prepared by one by G-Drive Racing and one by the CEFC Manor TRS Racing crew, though separated by just a small margin. Let's just confirm that to you between the 2 P2s. It's 0.197 of a second between the G-Drive Racing Orica, the Russian entered car, and the Chinese effort from CEFC Manor. And the 35 car I just mentioned with Nelson Panciatici last at the wheel has just appeared on pit road. And it may well be having new tyres fitted, reports Bruce Jones as well. So they may be not done yet and looking to push on into the final half an hour. So what more will this session have to give, John?
That's a very good point, Johnny. I tell you what, before we get into that and get rushed off our feet with pit stops aplenty now, little blue squares on our screens telling us that cars are coming into the pit. Let's take a break from the action on the track, take a breath and just remind ourselves of how it stands with 30 minutes to go in final qualifying for Le Mans 2017. Here's the hourly update with Motor Trend on demand.
Kobayashi set the time in the number 7 car, and in the number 8 car it was Sebastian. No, it wasn't. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. It was Kaz Nakajima in the number 8 car that went out right at the start of this evening's session. That car, number 8, having had a new engine to set the 2nd fastest time. 3rd and 4th fastest are the 2 Porsches. The number 1 with a time of 3:17.259, just a 1/10 of a second slower than the Toyota. And the number 2 car, currently with Brendan Hartley at the wheel, a 3:18.067, but that car currently parked as on the circuit with Brendan Hartley trying to get it back home to the garage in order to be able to resume the session possibly. That's the top 4. 5th fastest is the number 9, Nicolas Lapierre, currently behind the wheel Toyota, 3:18.625. And then 6th, the last of the LMP1 cars, is the number 4 Bicolis Enzo Nismo, 3:24.170. In LMP2, the fastest time there is to the number 26 G-Drive Orica, the car shared by Roman Rusinov, Alex Lynn, Pierre Thierry. That has done a 3:25.352. Second fastest in LMP2 is the number 25 Manor, the Mexican Manor car with Roberto Gonzalez, Simon Trummer, Vitaly Petrov. It was Petrov who set the time in that car, 3:25.549. Third in LMP2 is car number 38, the Jackie Chan DC Racing Jota car. Ho Ping Tung currently behind the wheel, 3:26.776 the time for that car. In 4th place in LMP2 is the number 13 Rebellion. That's done a time of 3:26.811. In 5th place in LMP2, car number 24, 3:26.871. And in 6th place in LMP2 is car number 28, which has done a 3:27.108. In GTE Pro, it's Ford to the 4, and the fastest of them, the number 69 Ford, which has done a 351.232 now, so good pace from the Ford GT. Second fastest is the Corvette, number 63, that's done a 351.484. And in third fastest in GTE Pro is the Aston Martin number 97. Darren Turner currently at the wheel of it. He's sharing with Daniel Serra and Johnny Adam. He's just done a time of 3 minutes 51.619 in the Aston Martin. Good time from Darren towards the end of the session then. So Ford, Chevrolet Corvette, Aston Martin. Fourth in LMP in GTE Pro is the Porsche number 92, Kevin Estre. And Kevin only just completing his night laps just a few moments ago. That Porsche then and 3 minutes 51.847. And now, just coming up to be fifth fastest in GT Pro is Harry Tink. Sixth fastest in GT Pro is Harry Tinknell at the wheel of the 67 Ford. We heard that was coming out, and it's just gone fastest at 3 minutes 52.008 seconds.
Just a change there as you were talking, as Richie Stanaway has just gone to the top in the 95 car, so pushes everybody down a position from what you just said.
Yes, absolutely. I saw it had changed. I was trying to work out what it was. Yes, right at the top then. So Ford was at the front, but it's now Aston Martin. So it's Aston, Ford, Chevrolet Corvette, Aston, Porsche, Ford, the top six in GT Pro. Those cars very close together. There's less than a second separating those top six. So, as ever, nothing to choose in GT Pro. In GT Am, another Chevette at the front of the field, and that's the number 50 Labra Competition art car. 3 minutes 52.843 for Christian Philippon, currently at the wheel of that car. Second in GTE Am is the 98 Aston Martin. That's the Pedro Lamy, 3 minutes 53.233. Third fastest is the first of the Ferraris, the number 62 car, the Scuderia Corsa car, Townsend Bell, Bill Sweedler and Cooper McNeil. That car has done a 353.312. Fourth in GT Am, number 55, is the Spirit of Race Ferrari, 353.641. Fifth, number 84, is the JMW Motorsport Ferrari that was top of the list for a long time, 353.977. And sixth in GT Am, the number 83 DH Racing Krone entry for Tracy Krone, Nick Johnson, and the third driver of that car, Andrea Bertolini, 3 minutes 54.088. So that is your Motor Trend On Demand hourly update, and 24 minutes of this session remain.
24 hours a day. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. When seconds matter, science matters.
And proving that we always keep you up to date with our Motor Trend On Demand hourly update. A new GTE Pro provisional pole sitter then. Richie Stanaway taking the Aston number 95 to the top of the times within that particular update that Paul was giving us. Johnny, I've got a strong suspicion that we're going to be unable to tear our eyes away from GTE on Saturday and Sunday.
GTE full stop, yeah. 13
GT,
and 16 cars in Pro and Am respectively, and I think you're quite right. When we got the Pros in the Am cars, then there's a chance that they're going to be mixing it with the proper Pros, if you like, the GTE Ams mixing it up with the GTE Pros, because they're not that far away from specification. Obviously, year-old cars, the Am machines, but the Platinum and Gold drivers that will have a turn in driving the Ams. You're allowed one Gold or Platinum as part of your 3 driving combination. It's going to be fascinating to see how far up the top GTE Am finishes come Sunday afternoon. And indeed, GTE Pro. I mean, could we have a Pro in the top 10 overall, top easily. 5 overall? I mean, Graham Goodwin is convinced we might even get one on the overall podium.
I think that's stretching it a tiny bit, because I don't think the hybrids, even if they have a really torrid time, I don't think enough of the hybrids will be that far back.
Exactly. And
but I do think that we can get a GTE car ahead of the LMP2 winner. I'll say that now.
No, I disagree, and because neither of John nor myself are betting men, we'll just agree and say at the end, "I told you so," or not, as the case may be. But I think although there is a question mark over the ultimate reliability of many of the P2 cars, I think there are just so many of them that with 25 out there,
That's true.
We're going to see at least 3 of them finishing without a problem, just because law of averages say that if they do have a problem, it'll be a quick bodywork repair.
Yeah, that's a fair point, because they are blisteringly quick. This from Ricky Settler, who's just tweeted in at RSL_studio. He says, I'm passing this along to you, but could it be possible temperature issues for the number 2 919 hybrid? Saw 2 amber lights on the cockpit before it stopped. Could be. I don't know what those amber lights mean. I thought that was the hybrid system to say whether it was safe or not. If you turn it off and turn it on, Johnny, I think you'll get rid of that slight darkness on the screen.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to work out who's in the DH racing car now, because the 83's had one heck of a moment through the Ford chicane, went wide and through the gravel, and it is Tracy Crone. Thank you. I'd found the right page by that point, but anyway, we'll flick back to the original setting, which gives me the top 12 within each class in GT as well, because I don't think we're done yet necessarily. 20.5 minutes to go. Richie Stanaway's pitted, having posted that 351.0 to go. All of mid-engine Ford and front-engine Chevrolet third fastest.
And it was a heat temperature warning. That Porsche team has just tweeted that. So that was the issue on that. A precaution when the engine temperature rose with Brendan Hartley at the wheel.
Darren Turner going fastest in GTE Pro now, 350.837. That takes the time a further 0.2 of a second quicker. So we have Aston from Aston now, 97 from 95, and then the Ford of Ryan Briscoe, or he was last to drive it at least.
And in fairness, Richie Stanaway made it 4 for 4 in terms of lap records, being beaten in all 4 of the classes, and Darren Turner's just improved that lap record in GTE Pro, thanks to Pentanix and Floodman 11 for pointing that out. Well, 20 kilograms and turbo boost turned down for the Fords, but just as fast as they were in 16. And Avery Michael Rees says that was from Erwin Green. Avery Michael Rees says, if it's a Mexican manor, shouldn't it be referred to as a casa?
Yeah,
Puebla.
Casa, no?
Yes, or Puebla perhaps. GTE Pro is not finished yet. Stand by your beds, everybody. If you're here at the track, you might want to take a step back from the ragged edge. Decent crowd here this Thursday. I'll say now, the paddock was not as busy as it was last year, but it was ridiculously busy here last year on Thursday for evening qualifying. The campsites are nowhere near as busy on the infield either, as I've seen in more recent years, but there's a really nice atmosphere here at Le Mans, and if you're within a day's drive, I'd say get yourselves down here. Oh, incident at the first chicane, the Team Netherlands car just having a bit of a moment right in front of the Toyota TSO 50 in the hands of Kamui Kobayashi, and that's a shame because Kobayashi was on a quick lap there and had to get out of it. He's got the long run down the middle sector of what the French call the Ligne Droite en Adiers, what us British call the Mulsanne Straight. Through the second chicane for Kobayashi, as he's about a third of the way around the circuit. The drivers will tell you that the very slow car coming into pit
47.
lane there. All right, thank you. Good spot, Johnny.
Rear right puncture possibly, but there was a Ford GT that got well and truly caught up behind it. Thankfully, the 47 P2 got to the speed limit just as the Ford was stopping as well. So, I mean, thankfully, in the bit that isn't speed limited, I was expecting the 47 to really hold the Ford up.
On the way to the pit lane. I was just about to say about those 2 chicanes on the Mulsanne Straight that the drivers will tell you that the second one, they will swear to you, the second one is tighter than the first. they're actually mirror images of each other. It must be something about turning the way you turn into the left-hander on the second one rather than the right-hander on the first one. It makes them feel it's tighter. It's very, very much smoother there than it has been.
It's the psychology of it.
They've taken Audi's place in the paddock, and by that I mean physically they have. That's where their double-decker hospitality unit, where Audi's construction normally is, but it's actually beautifully presented with the graphics on it, and a very nice Valiente blue car that's been displayed in there, a GT car.
Well, that car's now third fastest in class, a 326.7, and it wasn't featuring in the top 6 prior to that. So car 31 going third fastest.
Just to confirm something that you were saying earlier on, as far as I can work out, this will be the first time that the entire field has set qualifying laps underneath the 4-minute mark.
Wow.
And they are already all underneath 4 minutes, right the way down to car number 60. Although 1 or 2 cars haven't been out in this qualifying session, amongst them being the number 33 Eurasia car. And I was about to say the Panis Barthez car as well, number 23. Remember the car that caused the red flag at the beginning of this session. But that car has just left the pit lane. Number 23, Timothy Buret. That car has just left the pit lane. That car was the one that dinged into the barrier up at Tertre Rouge, right at the end of the session that was extended, that went on to 9:30, except it didn't go on to 9:30 because we had the red flag because of Timothy Buret's accident. So the number 23 car, the Panis Barthez car, has been repaired and is back out on the track, which is good news.
Throughout the 4 classes tonight, 12 improvements on lap records and an extraordinary 11 seconds of improvement over the period previous record pace if you add the improvements from all 4 classes together. Thanks to Graham Goodman for those interesting stats.
Interesting way of measuring improvements to add them together.
Yeah.
It's a bit like Nigel Mansell adding G-forces together.
Yeah, I've had 154 million G-forces on me body this weekend. Murray, for sure it's really hard out there.
Matteo Cairoli now makes it 4 manufacturers in the top 4 in GTE AM. So the 77 car, we were hearing from him on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans not too long ago. Matteo has got on board the 77 Porsche and done a 353.3, so puts that car 4th fastest in AM.
You were right, by the way, it was a right rear puncture, the 47. Good eyes from JP.
An improvement as well for the Rebellion Orica, Bruno Senna, Moon LMP2. Bruno Senna, number 31. Panciatici at the wheel of the number 35 Alpine. He goes up to 7th in class. And Alex Brundle, 3 times.
Yeah, needed a couple.
Yeah,
Hoping Tung goes past him. Does he? 25.911, 3rd position for the number 38 Orica. It's still, by the way, Orica's in the first, 13 positions, 14 positions, if you count the Alpines, which you should do because they're built by Orica. Just have a different secondary chassis plate on those cars. Hoping Tung really hauling that car around. And for those of you who are watching TV coverage over the weekend, just notice that they've got 4K cameras on the onboards now, and they're using those to great effect in the way that they were looking at Hoping's steering wheel, for those of you who are interested in such technological marvels.
And Alex Brundle, Johnny was just making the point that he's now ticking off his laps. He was the last one to have to do so. And talking of things not having gone wrong, I can't remember the last time that all the drivers have completed their requisite night laps without having to go along to the race director and ask for a dispensation. So all the drivers, having completed their 5 laps, either under the nighttime conditions of this session, which, remember, was normal length. It started at 10 o'clock and it's going to go through until midnight, just over 10 minutes time, or in last night's night exam session between 10 and midnight. So they've all done their 5 laps, which is a testament really to the reliability of the cars as much as anything else.
You don't get an can you have an exemption for that if you've got experience here?
Oh yes, absolutely. And the only rule normally is that driver isn't allowed to be the one that starts the car.
Yeah. 7 car into its garage, and Toyota Gazoo Racing Now, are they done for the night with 11 minutes left, or are they going to bolt another set of tyres onto it and send Kamui Kobayashi back out into the night? 3:14.791, the extraordinary time. If you are just joining us, it was in that first session that was extended by half an hour because of red flags for problems on the circuit and principally for the barriers to be repaired, Paul.
But having been extended, it was then shortened again because we had the red flag for the number 23 car at the end of it. So
yeah.
It didn't actually run through to 9:30. It ended at 9:22, I think.
Yeah. And that was when that time was set. Ben Constanduris watching that happening, unfolding here for us on Mobil 1.
James Collado splits the two Aston Martins. 51 going second fastest in GTE Pro, 3:51.028. And that is just 1/100th of a second quicker than Richie Stanaway's time in 95 Aston Martin. So it's now Aston, Ferrari, Aston, Ford. There was also improvement for Stefan Mucker in the 66 Ford to go initially 6th fastest, but he's now dropped to 7th quickest.
Toyota Team Gazoo not looking as happy as I thought they might at this stage with their cars sitting on the front row of the grid. I wonder if there's an inherent problem there. We'll find out from our pit lane team, fueled by Esso. But Bruce Jones now gives us an update from Aston Martin.
Well, I was just having a look because 97 and 95, which were consecutive first and second at the top of the charts, sitting up on the jacks. But the difference is 95, Richie Stanaway hopped out of that 15 minutes ago, but Darren Turner still sitting aboard the 97, still got class pole, but Collada's getting closer and closer to Ferrari. So there could be a commotion any minute now with a fresh set of heated up tyres coming out for Darren Turner. He's there as an insurance policy, but it might be one they have to call on.
And that's a set of Dunlops that would be going out. Nico Lapierre on his out lap for the number 9 car. Now, this is the least well placed, he says, picking his words very carefully, of the Toyotas, as you can see here. The number 9 car in 5th position. Brendan Hartley still out on the circuit with an overheated engine. That doesn't sound good to me. And that car hasn't made it back. That sounds like work on Friday.
But remember, these so-called reliable LMP1 cars, we've had the oil problem on the number 8 car, which necessitated a new engine being put in on the number 8, and also the stoppage for the number 1. So things have been going on in LMP1 that we wouldn't necessarily expect.
Well, Nico Lapierre's just gone out, but there's a lot of backslapping going on down at Toyota Gazoo Racing, as if it's been decided. Yeah, Rob Leupin stepping into the team there with a relatively... Well, he's just been shaking his head there for a moment. I thought he was relatively satisfied look on his face, but they wanted 1, 2, 3, Paul.
I agree, absolutely, and I think that's why Lapierre has gone out. Obviously, there's no real need for them to defend with Kobayashi. Nakajima maybe 2 seconds slower with the Toyota, but that lap was set at the beginning of this session, and he did come across some traffic. I wasn't really paying attention to him.
Oh, yeah, he did. He hit traffic at in one of the worst places when he wanted to take a lot of speed through the first chicane.
Yeah.
And he was held up by the Team Netherlands car, who was actually having a moment and didn't actually make the corner properly.
Whereas Kobayashi had next to no traffic at all on his lap. The only cars he did have to overtake were GT cars.
David Richards from Aston Martin down in the pit lane at the moment. Congratulations to him, A, for being inducted into the Motorsport Hall of Fame, and secondly being confirmed as the new man at the head of the British RSC Motorsports Association. So the
MSA.
The MSA, the authority that looks after motorsport in the UK, the national authority. Alan Gow, the man at the head of British Touring Cars, has long held that position. Steps aside for David Richards to take on the job down at Colnbrook, just beside Heathrow Airport.
The front 2 rows of GTE Pro now read Aston Ferrari, Aston Ferrari, because Sam Bird has got within 0.6 of a second of James Collado's time. And therefore, the order 97 from 51, 95 from 71. First, second, third and fourth, and that bumps the top Ford down to 5th quickest, and that car is still in pit road. But Sam Bird, perhaps crucially, is still out. Are we going to get further improvement over the next 6.5 minutes for the number 71 Ferrari, I wonder?
Meanwhile, Nicolas Lapierre is just coming through the Porsche curves now and will be coming into our sight, therefore, at the Ford chicane in his attempt. He's got 6 minutes, a couple of laps to try and pull this one out with the Toyota. That's him coming through now, isn't it? No dots on the side of his Toyota. Here's 3 minutes 23 for...
Out in the currently in class, so to get the, well, we've got good variety in the top 6 in Pro, but we'd love a Porsche in there as well.
I've got a story. We've got a Ligier ahead of an Orica.
Wow.
Gutierrez has pulled the 22 car ahead of Felipe Albuquerque's car, the 32 Ligier, down in what is 14th and 15th position. So the top Ligier now has got an Orica behind it. And that is a story. That's going to be interesting in the race to see what they do. By the way, confirmation that I think the Dalaras have decided to go back to their high downforce bodywork. Certainly the fastest Dallara time was set with what I believe was high downforce bodywork on that car.
So looking at fastest lap times on the Mulsanne Straight, which we'd had a look at earlier on, and during the test, the Dalaras were the quickest. The fastest of the cars down the straight now are Oricas, the Orica, the Signatec Alpine, and the so it's the number 26 G-Drive car fastest, then the Signatec Alpine, then the Manor. This is in terms of top speed down the straight, and then the Enzo is next up in 4th fastest, but the Toyota is within a couple of kilometres an hour of the fastest of the P2 cars, whereas at the test day it was very clear that the Dalaras were much, much faster.
A very nasty moment in the Porsche curves for the number 34, but the new gravel trap doing its job for the Topworth Motorsport Ligier. The beautiful Gulf livery has not been sullied by a ding on the barriers. Nigel Moore behind the wheel got onto the middle pedal very quickly. Managed to turn the interior light on as well, which is great because he'll need that to find reverse. And he was coming just over the bridge section where the circuit goes across the road beside the roundabout that is on the old circuit that runs down to Maison Blanche, beside the Travel Destinations campsite down there. Now, will he get this car out of the gravel trap? He's just got enough purchase on the outside, the return road on the outside, and that's good driving by Nigel Moore. First of all, to keep it off the barriers in the first place, and then secondly, to take a very sensible long route back. Drives through another part of the gravel trap to get it back on. In fact, I don't think he's going to try and get it back on the circuit. He'll shortcut part of it now. He's trying to shake off the most of the gravel while he's off the track. It's really heads-up driving. Apart from the original mistake that pitched him sideways, he's done really well there, in fairness.
But that did obstruct Nicolas Lapierre, who goes through now across the start-finish line. It was a 3 minutes 21 that time for Nicolas Lapierre, so he just came across that car, the Nigel Moore car, just as he was arriving on the scene. So unfortunate timing, really, but still another lap, in fact 2 more laps for Lapierre. 17 Le Mans 24 hours.
Yeah, under 2 minutes to go. Next minute and 30 seconds, but he's going to be pretty tight on that. But a fairly empty track. The question is, does he have the Michelin tyres under him, or do they still have enough life in them? Degree of congratulation. Here's the 8 car. Now, this is Kaz Nakajima. He's going to get the lap here. He crosses the line now with 49 seconds to go.
Nakajima will get this lap.
Correct.
Lapierre will be greeted by the checkered flag when he comes round, so you're right on that one.
Yeah, he's going to be just a tad out of time, isn't he? 16 seconds to go, and he's not going to come through that final sector. 86 off and continued. That's the Gulf Racing Porsche. 3, 2, 1, and qualifying is over, except for the laps that have been started.
And it's not a quicker lap for Lapierre in the first couple of sectors, so I don't think we'll be seeing...
Nakajima's quick though, 31.7.
He doesn't need to be though.
Well, does he want pole position? We have the two Japanese drivers having set the two fastest times. The time has elapsed. We'll stay with this lap before we give you our weather rundown and then our quick review.
Pedro Lami's decided to come to the pits because Fernando Reis has finished the session and Lamy didn't feel like he could improve on his 353.233, so that will lock in GTE AM with the Chevrolet Corvette of Lara Competition quicker than the Aston Martin number 98.
Kaz Nakajima still in sector 2, and Lapierre has peeled into... No, he has gone across the line.
Yes, he has.
Lapierre sees the checkered flag, so does Pierre Rags in the 35 Alpine, and Henrik Edman in the Oreca number 21, the Dragon Speed car.
It was a 3 minutes 19 for Nicolas Lapierre on his last lap, and in 3 minutes 19.4. Interestingly, that was slower than Nakajima's lap was on the previous one.
So Kobayashi, Mike Conway, Stefan Sarazan together getting the promotional shot that says Toyota on pole for Le Mans, and the ridiculous scrum in front of the garage. A little bit unseemly, that. Alistair Moffat having to get in there and protect these drivers.
Kevin Estray was looking for improvement there to try and get one of the Porsches in Pro into the top 6. He didn't manage it, so 351.8 was going to be his fastest time, or at least the cars. Matt Griffin's improved, though, in the 61 Clearwater Ferrari to go 11th fastest in AM.
And it's pole position for Dunlop and Aston Martin in GTE Pro.
Should be.
But let's pick up a couple. We'll do the weather in a moment, but let's pick up a couple of pole interviews. Nick Damon with the pole position. The man who set pole position, Darren Turner for Aston Martin in GT Pro.
Darren, that's a fantastic performance, the Aston Martins there.
Yeah, I think we're very pleased with that. I mean, obviously to be at the sharp end of a 24-hour race on the grid is good. You know, hopefully it keeps us out of trouble in that first sort of a few laps of the race. Just really pleased with the team. We've had a difficult couple of first races, and now it's looking like we're in with a chance at this weekend. So it's only qualifying. It's not anything huge. It just means we're at the right end of the grid for the race, and I'm just pleased that the team gave me a chance to do qualifying, and they gave me quite a few sets of tyres during the build-up, and managed to put a lap together. So happy with that.
What's made the difference?
Well, I think, you know, the hotter temperatures we saw last year, once we got to the races in the WEC Championship where ambient temperature was a bit higher, it certainly helped us, and the Dunlops worked really well in these conditions. We didn't see those temperatures at Spa or Silverstone, so that's probably the biggest difference, is just getting the tyres in the operating window. So, and we're probably one of the few teams down the pit lane that are actually enjoying this really hot weather here this weekend.
Dan, well done, mate. Thanks.
Thanks, cheers.
It's Darren Turner, and we'll go to Bruce Jones in a moment. Gives me the opportunity to tell you tonight the temperature will drop down to what is a rather chilly for the last week. Also 9 degrees Celsius, but warm temperatures across the weekend with a projected maximum temperature on Sunday of 34 degrees Celsius around the Circuit de la Sarthe. Weather on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, brought to you by DuraGarages.com. Inspirational garage interiors.
Hello, I'm Aston Martin Works driver Darren Turner. Thanks to Dura, you could be joining me at Base Performance Simulators in Oxfordshire. It's a full day including breakfast and lunch, and you and a friend will get to try our GT and single-seater simulators. This special Dura race school is on the same equipment that the pro drivers use to hone their skills away from the track. For the chance to join us on this exclusive Dura day out, go to www.duragarages.com/Le Mans to answer the 2 simple questions.
Live from trackside, this is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, engineered to perform.
Well, history has been made tonight. We have seen a new best mark ever And the 24-hour era, which began in 1923, now has Kamui Kobayashi's name as the fastest man. 3:14.791 is the answer to the quiz question. And that, Paul, is an average speed
of 251.882 kilometres an hour.
Just beats the old one, then.
Just beats the old one by a couple of tenths of a kilometre per hour, which he obviously knew as he was going round.
Yeah, he very, very cool. Tom Christensen down in the Toyota garage recording on his cell phone. History being made. It's Fernando Reis who has taken pole position for Corvette in GTE Arm, and that's a great return to top flight motor racing for Fernando. The Labra art car sitting under its black light in the pit lane, looking absolutely outstanding with that livery. We'll get to Bruce Jones in a moment, who's trying to... We sent Bruce there because he's the tallest man and he can reach over the phalanx of photographers that are down there. You might have to use some of your old rugby skills there as well, I think, Bruce, do you?
I think I will, and I'm going to see if I can get Mike Conway out. The photographers have all been leaving.
Just walk out a little bit, Bruce. I think you're just slightly too far in the garage there. Seem to have lost you for a moment. If we can get him back. Oh, no. We're just waiting for Toyota to bring the drivers forward, asking people to leave the car. He was looking a bit busy down there. Alistair Moffat is, and the Toyota Gazoo racing team, a good friend of us here at Radio Le Mans, as are all the teams up and down the pit lane. Should say thank you, by the way, to all the teams, as ever, for allowing us the access to get the interviews that we can bring you and for sending us the information through. Well done to Alex Lynn and Pierre Thirier, Roman Rushinov. Who was it who did the time on the 26 car? Paul? Was it Alex? It was, yeah. We spoke to him earlier on. I should have remembered that. Pedro Lamy. Now, that was a nice touch. Pedro Lamy down to the Labra team to congratulate the guys for getting their class.
Well, that was a slog. In qualifying, that was a slog because they each had a turn of being the fastest time, and Fernando Reis, in the end, found a further almost 4/10 on Lamy's time in the 98 crew, and already the model car's been done and is being signed by the three drivers.
And by Jacques Leconte, the man behind Labra competition. There'll be a small smile of satisfaction for Jacques, but he knows that the job isn't done. They've had no luck at all. In fact, the only luck they've had in the last couple of seasons has been bad luck. And that will go a little way to repaying some of the hard work. But there's more work to be done Saturday and Sunday, of course. Let's get back down to Bruce Jones in our pit lane team, fueled by Echo. Confirmation of the Toyota front row, Porsche second row, Toyota and the Nismo-powered Enzo CLM are the top 6 LMP1 cars, with 26 from 25 Orica Gibsons on the front row of P2. It's Orica's all the way down as far as, where's the first lease year? 21st position overall. That's... Oh, hang on a second. Alosian managed to get his Dallara, the 27, up to 16th. So the best non-Orica is the Dallara now. We're gonna go back to Bruce now and see. Bruce, if you turn your microphone on, let's see if we can actually hear you out the back of the pits. It might be a little bit of a stretch. The guys are heading to the press conference. It would be nice to have a word with the pole sitter. And let's see if we can speak to Mike Conway out the back of the Toyota Gazoo racing pitch. Just turn your mic on anytime you like, Bruce. It's a bit scratchy, but I think we've got you. Yeah, we've got you.
Okay, but I'm about to go through the tunnel. I don't want to push Kamui Kobayashi out the way. It's about 47 TV crews trying to grab him, but Alistair Moffat's going to do a good job. And hopefully I will get the third driver in the crew, which will be Mike Conway. I'll see if I can get him out the back of the garage now and have a go, because he's standing on his own.
Stay with it. Stay with it. We'll stay with you.
Okay, I'll keep walking through. If you still...
Lost you for a moment. And We'll wait for Bruce to come back. Pedro Lamy, of course, won GTE Arm with Labra a few years ago. Bruce, you're back. We got you back.
Okay, good. I'm going to walk with...
We might get some of this, but we're going to stay with it.
If we can just get to the back of the garage, Mike, then...
Well, a bit in and out there, but we'll stay with this, try to get the history-making crew.
Talking as I walk. Right, we're picking up right now, Mike. We've got signal. So, what a lap. Record-breaking lap by Kamui Kobayashi, but you're going to start at the sharp end tomorrow, which is... not tomorrow, that'd be a bit of a head start on Saturday.
Yeah, amazing lap by Kamui. He's been really flying around here all week, so... yeah, some really good pace out of the car when we rolled out for Quali 2, and yeah, we knew that it was a good time then to try and put in a proper quali run, and Kamui jumped in and did a mega lap. So yeah, I mean, the car's been great today. I think all the racing on today as well, the up, and it's been coming to us more and more. So yeah, amazing. To get to start pole is yeah, unbelievable. So yeah, great start. Just got to keep it up. It's a long on race, and already in practice we've seen some, a lot of things going on and a few crashes already. So yeah, we just got to keep our nose clean. We definitely got the pace to win it. We just make sure we're there all the way to the end.
Thank you very much. So off to the press conference. Thank you for your patience, Toyota.
And thank you, Alistair Moffat and the rest of Toyota Gazoo Racing, as well as Bruce Jones, pit lane team, fueled by Esso, Nick and Bruce, fighting the media scrums. Guys, get yourself in. I know it's been hot and sticky out there tonight. Paul Truswell and Johnny Palmer, your thoughts then on not just the session that we've seen, 3 sessions that we have experienced. We've watched something pretty special this evening, given Paul what we were talking about with Lena earlier on, the fact that the regulations have pegged back these LMP1 cars so much from the full fat 1,000 horsepower all the time days of the big diesels and the Peugeot 908s and the Audis, and yet we are still finding time. These guys are pretty good, aren't they?
Yes, and no disrespect to Kamui Kobayashi, but he is no better than any of the guys who have preceded him in previous years going pole position. It's the engineers, it's the guys in the factories back at home that have been developing these cars, developing these hybrid systems. It was interesting when we had Sam Collins up here, he was talking about how as you get towards the end of the straight, the speed tends to drop away a little bit. But on that fast lap that Kamui Kobayashi did, he was right up there, right the way along the straight. There was no dropping off. So I won't say they'd tweaked the battery, but they'd set the battery up in such a way that it was fully harvesting and could get all of the energy that it needed in order to punch him all the way down the straight. Because, of course, it didn't need to do it for 14 laps. It only needed to do it for the one. But I mean, it's that kind of thing that the engineers are doing in order to put these fast lap times in. What, though, is very interesting as well is the way that the Toyotas are able to sustain their pace over a full stint of 14 laps. And I think by the end of the first couple of stints in the race on Saturday, we're going to see them with a 30-second or so lead over the Porsches.
Yeah, and you, Lena Gade, who was ably sitting in for you as you'd had to run off for dinner with the shorter dinner break.
No, that's fine. I mean,
but she was very interested in the averages, and we talk about the averages, and that's what's going to decide which of the Toyotas win this race, isn't it?
The trouble with qualifying is you get sucked into it. You get sucked into who's the fastest lap and da-di-da-di-da.
That was the 100 metres of our Olympic endurance weekend, and now we get to do the marathon.
Now we do the proper thing, you know, and that's where it does matter with your average lap times. But I think what is particularly good about this year's race, the fact that Audi isn't here, has meant that there is more space in the P2 grid. The quality in the GT Pro grid is phenomenal, and the GT Am, I mean, there's still going to be some good battles going on there as well. There's a huge depth to this grid. I mean, there's 60 cars, but there's such a depth of them.
And I think, Johnny, the issue or the point that Paul makes is a good one, because LMP2 was pretty tight as well. All right, it's all Oreca's for the top positions. Michaela Loshin getting in amongst it with a 27 Dallara, but really the only one. But let's be honest, there has to be something severe go wrong with the with the hordes of Oreckers for it not to be an Oreca. And the problem is, of course, that they share so many components in terms of the engineering that if it's gone wrong with an Oreca, it could just as easily go wrong for a Ligier or a Dallara or someone else. So that doesn't give them necessarily an advantage. But between those Orecas at the front of the field, my goodness, we've got some competition there.
Yeah, well, G-Drive Racing from Manor, from Jackie Chan DC Racing, from Valiant Rebellion. So 4 different teams represented in there. And, of course, they each have a bronze or silver graded driver within there. So there is that variable of how does that driver cope with overnight stints, with traffic. You know, there's always the chance of something dramatic happening with the P2, whether it be reliability related or throwing it off the road related.
GTE, we talked about during the session, both Pro and Am, I think we've got a proper street fight from the street-derived cars. I'll leave you with this thought, ladies and gentlemen, and with a thanks to all of our pit lane team fueled by Esso, all of our guests and our studio presenting team. Bike-collars in very heady company this weekend, but the bike-collars time tonight, a lap record for Private D is all 4 lap records going tonight in qualifying lap records. Their time tonight would have been well good enough for pole in 2011, and that was the last non-hybrid Audi pole. Mine, for that matter, so would the LMP2 pole setting time. But that's in that amount of time, 11 till now. That's the sort of progress that a race like the Le Mans 24 Hours brings us to motor racing, and we get the technology dividend in our street cars. It's been ever thus since 1923, when people came here to prove that cars could go fast for a very long time. Le Mans has been the place for motor racing. We've seen new fastest marks set tonight. We might see a new distance record at the weekend, and that would be very fitting too in the Grand Prix d'Endurance, and it will all be live here on 91.2 FM Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2017. Good night.
This programme is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.